Chapter 461 The New Admiral. Submit to me, otherwise, with my strength, I will let you feel what is the real life rather than death. You don't have the right to choose, only the fate of surrender. Haha, do you think you can run away? Damn Blackbeard, do you need to kill them all like this? Submit to me, and I can give you the power of devil fruit. Submit to me, and I can let you have countless wealth. At this time, the whole new world can be said to be in panic because of the appearance of Whitebeard. The dark fruit without any weakness and the power of the shock fruit raged throughout the new world. The power of the horse talisman heals all these injuries, and the Blackbeard at this time can be said to be completely fearless in the whole new world. At this time, Blackbeard only needs to consider the positions of the other spell warriors. After all, only the talisman warrior can threaten the existence of Blackbeard's life, threatening 660 lives. Apart from the powerful spell warriors in the world today, his Blackbeard can be said to be fearless. At this time, in that new world, in order to obtain some powerful partners, with his powerful strength, Blackbeard forced countless pirates to surrender to him. Those powerful pirates, although they are powerful, but for Blackbeard, who has dual devil fruit abilities and a spell warrior, how many others can withstand his move? The power of shaking the fruit is almost destructive. The powerful force is enough to destroy everything, and the dark fruit has the ability to devour everything and can protect him well. The use of the two devil fruits can be said to be seamless, plus the horse charm that can instantly treat all injuries. JD. This is why Blackbeard can traverse the new world. Countless powerful pirates were forced by Blackbeard's coercion and lure, and it can be said that they can only join the Blackbeard pirates in this way. Blackbeard's strength can be said to be stronger day by day, and countless top pirates can be said to have all gathered under Blackbeard's command. The power that Blackbeard possesses can also be said to be getting stronger and stronger, and with Blackbeard's illustrious reputation in the new world, the power of the horse spell in Blackbeard's hand can also be said to be constantly being unsealed. For Blackbeard, what he dreams of is to unlock the power of the spell in his hand, because only in this way can he gain powerful power. Only a complete spell warrior can be called the strongest spell warrior. Although Blackbeard holds a spell in his hand, the spell has not been fused into his body. He cannot be spelled like the first generation of spell warriors, but his power is undoubtedly stronger than the unblocked state. The Whitebeard pirates, you are ready to meet my crusade, raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. At this time, the Blackbeard is like a foot. It's like seeing the Whitebeard pirates in the distance, the place that the Whitebeard pirates once admired by Blackbeard. But with Whitebeard's death in the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard's devil fruit and spell power fell into Blackbeard's hands. Blackbeard's ambition can be said to have exploded completely. With the power of the Whitebeard devil fruit and the horse charm, Blackbeard already has the power to traverse the entire world. One day I will make the whole world surrender to my command. One day I will let the whole world know my Blackbeard's name. One day I will make everyone fear me. His eyes were full of naked ambition. At this time, Blackbeard's heart can be said to be full of ambition. One day he will make the whole world surrender to his feet. One day he will make everyone shout his Blackbeard's name full of fear. Hey. At this time, the heart of the warring States Marshal in this naval headquarters can also be said to be full of sadness. At this time, the situation of the entire Navy can also be said to be extremely delicate. Although the Navy killed Whitebeard in the Battle of the Top, the fruits of victory were stolen by Blackbeard. The world government and the Navy headquarters can be said to be the laughing stock of the whole world. The world government can be said to be extremely annoyed about this matter, and as the chief commander of this war, the warring States Marshal can be said to have an inescapable responsibility. For this reason, the world government needs the warring States Marshal to assume the responsibility this time. In other words, the warring States Marshal became the victim this time. The dignified admiral can also be said to be so humble. Are you worrying about who will be the admiral? Vice Admiral Garp, who was sitting beside him, could also be said to be full of sadness on his face at this time. After all, the current situation is not so easy to handle. Chapter 462 New World for Emperor's Blackbeard. A very sharp knife. Aokiji is a talisman warrior with incomparably powerful power. At the same time, his prestige in the Navy can be said to be incomparably huge. There will be a majority of people in the Navy who will support Aokiji to become the Admiral of the Navy. As one of the naval veterans, Lieutenant General Garp can be said to have countless contacts in the Navy. Of course, he knows the prestige of Aokiji in the entire Navy. Aokiji represents the Crane faction in the Navy and Akainu represents the Hawk faction in the Navy. Both of them can be said to have a pivotal position in the entire Navy. Both of them are eligible to be admiral. It's just that compared to the iron-blooded Akainu Sengoku, he is more favored, Aokiji. But what the world government likes is the so-called absolute justice. It can also be said to be extremely vigilant against the Aokiji world government, which is a spell warrior. You should know that people people in the world government prefer Akainu. You should also know that I want King Z to inherit the position of my marshal. But for the people in the world government, what they value is Akainu. Thinking of the matter of discussing the position of the marshal just now, the marshal of the Warring States period can also be said to be full of helplessness. Although the Warring States marshal was the admiral of the navy, he could not decide who the position of admiral of the navy would ultimately fall on. In the final analysis, the navy is nothing but the world government, the people who like Akainu, a navy soldier who claims to be absolutely righteous. The Warring States marshal shook his head. The three admirals of the navy can be said to represent three extremes. It can also be said that the justice that the three of them believe in is quite different. That's right, so this is also something that gives me a lot of headaches. After thinking that the future of the navy will be in the hands of these three people, the Warring States marshal also shook his head helplessly. No matter who Akainu or the other two will become the admiral, the position of admiral will be vacant. At that time, I will propose to make Sabo the admiral. The Warring States marshal's face was full of seriousness. If it weren't for the world government's excessive suppression of the establishment of the admiral level, Sabo was a long-time admiral. However, the world government at this time is also afraid of the power possessed by the navy. Although the navy is clearly controlled by the world government, it is not something that the world government can easily provoke at this time for the navy with two spell warriors. Not good. Marshal of the Warring States period. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Diamond Joes, fought a battle with Blackbeard in the New World. The Whitebeard pirates have been wiped out. Blackbeard became the new four emperors. Just when the world government was discussing who should be the admiral, the battle in the New World can also be said to have come to an end. With his powerful strength, Blackbeard can be said to have recruited a group of powerful pirates. The Blackbeard pirates headed by Blackbeard is simply not an existence that the Whitebeard pirates can match today. Although the New World War can be said to be extremely tragic, but Blackbeard finally won the absolute victory. The destructive battle can be said to have attracted everyone's attention. Although the navy also sent spies to observe the battle was inherently unfair. Lou's Whitebeard and Marco's Whitebeard pirates can be said to be greatly damaged. Add to that the loss of the last top battle. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates has long been lost. And the most important thing is that after Blackbeard defeated the Whitebeard pirates and became the fourth emperor of the New World, his momentum can be said to have reached the peak. Countless people are afraid of the power of Blackbeard. Blackbeard's personal reputation can be said to have reached its peak. 0. The Warring States marshal who knew about this matter, his heart can also be said to be full of helplessness because he knew that the Blackbeard at this time should have become a complete spell warrior. The spell absorbs the power of all beings within Blackbeard. The seal attached to the spell can be said to be opened instantly. Although Blackbeard is not the first generation of spell warriors, the spelling of spells cannot be performed, but the power of the horse talisman that completely opened the seal of the talisman can be said to be extremely terrifying. Next, I think a new spell warrior is about to appear, but this spell warrior will also become the existence that everyone is chasing. The Warring States marshal's heart can also be said to be full of emotion. There is no doubt that the sea that has just calmed down will make waves again. Everyone is looking for the spell warrior who will appear next. The power that is enough to make everyone go crazy. At this time, he will become the target of all the spell warriors, because what they are after is power, and the world is so cruel. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Chapter 463, Aokiji's Grievance. Do you want to compete with me for the position of admiral? At this time on the top of the cliff of this naval headquarters, looking at the sea in the distance, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters had a calm expression on his face at this time. You must know that I can also say that I am determined to win the position of marshal. Akainu, who was standing beside him, did not flinch at all on his face at this time. After all, only the position of admiral can truly implement the justice in his heart. Only by becoming the master of the entire navy can he control the future of the entire navy. You and I have completely opposite beliefs in the 663 hearts. Aokiji looked at Akainu, and he knew that the beliefs of the two of them could be said to be completely opposite. Although both of them said that it is the justice of faith, their concept of justice can also be said to be completely different. You should know that with my strength, you can't compete with me for the admiral. Aokiji said something that Akainu couldn't refute at all. Although Akainu is fancied by the world government and wants him to become a naval marshal, but for Aokiji, who is a spell warrior, he is not an existence that the world government can easily provoke. The power of the spell warrior makes the world government fear it. Do you want to use your strength to force me to withdraw from the competition for the admiral? After hearing Aokiji's words, Akainu can be said to be completely angry. Could he be the kind of person who is greedy for life and fears death? For Akainu, the admiral is the only way for him to pursue the justice in his heart. You and guy can be said to be fully qualified for the position of admiral, but there is only one admiral. This battle can be said to be a life and death struggle, and there is no room for you to retreat. Looking at Akainu standing in front of him, Aokiji's words could be said to be getting more and more severe. With my strength, you can't be my opponent at all, and I believe that even the world government will not dare to force me again and again. In front of Akainu, Aokiji's words showed no mercy. The world is so cruel. Strength is enough to represent everything. Damn bastard, do you think you can be above everything if you are a spell warrior? At this time, Aokiji's heart can be said to be full of anger. Isn't he a spell warrior? What's so amazing about you? If I also become a spell warrior, then I will be the strongest spell warrior. His heart was full of grievances, and Akainu's heart could also be said to be full of anger against the power of the spell. At the same time, his heart can be said to be full of desire for power. If he also possesses the power of a spell, does he still need to make such compromises now? In the final analysis, it is only because Aokiji possesses the power of a spell and possesses a formidable power that surpasses most of the Navy's combat power. In the Navy, only Sabo has the strength to match personally, but Sabo's qualifications are far from comparable to that of Aokiji. Aokiji has the qualifications to become a marshal, but also has a decisive strength. This is what makes everyone ahead. Although Akainu has the same qualifications as Aokiji, Aokiji's strength is not comparable to Akainu. Sabo has the strength to rival Aokiji, but Sabo is no match for Aokiji in terms of qualifications. Damn Aokiji, if I was also a spell warrior, would I be humiliated by you here? Looking at Aokiji, who was gradually moving away, after thinking of the disdain in Aokiji's eyes before. At this time, Akainu's heart can be said to be full of grievances. He has never felt such a huge humiliation. The spell warrior power, I believe that one day I will have such a powerful power as well. For power, Akainu can be said to have never had such a huge thirst. Damn bastard, isn't it the power of the spell? His eyes were full of jealous anger. For the future Akainu, it can also be said to be full of suffocation. He had never felt such a huge humiliation. Even when he was defeated by Nico Robin, he never felt such a huge gap. You must know that Nico Robin was not the only one who defeated him at the time. Even Aokai and even the Warring States Marshal were not his opponents. Holy Lord, I don't know what conditions are required to become a spell warrior, but I believe that if I become a spell warrior, I will definitely be the strongest spell warrior. Raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. At this time, Akainu's heart can be said to be full of grief and confusion about the future. Could it be that he really succumbed to Aokiji just because of his strength? Even the position of admiral was forced to give up. Dragon Spell Akainu. Chapter 464. The Lord appears. I didn't expect your call to be able to be sensed by me. Just when Akainu's heart was full of suffocation and wanted to gain more powerful power, the figure of the Holy Master appeared behind Akainu in the incomprehensible void. At this time, the Holy Master's heart can also be said to be full of curiosity, and he did not expect that Akainu actually had the time when he wanted to call out a powerful force. In the end, the reason why the Holy Master came here was just to feel Akainu's thirst for power. That's why he sensed the call to come here. I didn't think of you. There is such a fate between me. It can also be said to be full of curiosity about this kind of calling the Holy Master. After all, for the Holy Master who has the memory of his previous life, he never thought that he could actually feel the call of Akainu. It's not that the Holy Master hates Akainu, it's just that he doesn't understand Akainu's behavior. Akainu can be said to be a true soldier, a soldier with his own beliefs in his heart. Since you have a desire for power in your heart, then just when the power in your heart desires to reach the extreme, I will appear to give you powerful power. For Akainu at this time, although he has a desire for power in his heart, but this desire for power has not reached the extreme level. Only when the power desires to reach the extreme, at that time, Akainu was able to truly call upon the power of the Holy Master's fusion spell. Then I'd like to see when you will take this call to the extreme. I just want to see what will happen, because your heart will be filled with the ultimate desire for power. The Holy Master can also be said to be full of curiosity about what is going to happen next. As an Admiral Akainu, he feels hopeless because of something and is full of desire for power. It looks like it won't be long before there will be something very interesting in the Navy. Admiral Akainu, I want to know what can fill you with the desire for power. Marshal of the Warring States period recommended Aokiji Admiral as the Admiral of the Navy. Just when Akainu just returned to his office, he heard the news that Admiral Sengoku recommended Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters to succeed him as his admiral. After hearing this news, Admiral Akainu's heart can be said to be full of angry anger. Could it be that the position of his marshal was just taken over by Aokiji? Admiral Akainu's heart can be said to be full of unwillingness for this matter. Why did he let Aokiji take away his position as a general? Is it because because Aokiji is stronger than me? Is it just because he is a spell warrior? My heart is full of jealousy. At the same time, it can also be said to be full of unwillingness. Akainu can be said to be extremely unwilling to lose his position as marshal. If I am also a spell warrior, if I also have such a powerful strength, then who else in the world today can underestimate me? At this time, Akainu's heart can be said to be full of unwillingness. He was not reconciled. Why did he lose the position of marshal like this? If it is just because of strength, because his strength is not as strong as Aokiji, then Akainu can be said to be very unwilling. Aokiji is so powerful in the final analysis only because he is a talisman warrior. If it is said that the protection of the talisman warrior is lost, the outcome of the battle between the two of them can be said to be unknown. Who will kill the deer? If I also have the power of a spell warrior, if I also have the power to make everyone fear, then who else in the world can bully me like this? Akainu's heart is full of grievances, but it can also be said to be full of unwillingness. Do you really want to have the powerful strength of 663? Do you really want to have the power to conquer the whole world? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Akainu's mind. At this time, Akainu's desire for power can be said to have reached its peak. He longed for strong power, longing to make everyone the power to fear. After feeling the longing in Akainu's heart, the Holy Master can be said to have finally appeared. Because he felt the extreme desire for power in Akainu's heart. Who is it? After hearing the voice of the Holy Master, Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of killing intent. Who is spying on his secret? Don't you want to have invincible power? Aren't you jealous that Aokiji possesses the power of spells? The words were full of sarcastic smiles. At this time, the Holy Master appeared in front of Aokiji. Chapter 465 Dragon Spell Warrior Akainu. Golden light blooms all over his body, like a golden dragon statue made of gold. You are the Holy Lord. When the golden dragon statue of the Holy Master appeared in front of Akainu, Akainu recognized it at a glance. After all, there are already several spell warriors in the Navy at this time, and their understanding of the Holy Master can be said to be extremely detailed. That's right, I'm the master of the 12 spells of the Holy Master that you speak of. Looking at the Holy Master Akainu in front of him, there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. It looks like a big battle is about to break out in the Navy. The battle between Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters and Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. I didn't know that you, the dignified Holy Master, would come to me today. Although the prestige of the Holy Master is enough to make everyone tremble, Akainu is also an admiral of the Navy. Although his heart can be said to be full of curiosity, but he does not have the slightest fear. After all, what if Akainu was killed in battle? Don't you know why I came here? Because I feel the desire for power in your heart. You want to have strong power, and it is because of this desire that I come here. It can be said that the Holy Master revealed the desire for power in Akainu's heart without any hesitation. He longed for powerful power. If it wasn't for this desire to awaken the Holy Master, how could the Holy Master come to Akainu? You said that you can give me great power, which means that I can become a spell warrior. He didn't pay attention to the Lord's ridicule. At this time, the Lord's heart was indeed full of desire for power. He longed for great power. That's right, you can be my candidate for a spell warrior. It can be said that there is no hesitation in Akainu's questioning the Holy Master. After all, Akainu is his next candidate for the spell warrior. If that's the case, then give me the power of the spell. It can be said that there is no reverence for the Holy Master Akainu. After all, since the first spell warrior Nico Robin, his Akainu has suffered a lot in the hands of the spell warrior. If the person Akainu wants to kill the most is the Holy Master, because he brought the spell to this world and caused cholera to the whole world. In Akainu's heart, the Lord is the culprit of cholera in the whole world. If it wasn't for him who brought the power of the spell to this world, will the situation in the entire sea become like this? As expected, he is Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Facing Akainu's arrogant appearance, the Holy Master didn't say much, but at this moment, a dragon-shaped spell fell off the Holy Master's body. Dragon Blasts. It belongs to the power of the dragon charm. The fusion of Akainuyan berries and the power of blasting can be said to be extremely flawless. When the dragon talisman fell off the body of the Holy Master, the dragon talisman instantly shattered into a golden dragon. The golden dragon soared above Akainu's head and then infused it directly from the top of Akainu's head. When the golden dragon penetrated the top of Akainu's head, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Akainu's body. Infinite power destroys everything. Akainu has never felt that one day he can be so powerful. A powerful force continuously poured into Akainu's body. The dragon talisman represents the power of explosion, can blast everything and destroy everything. It represents the ultimate destruction, like a natural disaster. What is the problem? It's a frightening aura. Just when the power of the dragon spell entered Akainu's body, the powerful force can be said to have caused panic in the entire naval headquarters. headquarters. The power of the spell. Is there anyone in the Navy who has become a spell warrior? As one of the spell warriors, Aokiji can feel the power of a powerful spell raging through the entire naval headquarters at this time. The mighty power seems to be enough to destroy everything. This is Akainu's breath. He became a spell warrior. After feeling the increasingly powerful momentum of Akainu and the power of this powerful spell, Aokiji's eyes can also be said to be full of solemnity. Did Akainu become a spell warrior? You must know that Akainu is his competitor for Aokiji. Wang Wang Hao. Boom 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 boom. At this moment an aura as powerful as a volcanic eruption swept through the entire naval headquarters. The entire naval headquarters can be said to be in complete panic. Is the volcano erupting? At this moment Akainu couldn't help but with his open arms countless magmas suddenly spewed out of his hands like a world-annihilating volcano. Damn, he can't control the power of the spell in his body. Aokiji, who had been staring at Akainu all the time, saw that Akainu needed to vent the power of the spell in his body because he couldn't control it. Looking at the magma like a volcanic eruption, Aokiji also roared involuntarily. Chapter 466. The Navy headquarters about to be destroyed. Absolutely frozen. When the magma was about to fall from the sky and engulf the entire naval headquarters, countless chills erupted from Aokiji's hands. The cold air is bone-chilling. It can be said that the magma with the blasting power of the dragon and the ice cube of the green pheasant collided instantly. Boom boom boom. Just when everyone thought that Aokiji's cold air was enough to freeze Akainu's magma, the roar of the explosion happened under everyone's unbelievable gaze. Akainu's magma has the ability to explode when touched. Damn it, this damn spell power. After seeing that his cold air actually exploded the moment he touched the Akainu magma, Aokiji's face can also be said to be full of helplessness. Sure enough, every spell has its strange power. After all, no one has ever heard that magma has the ability to explode, and Aokiji still sensed that this explosion was not a simple explosion. This explosion seems to have the destructive power to destroy everything. Quickly wake up Akainu and let him control his own power, otherwise the entire naval headquarters will be destroyed by him. Aokiji hurriedly urged his cold air to block the spreading magma, and at the same time he said to the Warring States Marshal with a hurried face, "After all, the ability to explode is simply too weird. The moment one's cold air touches the magma, it will explode," which can be said to be unexpected by everyone who can touch Akainu in this state of awakening. After hearing Aoki's hurried words, the words of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of helplessness. The surroundings of Akainu are now completely protected by this magma, and the explosion of the magma just now can be said to be seen by everyone. With the power of this explosion, even if he is the Marshal of the Warring States of the Buddha's Warring States, even with his golden body of Buddha's defense, he cannot even break through to Akainu's side and will wake up. The power of the spell is simply too powerful. Akainu can't control the power of the spell. This is just a catharsis of his power. But if Akainu is allowed to vent the power of the talisman recklessly, then the Navy headquarters simply cannot bear the consequences of his power venting. The naval headquarters will be destroyed by Akainu himself. While blowing his own cold air, he tried to completely freeze the magma of Akainu. General Kingzi said to the Warring States Marshal with a lingering expression on his face. At this time, he can only say that he is trying his best to maintain this state. It doesn't mean that Akainu's strength has surpassed that of Aokiji. It's just that Akainu was just subconsciously venting the power of the spell in his body at this time. Moreover, it is impossible for Aokiji to directly kill Akainu with a ruthless hand. Although the naval headquarters is extremely important, the spell warriors are even more important to the naval headquarters and the world government. If they can protect the Navy headquarters, that would be the best. If they can't say that they had Aokiji kill the Akainu JD in order to protect the Navy headquarters. Which of you has a way to wake Akainu? Forced into desperation, the Warring States Marshal turned his head and shouted to the senior generals in the naval headquarters. At the same time, the Marshal of the Warring States also ordered the warships around the naval headquarters to quickly come over and evacuate all the soldiers' families and civilians from the naval headquarters. After all, no one can guarantee how long Akainu will stay in this state, and will it explode more intensely? Although the destruction of the naval headquarters is enough to make the entire Navy headquarters and the world government feel extremely painful, it is best to reduce the losses. The loss of personnel was the most distressing to the Warring States Marshal. After all, everyone in this naval headquarters is an elite among the elites, and each of them can be said to be the future efforts of the Navy. Everyone, get on the warship quickly. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Hurry up, you bastards. What are you still doing here? Hurry up. At this time, the entire Navy headquarters can also be said to be in a panic, and countless Navy soldiers ran towards the warships on the coast under the anger of those officers. The family members of the navy had a special arrangement to let them enter the warship that was specially entertained. A flustered roar, the screams of everyone's pain. This can be said to be the only melody here. Everyone here is panic-stricken runners, but fortunately there are countless strong navy's blessings that did not lead to the occurrence of the stampede. But at this time, the entire naval headquarters can be said to be in a panic, and countless people are running and roaring here. Akainu, you bastard, wake me up quickly. Just as Aokiji was struggling to resist the magma that Akainu had erupted due to the power of the spell, the armed and domineering Garp was wrapped around him, and he quickly charged towards Akainu. Chapter 467, Akainu and Aokiji's Battle Invitation. Cap, what do you want to do? Seeing that Garp went against the explosive and burning magma towards Akainu like this, the Sengoku Marshal suddenly shouted. After all, this power is really too powerful, even if Garp claims to have the strongest armament. But Akainu's power is simply too powerful, and the power of the explosion even surpassed that exploded bomb. With the domineering Garp of his armament, it can be said that he directly withstood the exploding magma that was constantly approaching. Akainu, frozen me. At the same time, Aokiji can also be said to have used all his strength, and countless cold air collided with Akainu's magma. The cold air and the fiery lava destroy each other. This is also the reason why Lieutenant General Garp is able to approach step by step. Most of Akainu's strength has been completely pulled by Aokiji. However, as Lieutenant General Garp slowly approached Akainu, Akainu's subconscious reaction focused most of his strength on attacking Garp is getting stronger. In other words, what will be facing Garp will be Akainu's subconscious all-out counterattack. Blue Pheasant, the Warring States Marshal with rich combat experience, can also be said to have discovered this problem. At this moment he turned his head to look at Admiral Aokiji. When Akainu bursts out with all his strength, you must use your own cold energy to instantly freeze the Akainu. But for Garp, he had to endure the full blow from Akainu at this time. However, for Garp, it's not impossible to defend against Akainu's attack with his powerful armament. You can rest assured. At this time, Aokiji's eyes can also be said to be full of solemnity, and countless chills are constantly gathering from his hands. Opportunities are only at the last minute. Get out of here. The whole body is full of infinite power. At this time, Akainu has been addicted to this power. After feeling Lieutenant General Garp approaching him, Akainu's subconscious all-out burst out. Boom boom boom. As the violent eruption of fire turned countless magma like lava into a magma dragon with claws and claws, it gnawed away at Lieutenant General Garp. The armed color is domineering. Break it for me. Raised his right hand with a powerful armament-colored domineering covering his right hand. It can be said that Lieutenant General Garp used his full force to bombard the magma dragon's head. Kakeka. The space where they collided seemed to be shattered when they touched. This is the time. Just when Akainu was trying his best to deal with Lieutenant General Garp, Aokiji can be said to act in an instant, and countless cold air burst out instantly and wrapped Akainu's body up and down. Akainu was completely frozen by this cold air. Bah! Lieutenant Garp, who was punched by Akainu, rolled his body in the air a few times and then stood firmly on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Did you already have such a powerful power just after becoming a spell warrior? Lieutenant General Garp shook his head helplessly. With his peak combat power of the four emperors, he was actually injured by the Akainu that erupted. Cap, are you alright, you bastard? The Warring States Marshal ran quickly and came to Lieutenant General Garp, especially when he saw Lieutenant General Garp vomiting blood. His face was full of worry. It's okay to die. Garp shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he, a veteran, should retire. Are you guys trying to scare me to death? After seeing that Garp did not have any major problems, it can be said that the eyes of the Warring States Marshal were full of worry. After all, the Warring States Marshal Garp was an old comrade in arms. They once fought side by side to maintain the justice of the sea. Crack. At this moment, the frozen Akainu's ice can be said to make a cracking sound. Bump. The roar of the explosion sounded. The ice that wrapped the Akainu exploded instantly. At this time, Akainu was standing there steaming hot. Red Dog. With a trace of worry in his words, the Warring States Marshal called Akainu's name in a low voice. At this time, he was afraid that Akainu hadn't really woken up and broke out again, so who else would be able to save the Navy headquarters? Marshal of the Warring States period is fine. I've already woken up. After hearing the call of the Warring States Marshal, General Akainu's face was filled with a solemn expression. I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior too. Aokiji came to Akainu with a serious face. Because I won't give you the position of Admiral easily. When I become a real full-body spell warrior, you and I will fight for the position of Marshal on a fair stand. A strong will to fight broke out in an instant. At this time, Akainu also has self-knowledge. The power of a complete spell warrior is not something that he can match just after becoming a spell warrior. For this reason, Akainu specially invited him to become a complete spell warrior. The time was when Akainu Akainu competed for the position of Admiral. Chapter 468 Helpless Navy. When you become a complete spell warrior, you may a fair fight for the position of Admiral. After hearing the words of the Akainu war, Aokiji raised his head and frowned slightly. After all, it's really impossible to say who will die in the battle between the two complete talisman warriors. And after the confrontation just now, Aokiji can also be said to have experienced Akainu's peculiar power. An ability like blasting any defense can be said to be instantly blown apart in the face of this power. Do you dare to wait for me to become a full-body spell warrior and fight me fairly? His eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. 667 Akainu asked Aokiji. After all, Aokiji had already been nominated by the Warring States Marshal to be the Admiral of the Navy. Although Akainu already has the power of a spell, he has only just mastered the power of the spell warrior, and he cannot match the perfect spell warrior Aokiji. If it is said that the Admiral is selected by the competition between them now, is Akainu really not the opponent of the perfect spell warrior Aoki? At this time, Akainu's eyes can also be said to have a trace of worry. After all, no one can guarantee whether Aokiji can really wait until he becomes a full-body spell warrior and fight him in a fair fight to select the strongest admiral. If Aokiji wants to become a naval marshal now, who in the entire navy can stop him? Could it be Vice Admiral Sabo? Sabo really has no pursuit for the position of marshal. Otherwise, with Sabo's status as a complete spell warrior, he can actually chase the position of the admiral. Although Sabo did not enter the selection of the admiral, there is no doubt that Sabo can become the admiral of the navy headquarters. With Sabo's combat power, let alone an admiral, he is fully capable of being an admiral. But the reality is sometimes so cruel that the seniority rank can be found anywhere. However, it can be said that Sabo can become an admiral at such an age, which can be said to be one of the few in the entire naval history. After all, Sabo was only a teenager at this time, but he became an admiral when he was a teenager. How many people in the entire naval world can become admirals at this age? Since that's the case, then I'll wait and see when you become a real full-body spell warrior. I will meet your challenge when you are at your peak. In the face of Akainu's challenge, Aokiji, he can be said to have not flinched at all, because he believes in his own strength and believes that his will is not so easy to be defeated. Don't worry, I will become a complete spell warrior in the shortest possible time. At that time, I will defeat you in an upright manner and take back the position of admiral. Akainu can also be said to be a very proud person. What should we do now? Lieutenant General Garp's face can be said to be full of innocent look at this time. Let the two of them handle this matter. After all, being an admiral determines the future of the entire navy. In the face of this situation at this time, the heart of the Warring States Marshal can also be said to be full of helplessness. Although this is only to say that this is just a competition between two generals for the position of marshal, but the real contenders for the position of marshal are two spell warriors, two talisman warriors whose strength is even feared by the world government. Let the two of them compete for the position of admiral of the navy with their strength. I really didn't expect that the competition for this year's admiral would be so fierce. Looking at the two people in front of him, after feeling the amazing momentum that erupted from their bodies, Lieutenant General Garp's heart can be said to be full of emotion. After all, the people vying for the position of admiral are two powerful spell warriors. Hopefully this contest will not destroy the strength of our navy. At the same time, the Warring States Marshal's heart can also be said to be full of worry. After all, a fight between two tigers will inevitably cause one injury. The loss of either of them can be said to be unacceptable to the navy headquarters and the world government. I really can't say about Aokiji and Akainu. Helplessly shook his head and sighed. Lieutenant General Garp can also be said to have no confidence and certainty about the outcome of the future battle between Aokiji and Akainu. After all, the competition between spell warriors can be said to be extremely cruel and even bloody. But it will take some time for Akainu to become a complete spell warrior. Let's figure out a way during this time. However, after thinking about it, Marshal of the Warring States found that Akainu had just possessed the power of spells at this time. It would take at least a month or two before he became a complete spell warrior, and this was still under the great efforts of the Navy headquarters and the world government. Under the support. Chapter 469 Akainu goes to the New World. Chase and kill Blackbeard. Looking at his mission, Akainu raised his head and looked at the Sengoku Marshal. Blackbeard is now fighting with the Whitebeard pirates and their remnants in the New World for the territory belonging to the four emperors that originally belonged to Whitebeard. The whole New World can be said to be incomparably chaotic, so I need you to go to the New World to publicize the reputation of my navy. The battle with Blackbeard on the top has disgraced our naval headquarters, the naval headquarters and the world politics. The government needs Blackbeard's blood to wash away the last shame. The Warring States Marshal's face was full of anger. In the last battle Battle of the Top. Blackbeard stole the power of the Whitebeard's spell warrior and the ability of the 19 shock fruit to become the only winner in that battle. The Navy headquarters and the world government used by Blackbeard have become the object of ridicule by everyone in the world. The Navy headquarters and the world government can be said to be completely disgraced. At this time, both the Navy headquarters and the world government were full of anger towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard and the Whitebeard pirates fight for the Whitebeard Pirates Island in the New World. As Akainu, who is known as Absolute Justice, he cannot tolerate the existence of pirates. I will use Blackbeard's blood to witness the growth of my spell power and get the position of Admiral. Akainu's eyes were full of murderous intent. The power of the dragon spell in the body can also be said to be ready to explode at any time. If that's the case, then you will lead the naval fleet to the New World to meet Sabo. At that time, Sabo will cooperate with you in the New World to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard in one fell swoop. He pushed the glasses at the corner of his eyes. It can also be said that he is extremely angry with the Blackbeard Sengoku Marshal. After all, it was because he was fooled by Blackbeard that the Navy headquarters and the world government became the object of ridicule by the whole world. Working with Sabo, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he is dismissive in his heart, Sabo's strength can be said to be obvious to all in the entire Navy. A truly powerful monster, a man who supported the entire Navy with his own strength. When Aokiji had not yet become a spell warrior, Sabo was the only spell warrior on the bright side of the entire Navy. At that time, the entire sea could be said to be crushed by the power of the spell warriors. Sabo became the only pillar of the Navy, and it was also because of Sabo's existence that the Navy was not oppressed by spell warriors. That's right, after all, it can be said that most of the spell warriors gathered in the New World. Although you have become a spell warrior, you still have some weaknesses in terms of strength compared to those who are complete spell warriors. And now everyone knows that once the spell warrior dies, the spell power in his body will be returned into a spell and can be controlled by others. Although your power has been greatly enhanced because you have become a spell warrior, there is no doubt that you have also become the target of everyone's hunting. Fearing that Akainu would feel repulsive, the Warring States Marshal quickly explained it. After all, a spell warrior who has not yet become a complete body can be said to be extremely weak. Of course, this is the same as those who are complete spell warrior. Compared with ordinary people, the power possessed by spell warriors is simply too terrifying. Do they have such strength to hunt me down? The words are full of ridicule, and Akainu is extremely confident in his own strength. Even if he fights a real spell warrior, Akainu believes that he will not be defeated so easily. You got. Seeing such a confident Marshal Akainu Sengoku, he could only shake his head helplessly. This is what he is really worried about. After all, Akainu's strength has increased after becoming a spell warrior, and even the naval hero Garp is no longer Akainu's opponent. The Sengoku Marshal worried that the increase in power blinded Akainu's eyes. This is also the reason why Marshal Sengoku will let Sabo and Akainu carry out this mission together. After all, Sabo is a complete spell warrior after all, and there is no competition for the position of Admiral between Sabo and Akainu. Okay, don't mess around here and go to the New World to meet Sabo. Remember that I want Blackbeard's head on the neck. When the Warring States Marshal finished saying these words, the killing intent flashed in his eyes was enough to make everyone in the Marshal's office shudder. After all, Blackbeard represents a humiliating history of the Warring States Marshal, an indelible stain on his martial career. Chapter 470 Akainu's killing intent. General Akainu didn't expect you and I to meet here today. Right, I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior too. When Akainu led 5 naval warships to the new naval base belonging to Sabo in the New World, as the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the highest commander of the base, Sabo came to the pier to greet him in person. I didn't expect you to be able to build the entire naval base into such a scale. After looking at this huge naval fortress that seems to be comparable to the naval headquarters, Admiral Akainu's face can also be said to be full of seriousness. After all, one of the operations of the new naval base in Sab can be said to be extremely brilliant. There are more things you didn't expect. Marshal of the Warring States period has already told me the order. You can rest assured that in the New World I will cooperate with you to deal with Blackbeard and those powerhouses who are eyeing your abilities. Facing the Akainu General Sabo with a serious look on his face, his words were extremely relaxed. After all, Sabo is also a complete spell warrior, and his strength can be said to be strong for all to see in the whole world. The decisive battle between Zi and the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have reached a critical moment. On the last island of the Whitebeard pirates, the army of the Blackbeard pirates surrounded the Whitebeard pirates. Sabo quickly told Akainu about the status of the new practice at this time. The New World can be said to be in chaos at this time, and countless people can be said to be slaughtered slaughtered in order to compete for the territory of the original 4 emperors. Whitebeard. The fighting is endless and bloodshed can be said to happen every moment. These damn pirates. For Akainu, who hates evil, the actions of these pirates are undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the entire navy and the world government. Strangle Blackbeard and seize the power of the horse charm. This is our responsibility this time. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Akainu raised his right hand, and his right hand quickly turned into the tumbling magma. The magma had a pungent smell of sulfur, and the smell could be said to be extremely pungent. But for Sabo, what he cared about was not the pungent smell of sulfur. What he cared about was the astonishing killing intent that erupted from Akainu's body. There is no real power to control the spell. Is it still affected by the power of the spell at this time? Sabo glanced at Akainu slightly from the corner of his eyes. Sabo can also be said to have an incomparable understanding of Akainu's current state. Although Akainu was originally a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of a general, the power of the spell is too powerful. The powerful force makes Akainu's hostility can be said to increase countless times. Even if he was facing the Blackbeard who possessed the full power of the spell, Akainu didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Sabo can also be said to have an incomparable understanding of Akainu's current state. After all, he can be said to have experienced it personally. After obtaining the power of the spell, the strength has been rapidly improved, and the personal ambition can be said to have been increased countless times in an instant. Only after a lot of battle can you truly control this power, and you will not be a slave to the power of the spell warrior. Back then, Lalo became so arrogant because he was controlled by the power of the spell. I hope Blackbeard can be a good opponent for you. As Sabo, the old-timer of the spell warrior, of course he knows that this time can also be said to be Akainu's journey of spiritual training. The test is his will. However, since Akainu is an admiral of the Navy headquarters, a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of a dignified admiral, his will can also be said to be incomparably powerful. At the very least, he is a strong man himself, and the speed at which a strong man can control his power is simply not comparable to that of ordinary people. Next, I will lead the base warship to form a joint crusade fleet with the fleet you lead to attack the Blackbeard and Whitebeard pirates. The naval fleet led by Akainu and the warships at Sabo's base formed a huge crusade fleet. Coupled with the 2 spell warriors, Akainu and Sabo, this Wangjiao power can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even the battle strength of the Navy headquarters cannot match the strength of Akainu Sabo at this time. After all, there is only one talisman warrior in the Navy headquarters. The crusade against Blackbeard puts an end to all the pirates in the whole new world. Akainu's eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and at this time, Akainu had the idea of destroying all the pirates in the world. If possible, he would rather kill all the pirates in this world. How cruel the method is. Akainu can be said to have no mercy. In Akainu's heart, all pirates in the whole world can be said to be sinful and worthy of death. Chapter 471. The Arrogant Blackbeard. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, one of the 12 spell warriors, has come to the New World at this time. After the naval fleet led by Akainu came to the New World, it can be said that the pirates of the whole New World are completely boiling. After all, Akainu is an iron-blooded faction in the Navy, and his slaughter can be said to be famous among all pirates. Compared with Akainu, which belongs to the peaceful lineage, Akainu feels like killing, and the endless killing is enough to make everyone fear it. Admiral Akainu is a man like a mad dog. The pirates of the New World can be said to be in panic. Everyone can be said to be shivering and terrified. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, as far as I know, he seems to be the newest spell warrior. When he became a spell warrior, the naval headquarters was even sunk by him by 667 points. At this time, in this new world, on the island that originally belonged to the 4 emperors Whitebeard, on the island at this time, the flag belonging to Blackbeard was planted. Blackbeard became the only emperor on the island. After hearing that Akainu came to the new world, Blackbeard's face was not only not surprised at all, but full of smiles. The power of the legendary dragon spell. I wonder if I will become the strongest warrior in the world when I have the power of the dragon charm. Blackbeard's face was full of smiles. This is his confidence in his own strength, since he has the power of the Whitebeard horse charm and the ability to shake the fruit. Blackbeard's strength can be said to be one of the top powerhouses in the entire world, especially when JD continuously defeated the Whitebeard pirates and continued to capture the Whitebeard pirates when grouping the land. Blackbeard's ambition can be said to be constantly strengthened. Even though he knew that Akainu's target was him this time, Blackbeard didn't flinch in the slightest. Admiral Akainu, I wonder if you have enough strength to make me retreat. Blackbeard is absolutely confident in his own power. Ha ha ha, this new world can be said to be more and more interesting. If the 2 fighters in the Navy die here, then will the Navy and the world government go crazy? If I have the power of 3 3 talismans. What will he do to me even if it is the Holy Lord? Raising his right hand, Blackbeard's right hand is holding the power of the horse charm. For the second generation of spell warriors like Blackbeard, they simply cannot integrate the power of spells into their bodies like the first generation of spell warriors. They are only able to hold the power of the spell and control this extremely terrifying and powerful force. Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Sabo I Blackbeard are here waiting for your arrival. Ache. Just as the huge joint crusade fleet formed by Sabo and Akainu continued to go deep here, Sabo, who was standing on the deck of the naval warship, sneezed suddenly. No, because of my physique do I still catch a cold? At this time, Sabo's heart can be said to be full of doubts. What is going on in all this? Is someone thinking of me? But the only ones who can think of me are Luffy Ace and that immortal. Sabo's heart couldn't help but fantasize. For top players like Sabo, once they are in danger, there will be a sense of alertness in their bodies involuntarily. In other words, for Sabo, the next voyage will be extremely dangerous. In other words, the next battle is enough to threaten Sabo, a complete spell warrior. Do you also feel something is wrong? At this time, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters came under the deck of the warship where Sabo was with a solemn expression. Don't tell me you sneezed too. As if thinking of something funny, Sabo looked at the Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters with a smile on his face, a man whose prestige and fame could resound throughout the sea. You should know that I'm a rockberry realist. Do you think I'll catch a cold? Facing Sabo's question, Akainu's face was still full of disdain. The reason why he came here was just a sudden feeling of panic in his heart, as if the next voyage would be extremely dangerous. But thinking that he has become a spell warrior at this time, who else can threaten him on this sea? You must know that even in the face of the true perfect spell warrior Akainu, there will not be the slightest timidity in his heart. Chapter 472 The Ambition of the Vinsmoke Family. The front is the sea area that the Blackbeard and the Whitebeard pirates compete for. It will be an extremely fierce battle next. At this time, Sabo can also be said to have a trace of excitement in his heart. If he can kill Blackbeard, he will have the opportunity to obtain the spell power that Blackbeard possesses at this time. Become one of the few double spell fighters in the world. With the power of double spells, Sabo Fang can have the strength to compete for the strongest spell warrior. Although he has become a complete spell warrior, everyone knows that there is only one person who can truly be called the strongest spell warrior, and that is Nico Robin. This is the first woman to become a spell warrior, the woman who has the so-called strongest spell warrior power, cow spell warrior. As long as it is a spell warrior who does not want to have the strongest power, who doesn't want to be the strongest man in this world with the strongest power in this world, Nico Robin can be said to be the existence that all spell warriors want. Challenge. But the power possessed by the power charm can be said to be extremely terrifying. Sir Father, is my Vinsmoke family just ruled by that little girl? At this time in the Vinsmoke family of the North Sea, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmokeage, had an angry look on his face at this time. The dignified Vinsmoke family has been ruled by two little devils again and again, although they are also spell warriors, possessing a terrifying power that is enough to make the whole world tremble. But for the Vinsmoke family, being ruled by two little devils can also be said to be a humiliation. The Vinsmoke family has forgotten, if it wasn't for Lalo's help, if it wasn't for Lalo's rule over the entire North Sea, could the Vinsmoke family become the controller of the entire North Sea Empire? Power can be said to have rotted the heart of the entire Vinsmoke family. In their opinion, Rebecca is just a second-generation spell warrior. If she hadn't obtained Lalo's spell power because of luck, would Rebecca be the emperor of the entire North Sea Empire? This can be said to be impossible at all, a wishful thinking. Okay, I also know what you're thinking, but don't forget that she has the mouse spell. Strength is the power of the warrior she resurrected that you can defeat. Vinsmokeage's face can also be said to be full of anger. He growled at his 3 children and 1 daughter. The Vinsmoke family that controls the entire North Sea seems to have forgotten who gave them such great power. Greed corrupted their hearts. In their opinion, they deserved everything. Now there is a person who is above them. This is something they can't tolerate at all. They have forgotten who gave the Vinsmoke family the right to control the entire North Sea, who bestowed the current honor of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family has forgotten that if it wasn't for Rebecca's arrival, would the Vinsmoke family be the opponents of the world government and the Navy headquarters? Can the Vinsmokes control the entire North Sea Empire? The emperors of the North Sea Empire's resistance forces alone are enough to overthrow the entire Vinsmoke family's rule over the entire North Sea Empire. Readaloud created the entire North Sea Empire and gave the Vinsmoke family control of the North Sea Empire. Rebecca stabilized the situation in the North Sea Empire because of Lalo's death, but the growth of ambition has made the Vinsmoke family forget who bestowed their present honor. The Vinsmoke family forgot that the reason why the North Sea Empire was able to maintain such a precarious situation at this time was because of the deterrence of the spell warriors. Without the power of the spell warriors, would the Vinsmoke family be able to control the entire North Sea Empire? This can be said to be impossible at all, but the stable life has made the Vinsmoke family forget the crisis lurking in the North Sea Empire at this time. Damn, if it wasn't for that girl who obtained the power of Lord Letuo's spell. Do we need such passiveness now? At this time, the entire Vinsmoke family can be said to be extremely angry. It was as if Rebecca had seized the control of the Vinsmoke family in the entire North Sea Empire. If we can get the spell of Lord Lello in that girl's hand, the strength of my Vinsmoke family will be further improved. Vinsmortgage's eyes were full of naked ambition. Although at this time he has already controlled the entire North Sea Empire, but his ambitions will have grown even bigger. He wanted to obtain the rat charm that originally belonged to Lello in Rebecca's hands. Chapter 473. The Crazy Vinsmoke Family. As long as we obtain the power of the spell in that little girl's hand, it can be said that my Vinsmoke family will dominate the entire world. Vinsmortgage's eyes were full of naked ambition. He thought that as long as he had the power of a spell, he would have the power to make the world government fear it. At that time, the North Sea Empire will be under the real control of his Vinsmoke family, not the current one in name. The power of the spell, the materialized spell, can be passed down from generation to generation. As long as we have the spell, then my Vinsmoke family will have the power to dominate the 667 world. In this world, my Vinsmoke family will become the strongest family in the entire world. It can be said that the words are full of infinite ambition, and the eyes are full of greed. For the Vinsmoke family at this time, it can be said that they were completely carried away by the interests. Greed filled their chests. Their hearts have been completely swallowed up by ambition. However, although that little girl's body strength is indeed extremely weak, but he possesses the power of Lord Letuo's spell, and the strength of the warrior who was resurrected by Lord Letuo's spell power can be said to be extraordinary. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Leju. There was a serious look on Vinsmortgage's face. After all, Rebecca now has the power of the master charm in her hands. Rebecca, who possesses the power of spells, is simply not something that the Vinsmoke family can match. Although the Vinsmoke family has a powerful military force, how can this military force be the opponent of the spell warrior? Damn that lucky girl. If he hadn't obtained the power of Lord Letuo's spell, how could he have ruled my Baha'i Empire? Thinking of the time when Rebecca easily controlled the entire North Sea Empire with the power of the spell, the faces of the members of the Vinsmoke family can be said to be full of anger. But the Vinsmoke family had forgotten that if it wasn't for Rebecca's holding a spell, the entire North Sea Empire would have collapsed long ago. Typical is the kind of scar that heals and forgets the pain. Forgot what Rebecca did to stabilize the entire North Sea Empire. Now that the entire North Sea Empire has completely stabilized, the Vinsmoke family has forgotten what Rebecca did to the entire North Sea Empire. At this time, all they wanted was to gain the power of the spell in Rebecca's hand and dominate the world. But there is a resurrected spell warrior beside Rebecca. Having all the power of the spell, his strength has already surpassed the power that the four emperors completely possessed against the complete body spell warrior. With our strength, we simply can't win the spell in Rebecca's hands. Vinsmortgage raised his head and looked at his father, Vinsmortgage. Rebecca, who possessed the power of a spell, was simply not something that the Vinsmoke family could easily defeat. We must find a way to capture the power of the spell in that little girl's hand. It can be said that the children of the Vinsmoke family discussed it there. After all, the power of the spell in Rebecca's hand is too powerful. Although their hearts are full of ambitions, they are not that kind of idiots. They also knew that with their current strength they couldn't defeat Rebecca at all. Reju, your relationship with that girl can be said to be the closest. I hope you can take the opportunity to steal the spell from that girl's hands. It can be said that there is a look of hope in the eyes of Vinsmortgage. If their daughter can steal the power of the spell from Rebecca's hands, then their Vinsmoke family can achieve the greatest victory with the least cost. Father, this matter can be said to be extremely difficult. Although Rebecca has a very close relationship with me, the strength of the warrior guarding Rebecca's side can be said to be incomparably powerful. Thinking of Cyrus, the warrior who was enchanted with great power, Vinsmortgage can also be said to be an incomparable headache. After all, Cyrus' power is too powerful and too terrifying. Don't worry, I will find an opportunity to lure that Cyrus warrior away from Rebecca. At that time, you only need to take the opportunity to grab the power of the spell in Rebecca's hand. After thinking it over and over again, thinking of Rebecca's power, greed finally prevailed over reason. It can be said that Vinsmortgage has made up his mind. At all costs, he will surely seize the power of the spell in Rebecca's hand, so that the Vinsmoke family can truly control the entire North Sea Empire, thus possessing the power to dominate the world. Chapter 474. The careful thoughts of Vinsmortgage. Moklaju. Your Majesty, are you free now? Time passed by in the evening. At this time, in the palace of the North Sea Empire, Rebecca, the emperor of the entire North Sea Empire, lived here carefully. Although Ming Ming relied on the power of the spell, Rebecca and Cyrus deterred the entire North Sea Empire. But both Rebecca and Cyrus knew how many people in the entire North Sea Empire simply did not surrender to them sincerely, especially the powerful faction headed by the Vinsmoke family. Is that Miss Leju of the Vinsmoke family? At this time, Rebecca, who was bored in this room, had a smile on her lips when she heard Rage's call. After all, during this period of time, Leju often came to talk to her, just like a good girlfriend who said nothing. It's me, Your Majesty. Pushing open the door of the room, Leju walked in with a smile on her face. The first thing Leju saw was the pendant of the spell that had been wrapped in gold and silver treasures. After all, the second generation of spell warriors cannot incorporate spells into their bodies. They can only keep the spells close to their bodies. That's why Rebecca made the spell into a pendant, because only in this way he could wear it day and night. Having it gives you the power to control the whole world. Looking at the talisman so close at hand, this talisman is not even the size of a child's palm, but everyone in the whole world knows that there is amazing power in this little charm, a power that can make the whole world surrender to it. A young kid who controls the entire North Sea Empire of Connaught because of the spell. Cyrus standing aside. At this moment he frowned slightly. It can be said that Cyrus kept Rebecca beside him all day and night. Cyrus, who contains almost all the spell power, can be said to be the representative of the rat spell power. As the former commander of the Dracrosa Kingdom's army, he can also be said to be well informed. He could also feel the uneasy kindness of the Vinsmoke family at this time. However, in Lelo's time, the Vinsmoke family was the master of the entire North Sea Empire. Although they possessed the power to overthrow the entire North Sea Empire, they did not control the huge power of the entire North Sea Empire. This is also the reason why Cyrus and others accept the allegiance of the Vinsmoke family, because they need the Vinsmoke family to control the entire North Sea Empire. Your Majesty, this is a special cake purchased from the Drake Rosa Kingdom. My Vinsmoke family knew that His Majesty was from the Drake Rosa Kingdom, and thought that His Majesty should have thoughts about the Drake Rosa Kingdom in his heart. That's why I specially sent people all the way to the Dracrosa Kingdom. Vince Mockerju's face can be said to be full of sincerity. At the same time, a small food box in his hands appeared in front of Rebecca. The food box can be said to be filled with countless exquisite foods. These are all special snacks belonging to the Drake Rosa Kingdom. Sure enough, it's all the characteristics of the Drake Rosa Kingdom. After seeing the food in Vince Mockerju's hands, Rebecca's eyes could be said to be full of excitement. Since leaving the Drake Rosa Kingdom, she can say that she has long forgotten the taste of those delicious snacks in the Drake Rosa Kingdom. Your Majesty, this is specially selected by my Vinsmoke family from the Drake Rosa Kingdom for His Majesty. With a sincere look on his face, Vince Mocklaju's words at this time can be said to be cautious. After all, what the Vinsmoke family will do next is to fight against the spell warrior Rebecca. If it is successful, it means that the Vinsmoke family will once again enter into glory. But if she fails, it means that her Vinsmoke family may be sunk into hell. This can be said to determine the future of his Vinsmoke family. Therefore, Wenkai Mocklaju can also be said to be cautious. Would I be able to grab the spell if I sneaked a sneak attack now? Looking at the spell Vince Mockerju in front of her eyes, it can be said that she is just about to move. After all, if he can obtain the spell now, then he is equivalent to the power of the spell possessed by the control of the spell. At that time, what if Cyrus had the top power in this world? After all, Cyrus' power comes from a spell. But at this moment, Cyrus, holding a long sword, suddenly appeared in front of Vince Mocklaju. Just leave it to me. Cyrus held the sword in his left hand and stretched out his right hand. At this time, he could be said to be expressionless, but the mighty aura was enough to make Vince Mockerel timid. Chapter 475 Poisoning. Then everything is up to you. In the face of Cyrus' words, how could Vince Mocklaju dare to refuse? She saw that she raised the food box in her hand and gently placed it in front of Cyrus. These are all the cares of my Vinsmoke family. I hope your Majesty can have a good taste. At this time, Vince Mocklaju had not yet reached his peak appearance, but at this moment she can also be said to be a little beauty embryo. Since this is the intention of your Vinsmoke family, we won't let it down easily. As a result, the food box in Vince Mocklaju's hand, Cyrus could also be said to have a faint smile on his frozen face. However, it can be said that Cyrus did not relax at all, because he knew that for Rebecca, he could be said to be the only support for Rebecca, and the spell in Rebecca's hand can be said to be the only force that supports him to survive in this world. It can also be said that it is their only tool for revenge. Sir Father. After Vince Mocklaju carefully left here, Rebecca suddenly came to Cyrus with a smile on her face, but all she saw in her eyes was the one in Cyrus's hands that looked extremely decorated, luxurious food box, because Rebecca knew that it contained exquisite pastries belonging to the Dracrosa kingdom. Yeah, in response to his daughter's reaction, Cyrus could also say that he shook his head helplessly, but Cyrus didn't say much. It was extremely rare for Cyrus to see a smile on his daughter's face at this time. "How's Leja going?" When Vince Mockerju had just left the palace where Rebecca and the others were, he cautiously approached Vince Mockerj. When Vince Leja came here, Vince Mockgaj suddenly turned his head with a look of anticipation on his face. At this moment his eyes were full of anticipation, and his body even trembled involuntarily. After all, what Vince Leja said next could even be related to the future of the entire Vince family. "Father, I have already delivered the food box to your majesty," but Cyrus was extremely vigilant and he did not let me contact his majesty. "But I believe that with the technology of my Vince family, the two of them shouldn't be able to detect the problem in the pastry." The face of Vince Leja can be said to be full of self-confidence, as Vince Leja, the technological reformer of the Vince family. She possesses the ability to be highly poisonous. The weakness of the rat charm has been known to everyone since Lalo died. That is, although the rat charm has powerful abilities, it does not have the ability to enhance the physical strength of the holder. Rebecca was originally a little girl with weak hands and no abdominal muscles. Her physical fitness can be said to be extremely weak. This can also be said to be her biggest Achilles heel. With Rebecca, her ordinary little girl's physical fitness is simply unable to withstand the poison of Vince Leja. As long as Rebecca dies, Cyrus, who was resurrected by the power of the spell, will also disappear. "Damn little girl, don't you just have the power of a spell? Otherwise do you think you can stand on top of my head?" Vince Mockgaj's face can be said to be full of anger. He seems to have forgotten if it wasn't for Rebecca's suppression of the entire North Sea Empire. Can the Vince family still be the sole controller of the North Sea Empire? If it weren't for Rebecca's use of the mouse spell to deter the entire North Sea Empire, at this time, the entire North Sea Empire had long since been out of the control of the Vince family. That little girl is just an ordinary kid. She can't bear your poison at all. Once the little girl died of poisoning, and Cyrus, who lost the support of the Talisman Warrior's power, will also perish because of the dissipation of the Talisman power. Wang Zhao's. When the time comes, my Vince family will control the power of the spell and become one of the top forces in the world. Vince Mockgaj clenched his hands into fists and his eyes were full of infinite ambition. At this time, he can be said to be completely blinded by greed. "Then I wish Father the power of the spell. Lead my Vince family to the top." There was a respectful look on Vince Mockleju's face. It seems that the Vince family can really gain the power of the spell and then become the top powerhouse in this world. The 470th chapter of The Abandoned Son of Vince Mockleju. It's been an hour. You can go and have a look. At this time can be said to be extremely slow, especially for the members of the Vince family. For the Vince family, time can be said to have passed every second, especially for Vince Mockgaj, every minute and every second he can say silently in his heart, because for him, everything at this time can even determine the future of the entire Vince family. Has an hour passed? Vince Mercurio raised his head and looked at his father. "That's right, it's been an hour. With the power of your venom, if that little girl really eats those pastries, she won't be able to last an hour at all. If she doesn't eat, then even waiting here is just a waste of time." Vince Mockgaj's eyes can be said to be full of certainty, because for him, 670 hours is even longer than a century, because this hour can be said to completely determine the future of the entire Vince family. "Then, my father, I'll go right now." Carefully raised his head and glanced at his father. Vince Leja also knew that what happened next could be said to be related to the future of the entire Vince family. "I hope you don't let me down. If something happens in the middle, I hope you can make sacrifices for the entire Vince family." Vince Mockgaj turned his head and looked at his daughter seriously. His words were obvious. If there was nothing wrong with Rebecca, even after letting Rebecca know that their Vince family had poisoned his food, then she, Vince Leja, needs to make sacrifices for the entire Vince family. This sacrifice is to take responsibility for everything. Put all the responsibilities on your shoulders. "Sir Father." After hearing the words of Vince Mockgaj, it can be said that Vince Leja's face was full of disbelief. However, after seeing the ruthless gaze in the eyes of Vince Mockgaj, Vince Mockgaj lowered her head involuntarily. At this time, her heart can be said to be full of sadness. Is her biological daughter just a tool, or has the entire Vince family really reached the point of indifference? Remember that you have 3 younger brothers. Do you want my entire Vince family to be wiped out? The face of Vince Mockgaj can be said to be incomparably indifferent, but the words he said made people feel incomparably indifferent, even threatening the lives of 3 of Vince Mockgaj's younger brothers. "Don't worry, Father, I will do everything very well. Although my heart is full of sadness for Vinsmoke JD. It can be said that this is the price that the entire Vinsmoke family members need to pay. In this royal family, they enjoy the same treatment as the royal family, but when they need to pay, they even need to pay the obligation at the cost of their lives. Now is the time when she, Vinsmoke, needs to take responsibility for the entire Vinsmoke family. I hope you don't let me down. Looking at Vinsmokerju, who turned and left, there was no nostalgia in Vinsmokej's eyes. It seemed to him that even if Vinsmokeju died in front of Cyrus, he would not feel the slightest sadness. Buck the button. Your Majesty, can I come in? When Vinsmokeju came to the door of the palace where Rebecca was located, he slightly adjusted his appearance and knocked on the door of this room. But after waiting there for a while, Vinsmokeju didn't hear the slightest sound from here. It was as if the whole room was empty. It's not really all dead, is it? Outside this room, there was no sound of Vinsmokeju in this room. At this time, he could also be said to have a curious look on his face. Could it be that Rebecca has already died under her venom? Julius, who has lost the power of the spell, has the sergeant also perished? Squeak. With a hint of curiosity in his heart, Vinsmokeju cautiously pushed open the door of this room. But when Vinsmokeju entered this room, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. Rebecca and Cyrus were standing there looking at Vinsmokeju with a smile on their faces. But even so, Vinsmokeju saw anger in Rebecca's eyes. Chapter 477. The hatred of Vinsmokeju. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmokeju, was expelled from the Vinsmoke family for trying to poison Rebecca, the king of the North Sea Empire. Vinsmokeju has since been expelled from the Vinsmoke family. From now on, you are not allowed to step into the North Sea Empire. The news of the Vinsmoke family can be said to have spread all over the world very quickly. After hearing that the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, who controls the entire North Sea Empire, Vinsmokeju, actually did such a thing, countless people in the entire Bahai Empire can be said to be angry. Under Rebecca's rule, the entire North Sea Empire can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. At the very least, the economy, trade and military of the entire North Sea can be said to have achieved unprecedented unity. Coupled with the North Sea Empire's attack on the pirate power in the North Sea, this makes the people of the North Sea Empire able to live and work in peace and contentment. This is also the reason why the people of the Bahai Empire are loyal to the Bahai Empire. Am I really an abandoned child like this? Is my destiny just controlled by others at will? At this time, it is above the wide sea of the North Sea. A small boat can be said to be driving slowly here. On this ship, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmokeju, at this moment her face can be said to be full of sadness. What she didn't expect was that the Vinsmoke family was so indifferent, just abandoned her so easily. In the end, it's still because of power. If I have strong power, will my fate become so sad? Vinsmokeju's heart can be said to be full of sadness. This is a feeling of being abandoned, a feeling that makes people terrified. One day I will take back everything I lost with my own hands, and one day I will let all those who betray me know what happens to those who betray me. The sound of Yang Tian roared again and again. At this time, Vinsmokeju was filled with hatred. She was unwilling to let her fate be played and abandoned by others at will. One day I will gain great power, and one day I will return to the North Sea Empire with great power. My heart is full of unwillingness. My heart is full of desire for power. At this time, the young Vinsmokeju was driving this small ship, gradually leaving the North Sea Empire and heading for the New World, because he knows that in the New World he has the power to take revenge, and in the New World he has the power to make the entire North Sea Empire fear it. For the sake of revenge, for the unwillingness in her heart, even though the waves ahead were turbulent, Vinsmokeju's heart could be said to be full of firmness without the slightest hesitation. Is this the sea area where Whitebeard and the Blackbeard pirates fought? At this time, it can be said that this new world is full of dangers. Akainu, who has just become a dragon spell warrior, joins up with Sabo and prepares to attack Blackbeard to seize the power of the spell in Blackbeard's hands. This is also Akainu intends to take the opportunity to completely unlock the seal of the spell in his body and become a complete spell warrior. That's right, the front is the area where Whitebeard and the Blackbeard pirates fought, but the current situation is very unfavorable for the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard gained the power of the horse charm and also gained the ability of Whitebeard to shake the fruit. Double devil fruit power and the power of the horse charm. Blackbeard's power can be said to be incomparably terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates have rebelled since the death of Whitebeard and Marco. The entire Whitebeard pirates can be said to have fallen into a trough. As the supreme commander of the New World Navy, Sabo can be said to have an incomparable understanding of the situation in the New World. Especially the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates, which is enough to attract everyone's attention in the New World. What if Blackbeard had the power of a double spell and the power of a horse spell? After all, he's not a real spell warrior. For them, The spell warriors. The power of the spell warriors can be easily captured. After hearing Sabo's words, Akainu's face was full of disdain. With the strength of you and me, it is enough to kill Blackbeard. As long as we capture the spell in his hand, then he loses the power of the spell warrior. As long as there is no spell, what if it has the power of the Whitebeard shake fruit? Akainu's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. At the same time, the corners of his mouth can also be said to be full of confidence. Akainu not only wanted to kill Blackbeard but even wanted to seize the power of the horse charm in Blackbeard's hand. Because Akainu wants to be with Ao in the decisive battle of the pheasants, he defeated Aokiji and became the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 478. The Doom of the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Joes. At this time your Whitebeard pirates are at the end of their power. If you know the current affairs, surrender early, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. At this time, on the island in this new world that belongs to the Whitebeard Sea area, Blackbeard came here with a mad face. This time can be said to be the most proud time of Blackbeard's life. When he saw the Whitebeard pirates headed by Diamond Joes, his eyes were full of disdain. The strongest of the Whitebeard pirates have all died in the Battle of the Top. At this time, the entire Whitebeard pirates can only be said to be lingering. Blackbeard, you traitor. 673. Looking at the Blackbeard Diamond Jaws in front of him, his heart can be said to be full of anger. If it wasn't for Blackbeard and the Whitebeard pirates, would they have fallen from the peak to the straw? Will Whitebeard with the power of spells die in the naval headquarters under the siege of many spell warriors? The whole body is shining with the light of diamonds. Powerful arm domineering wraps his fists. Blackbeard, give me death. The words were full of anger. Diamond Joes, who had entered a diamond state, quickly charged towards Blackbeard. Have you forgotten? I have acquired the ability of that old guy. The words can be said to be full of ridicule. In the face of the rapid impact of the Diamond Joe's Blackbeard, there is only one move, and that is to make a fist in the right hand with the power of the powerful shaking fruit wrapped around his iron fist. At this time, Blackbeard can be said to have fully used the power of Whitebeard. The power of the dark fruit completely swallowed the power of the shock fruit. At this time, Blackbeard's use of the Zhen fruit can also be said to have reached the level of perfection. Wong buzzing. The power of the shaking fruit seems to be able to completely shatter the entire space. Diamond Joes doesn't know if you can't handle the destructive power of space breaking. With an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, the Blackbeard's right hand wrapped in the power of the shocking fruit slammed down heavily. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. The entire space shattered instantly. Puff puff. How can Diamond Joes, who is shining with diamond light all over his body, resist the power of the shaking fruit? If it weren't for the hardness of diamonds and the domineering defense of armed colors, it can be said that Diamond Joes has already died under this move. But at this time, he can be said to be extremely embarrassed. A diamond that sparkles with diamond light can also be said to be full of cracks at this time. Blood dripped from his mouth. You damn bastard, if you hadn't stole Dad's devil fruit ability and his spell power, would you be able to let you play for the tiger here at this time? Double sword Baista. His eyes were full of anger at this time. This is a world where the weak eat the strong, and strength is enough to represent everything. Don't you even see this clearly? After seeing Baista's anger, Blackbeard's face can be said to be full of ridicule. This world can be said to be extremely cruel enough to make everyone tremble. Baista's anger can be said to be an extremely childish behavior for Blackbeard. Haven't you adapted to the cruelty of this world? Blackbeard, even if I die, I will take a bite out of you. Baista's powerful sword chi burst out in an instant. Vulnerable waste. The power of the powerful quake fruit with his right fist clenched once again erupted. The power that once belonged to Whitebeard was famous, and the power to deter the whole world of the shocking fruit was once again displayed in this world. Go to hell. The power of the shaking fruit is devastating, and the moment Baista's sword chi touches the shaking fruit, it can be said to be instantly shattered. Puff puff. The strength is even only comparable to that of the elite lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. How could he be the opponent of Blackbeard, the spell warrior who has surpassed the 4 emperors now? Or in other words, the entire Whitebeard pirates simply did not have the strength to resist Blackbeard. The powerful force makes everyone despair. Could it be that today is the day my Whitebeard pirates perished? Is it true that the Whitebeard pirates, once famously known as the world's #1 pirate group, are really in decline today? At this time, the hearts of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be full of sadness. The Whitebeard pirates used to be known as the strongest existence in the world, but now, it's over. The prestigious Whitebeard pirates today can be said to be doomed. Diamond Joes also knew that Blackbeard was powerful, but at this time the island under their feet was the only territory of the entire Whitebeard pirates. They have already lost the qualification to retreat again. Blackbeard, even if we are ghosts, we won't let you go. One day you will get retribution. His body was full of blood. At this time, Diamond Joes is already at the end of the game. However, his eyes were still full of unyielding. Chapter 479 The Battle Between Blackbeard and Akainu. Diamond Joes, you will bring your white beard. See, the once glory of the thief group will be destroyed together with this island. At this time, it can be said that Blackbeard has the advantage. His heart can be said to be filled with infinite pride and arrogance. The once brilliant Whitebeard pirates have fallen into decline in his hands today. He ended the entire Whitebeard pirates and created the era of Blackbeard that belonged to him. Go to hell, Whitebeard pirates. The power of clenching fists with both hands and shaking the fruit got the biggest boost. His heart was full of pride, and Blackbeard struck out with both hands. Boom 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 boom. The last island belonging to the Whitebeard pirates was destroyed. At the same time, it also means that the only mark of the 19th Whitebeard pirates in this world has been erased. From now on, who will dare to disobey me on the sea area? I will surpass Whitebeard to become the strongest existence above the sea. My heart is full of infinite pride. Blackbeard at this time can be said to have reached the most glorious moment in his life. He personally ended the pirate group he was once proud of. This is the pirates, a bunch of stupid bastards. At this time, a huge naval fleet on the sea not far from the sea area can be said to be gradually approaching here. After seeing that Blackbeard ended the entire Whitebeard pirates with his own hands, the face of Akainu, who had just become a spell warrior, was full of ridicule. This is the pirate. Naked pirates with only interests. Just when Blackbeard led his Blackbeard pirates to end the entire Whitebeard pirates, just when Blackbeard led the Blackbeard pirates to win the fruits of victory, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, because at this time a huge naval fleet has quietly come here. Sabo, the monkey charm warrior, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Blackbeard still doesn't know that Akainu has become a spell warrior. After he saw the two people standing on the deck of the leading fleet, Blackbeard's face suddenly filled with gloom. Could it be that the Navy also intends to blend in? Is the Navy planning to steal the fruits of victory he finally won? It's getting more and more interesting. Does the Navy look down on my power? With a look of anger on his face, for Blackbeard, this kind of behavior by the Navy is contempt for his power. After all, he is also a spell warrior who cannot be slandered by others. Navy, do you think that if you send Sabo over, you can completely settle me? The words were full of sarcasm. The powerful aura exploded instantly enough to sweep everything. Blackbeard. Seeing the Blackbeard on the pirate ship not far away, Akainu's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, do you think that a mere general of yours is my opponent? Blackbeard, who was originally looking at Sabo, was full of disdain when he heard Akainu's roar. After all, in Blackbeard's heart, only Sabo, who is also a spell warrior, can be his opponent. Although Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters is powerful, he is not a big threat to Blackbeard. After all, in the history of the world today, only a spell warrior can kill a spell warrior. Navy 6-step moonwalk. As an Admiral Akainu, he can also be said to be extremely proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy. In addition to its powerful devil fruit, the Admiral's 2-color domineering and physical skills can also be said to be a headache for those monsters in the New World. After all, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters represents a powerful monster. In the original book, Akainu can even fight against Aokiji on an island in the New World for 10 days and 10 nights. This represents a terrifying physique. In the past you really gave me a lot of headaches, but for me now, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters is just an ant in my eyes. Looking at the impacted Akainu, Blackbeard's whole body was entangled with the power of the dark fruit. At the same time, he also involuntarily held the horse charm tightly in his hand, because for Blackbeard, even if he loses the power of the dark fruit and the shock fruit, he is reluctant to lose the power of the horse charm. After all, the horse charm represents one of the strongest forces in the world. Blackbeard, who has the horse charm, has increased his strength tenfold. Dragon charm, dragon blast. Just when Akainu rushed in front of Blackbeard, Akainu, whose right hand turned into billowing lava, directly used the power of the dragon charm. The power of the dragon charm blasting exploded instantly. Dark fruit swallowed. The power of the dark fruit is like the billowing wolf smoke and swallowed up the incoming magma. Chapter 480 Attacking Blackbeard. Boom boom boom. Just like the mud cow entering the sea, when the violently burning and boiling rock berry touches this dark power, it can be said to be swallowed instantly. The dark fruit has the power to devour everything. The powerful devouring power can devour any natural attack ability. Your strength, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, is not enough. Seeing that the power of my dark fruit is indeed restrained after the rock berry fruit, the corners of Blackbeard's mouth can be said to be full of pride. The Admiral level master who once made him extremely fearful was as vulnerable as a baby in front of him. Do you think my power is really like this? Facing Blackbeard's ridicule, Akainu's eyes were filled with cruelty. Dragon blast. At this moment, Akainu's spare left hand was covered with a powerful armament. At the same time, the power of the dragon charm is wrapped in this left hand. Shake the fruit. In the face of Akainu's armed arrogance, in the face of this powerful iron fist, Blackbeard used the power of the shock fruit to bombard it with a punch. Boom boom boom. The left fist covered with the domineering aura of armament and the power of the dragon charm collided with the iron fist covered with the power of the shocking fruit of the Blackbeard. Bang 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 bang. But it was unexpected, something that all the members of the Blackbeard pirates did not expect. In their opinion, Blackbeard, who should be invincible, actually flew backwards quickly under the attack of this punch. How is this possible? Captain Blackbeard was defeated by Akainu. Captain Blackbeard has the power of the original Whitebeard shaking fruit. When did Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters become so powerful? All the members of the Blackbeard pirates, their eyes can be said to be full of fear and disbelief. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters actually possesses the power to repel Blackbeard and the power to repel the shock fruit. How is this possible? This scene can be said to shock everyone. It can be said that they simply cannot believe what is in front of them. The dignified talisman warriors have the ability to double devil fruit, and even the Blackbeard who can easily defeat the 4 emperors. He actually took a few steps back under Akainu's attack. No, you are also a spell warrior. Blackbeard, who stepped back a few steps, had an angry look on his face. His eyes were full of angry anger. But what surprised Blackbeard the most was that he felt an amazing power from Admiral Akainu. It was obviously the power of a spell, because only the power of a spell could make him feel dangerous. I didn't expect you to become a spell warrior too. Blackbeard's words can be said to be full of surprise, and at the same time his eyes can also be said to be full of greed. But you, who just became a spell warrior, want to come and challenge me, who has the power of a full-body spell warrior? Do you think my Blackbeard is easy to bully? Although the words were extremely angry, Blackbeard's eyes were full of greed, because he wanted to have the spell power that Admiral Akainu had at this time. Become a double spell warrior. Want to have my spell warrior power? Don't be delusional. Akainu can be said to have seen Blackbeard's desire for the power of the spell in his body at a glance. But will Akainu make it easy for Blackbeard to get the magic power within him? This can be said to be completely wishful thinking. I didn't expect you to be so daring. Blackbeard didn't even think that Akainu would dare to come to him when he didn't become a real perfect spell warrior. For Akainu's behavior, Blackbeard can be said to be full of ridicule. The spell warrior in the seal and the perfect spell show that they represent two meanings. Blackbeard completely possesses the power to kill Akainu, of course, so I accompanied him here. At this time, Lieutenant General S.A. Wangzia Hao appeared. Faced with Blackbeard, who is known as one of the world's top powerhouses, Sabo can be said to have no worries at all, because he is also a complete spell warrior with a terrifying power in this world that can be said to destroy the world. Admiral Sabo, Monkey Charm Warrior of the Navy headquarters. Sure enough, how could your Navy and the world government leave such a good opportunity to me? Looking at the monkey spell warrior Sabo who appeared in front of him. For the appearance of Sabo, Blackbeard can also be said to be expected. After all, the world government and the Navy headquarters cannot be that stupid. Chapter 481. The Scary Spell Warrior. I didn't expect that in order to deal with me, your world government Navy headquarters can be said to have put all their effort into it. He looked at the two spell warriors standing in front of him. Blackbeard's face can be said to be full of ridicule. It seemed to him that the two spell warriors in front of him gave him a very strong sense of crisis. But this sense of crisis is not really fatal. He is just mocking the actions of the world government. After all, who made you Blackbeard? Who gave you the spell of Whitebeard and the power of Devil Fruit? Facing Blackbeard's mocking, Sabo's face was full of disdain. It was as if the mockery in front of him was worthless to Sabo. Is this the spell you want to get? Raising his right hand, what he showed in front of everyone was the spell on Blackbeard's right hand. The strange light shining on the horse charm can be said to attract everyone's attention. Is this 673 a horse talisman? Originally belonged to Whitebeard's talisman power. The members of the Blackbeard pirates and the soldiers on the naval fleet that followed. At this time, after they saw the spell in Blackbeard's hand, their eyes could be said to be full of greed. After all, the power of the spell was too tempting. How many people can resist the power of the spell? After all, in this world, spells represent the top power in this world. Possessing a spell is equal to possessing an important position and power. Possessing the power to make countless people surrender to fear in this world. This is your goal. You want to gain the power of the spell in my hand. The corners of his mouth can be said to be full of naked mockery. It seems that for Blackbeard, although the two JD talisman warriors in front of him are powerful, they are not completely irresistible to him. Sabo, the talisman warrior, once challenged the navy of the 4 emperors of the New World by himself. Do you still have the momentum and ambition that you once had as a spell warrior? The power of the horse charm instilled into Blackbeard's whole body. A powerful force continuously erupted from Blackbeard's body. At this time, Blackbeard's momentum can be said to be more and more intense. Powerful makes everyone terrified. Is this the power of Blackbeard at his peak? After feeling the amazing momentum of Blackbeard, Admiral Akainu frowns slightly, because even he can feel the power and terror of this momentum. This is a terrifying force enough to threaten him. The power of the complete body spell warrior can be said to be fully manifested at this moment. But Akainu, may or may not be easy to bully. At this time, it can be said that Akainu burst out his astonishing momentum without any reservation. The blasting power of the dragon talisman is like a constant blaster, like the blasting air wave. After all, the horse charm is just an auxiliary charm. He didn't increase the power of the spell man too much. But the dragon spell is different. The blasting power of the dragon talisman is a kind of power that represents destruction. It has amazing power. Really, Blackbeard, don't forget that I'm standing here too. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Sabo can also be said to be the explosive burst of his own momentum without the slightest reservation. Two astonishing auras converged and pressed towards Blackbeard. Earthquake. The powerful force exploded in an instant. The fists are covered with the power of the powerful shaking fruit. The power was bombarding Sabo and Akainu like an overwhelming force. The power of the monkey charm shakes the fruit. In the face of this bombardment, the shocking power of the fruit shakes. Sabo, who was standing on the side, could also be said to have shot. You must know that when Sabo wanted to become a full-body spell warrior, he went to the New World to challenge the 4 emperors. At that time, he copied all the power of the 4 emperors at that time. Once known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, the power of the shock fruit he possesses has also been copied by Sabo. Kakaka. Two powerful forces collided with each other. The whole sea area can be said to be shaking. Dragon blasting fire. It can be said that Akainu didn't hold back at the moment Sabo and Blackbeard fought. Magma is like the erupting volcano. The powerful force destroyed Kukulaxio and bombarded Blackbeard. Dark fruit swallowed. In the face of Akainu's attack, Blackbeard did not dare to take it lightly at this time. Although Akainu has not yet become a complete spell warrior, the power of his dragon spell can also be said to be extremely terrifying. Chapter 482 is like a battlefield of doomsday. Boom, boom, boom. Fighting can be said to be the only melody here. The roar of the explosion was deafening. At this time, there was no one to spy on the entire sea area. It can be said that the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy Crusade Grand Fleet selectively retreated and left the sea area, leaving the battlefield in the sea area to these 3 people. After all, the destructiveness of this battle is not something these ordinary people can mix into. The shaking caused by the shaking fruit is enough to cause the entire sea to shake. In this battlefield, only the 3 black-bearded Akainu Sabo can survive here. The top experts in the Blackbeard pirates didn't even dare to approach this battlefield. It's the world's top powerhouse. It actually possesses such a powerful force. At this time, everyone's heart can be said to be full of emotion. He sighed with emotion at the shocking battle not far away. The roar of the terrifying explosion seemed to be trembling in the sky and the earth was deafening. Everyone can be said to be caught in a daze. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What if I could also become a spell warrior? What if I also possess such a powerful power? Looking at the battle not far away, everyone's heart can be said to be full of fantasy, and the fantasy self can also have such a powerful power. Blackbeard now knows how powerful we are. Although you have a perfect spell, Sabo, are also a perfect spell warrior. The power of the shock fruit and the abilities of other devil fruits work together there. The powerful monkey charm enhances Sabo's power, and the cooperation of various devil fruits can be said to be incomparably subtle. At this time, Blackbeard was extremely embarrassed in the face of Sabo's attack, but what shocked Blackbeard even more was how powerful Akainu's attack was. The power of Dragon Talisman and Dragon Blasting can be said to be incomparably powerful. The attacks can be said to be filled with the roar of explosions. The power of the blast made Blackbeard extremely embarrassed. However, the power of the Blackbeard horse charm can also be said to be an incomparable headache. The ability to heal everything in that instant gave everyone a headache. Even though Sabo and Akainu could occasionally attack Blackbeard, Blackbeard recovered quickly with the healing power of the horse charm. Are you really planning to die? Or do you think that I, Blackbeard, are really easy to bully? If you want to kill me, do you two plan to perish together? It can be said that Blackbeard is extremely embarrassed in the face of the attack of the two, but Blackbeard, who was able to lurk in the Whitebeard pirates for so long, even replaced Whitebeard as the world's top powerhouse. His will can also be said to be extremely strong. If it really comes to the last moment, then Blackbeard can completely make up the idea of perishing. Today is the time when we regain the spell that originally belonged to the Whitebeard horse, and today is the time when your Blackbeard died at the hands of my Akainu. Akainu's words were filled with endless killing intent, and the power of the dragon spell in his eyes could be said to be flickering faintly faintly. Don't be delusional if you want to take the spell in my hand. The corners of his mouth can be said to be full of ridicule. For Blackbeard, he is one of the top powerhouses in the world. The power he possesses can be said to be an extremely terrifying existence. Get away from me. The power of the shock fruit is activated instantly because Blackbeard can be said to be completely immune to any attack as long as the treatment with the horse charm is not the fatal damage of that one-shot kill. Even he dared to do that kind of fight with his life. After all, the treatment of the horse charm is too powerful. Sometimes Akainu even punched Blackbeard's chest with flames running through his chest, but the treatment of the horse charm instantly saved Blackbeard from dying. Come over. But Sabo and Akainu, who had no healing ability, couldn't bear such a price. Their injuries can be said to be real injuries. Blackbeard possesses the attack power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. Even with the protection of the power of the spell, if they were attacked from the front, even Sabo and Akainu could be said to be seriously injured. Give me the damn Blackbeard. Bastard, don't be too deceiving. The entire battlefield can be said to be incomparably chaotic. Everyone could say that they were dumbfounded watching the battle not far away. The sky was torn apart and the sea trembled. The boiling magma even boiled the surrounding sea water to an incomparable boil. All the people who saw the scene had only one thought in their hearts: is everything in front of them the end? Is this the end? Small. Chapter 483, Chasing and Killing the Blackbeard Pirates. I didn't expect to let him escape in the end. The magma fell into the sea and made a piercing sound, and the strong smell of sulfur can be said to fill the entire sea area. At this time, within 100 miles of the sea area, it can be said that it is like a hell on earth. The magma is churning in the sea. The sky was even torn apart. The surrounding space was even faintly torn, and there was a feeling that it was about to shatter. But in this apocalyptic sea, there are two people standing in the sea, on an island cooled by magma. The Admiral Akainu, Charm Warrior of the Navy Headquarters. Lieutenant General Sabo, Monkey Charm Warrior of the 677 Army Headquarters. At this time, their faces can also be said to be full of emotion. They looked at the sea not far away, because this is the direction Blackbeard used to escape. The weakness of his devil fruit has been completely eliminated by the horse charm. Even if he is a devil fruit person, at this time he no longer has to fear the restraint of sea water and sea tower stones. Lieutenant General Sabo shook his head regretfully. It turned out to be the most important part of the battle. Blackbeard, who should have been defeated, jumped directly into the sea. Facing Sabo, the Blackbeard and Akainu, who jumped into the sea, it can be said that they looked at each other. You must know that Akainu is a devil fruit person. Although he possesses the power of a spell, his devil fruit ability's weakness of fearing sea water and sea tower stones has not been eliminated. Facing the black-bearded Akainu, who jumped into the sea and escaped, he completely lost his ability to pursue. Since Blackbeard has escaped, then the Blackbeard pirates are our target, unless Blackbeard would rather give up the entire Blackbeard pirates and all his territory now. Different from the eyes full of a red dog with endless killing intent, Sabo can be said to be extremely calm. After all, he knew that facing the fleeing Blackbeard at this time, they had lost the means to pursue them. But if you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple, unless Blackbeard really would rather give up the entire Blackbeard pirates and all his territory now. But is this something that Blackbeard can easily give up? If he went to these places, would Blackbeard still be able to gain a foothold in the whole new world? In that case, let's destroy the entire Blackbeard pirates. Having lost the entire Blackbeard pirates, then Blackbeard can be said to be nothing to fear. Infinite killing intent erupted in his eyes. The Blackbeard pirates can also be said to have countless top-level masters. These top masters and countless pirates are the reason why Blackbeard can occupy the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. If he loses these top masters and the huge number of pirates, even if Blackbeard has powerful strength, he will not be able to stabilize the situation in the sea area. Destroy the entire Blackbeard pirates. Reassign the entire island of the Whitebeard pirates under the jurisdiction of our navy. The words were filled with endless killing intent. For Akainu, who is known as absolute justice, even if he kills all the pirates under Blackbeard's command, he will not show the slightest mercy. After all, in Akainu's heart, these pirates can be said to be damned people. All the navies were ordered to encircle and suppress the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Anyone who dares to stop them will be executed. The words were full of murderous intent. What about the naval fleet that chose to retreat because of that war? At this time, they can be said to have gathered here quickly. However, because of the previous war, it can be said that the seabed situation of the sea area has been completely changed. These warships did not dare to get too close. However, General Akainu's words still reached the ears of these people. Destroy the Blackbeard pirates. Destroy the Blackbeard pirates. This huge naval fleet. After they heard General Akainu's order through the battle just now, these navy soldiers knew about the invincible terrifying power of Admiral Akainu and Admiral Admiral Sabo. At this time, their hearts can also be said to be full of excitement. As long as the Blackbeard pirates are lost, Blackbeard, you won't be able to run for long. Standing there looking at the fleet of the Navy, Akainu, who used the moon step to jump on top of his warship, can be said to be full of pride and ambition in his heart at this time. After all, as long as he completely unlocks the power of the spell, then he will have the power to rival Aokiji, and then he will be able to compete for the position of Admiral and fulfill his dream. Admiral Akainu, who pursues iron-blooded justice. In his opinion, General Aokiji's set of justice will not work at all. Only by beheading all those who oppose the world government and the Navy headquarters can the whole world usher in peace. Chapter 484 Hunter and Prey Reversal. How is this possible? How could Lord Blackbeard lose to the Navy? This is fake. How is this possible? Master Blackbeard is a powerful spell warrior. How could he possibly be defeated? When Blackbeard was defeated and quickly escaped from here, all the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates who saw this scene, their hearts can be said to be full of fear and disbelief. How could this be invincible in their minds? The spell warrior Blackbeard, how could he possibly fail? Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the roar of artillery fire suddenly sounded beside these pirate ships. Crash crash crash. The cannonball smashed into the sea, causing waves of seawater. The pirates, who were full of fear before, can be said to have completely woken up at this time. Is it still time for them to be in a daze? The Navy has attacked 19. Hurry up and escape from here. Lord Blackbeard was defeated by the Navy. Escape. The members of the Blackbeard pirates who originally encircled and suppressed the Whitebeard pirates still dare to stay here at this moment. Running and shouting has become the only melody here. Everyone can say that they ran for their lives here. The pirate ship can be said to be driven to the fastest speed. It can be said that none of the pirates dare to stay here. All they think of is to run away quickly and escape from here. Damn Navy, don't deceive people too much. The Navy warships that came in pursuit, the cannonballs on their warships can be said to be without the slightest reluctance. Those cannonballs smashed towards the pirate ships of the Blackbeard pirates as fast as they wanted. No money. The huge naval crusade fleet composed of more than a dozen warships. How sharp their artillery fire is. Under the attack of countless artillery fire, the pirate ship of the Blackbeard pirates can also be said to have suffered heavy losses. Some of them were hit by shells and lost the ability to continue to escape the pirate ships. Some of them chose to surrender directly, and some even planned to fight to the death. However, with the huge strength of the Navy fleet, these pirates who planned to resist had only one consequence, but they were sunk by the Navy's powerful shells and sank under the sea. The huge naval fleet here recklessly destroys the pirate ships belonging to the Blackbeard pirates, and the violent artillery fire can be said to be devastating. Once any slow-running pirate ship is overtaken by the naval fleet, the only fate facing them is to be sunk into the sea. Navy, don't be too deceiving. Countless pirates were there crying and shouting. Their words can be said to be full of cursing the Navy. But for the Navy, the pirates in front of them are all their exploits. Moreover, there are many relatives in the Navy who joined the Navy because they were killed by pirates. They can be said to have an incomparable hatred for pirates. Don't shoot with their nonsense brothers to kill these evil pirates. Damn bastards, you didn't think you would have today, right? The words can be said to be full of endless killing intent. It seems that killing these pirates is enough for these navies to fill their hearts with pleasure. Damn bastard, even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't spare you easily. The sound of cursing could be said to sound continuously. However, the Navy's firepower did not stop in the slightest. Countless shells smashed towards the warship where the Blackbeard pirates were. Hurry up and escape from here. Don't let them go easily. Damn bastard, we won't let you go easily. If you want to escape from our hands, don't be delusional. Pirates are damned beings. You shouldn't exist in this world at all. The angry roars of the Navy and pirates can be said to be constantly sounding here. But what if that was the case? It can be said that the pursuit of the Navy is not at all smooth. Countless members of the Blackbeard pirates were surrounded and killed by the Navy. Before, it was the Blackbeard pirates who used to be proud of the entire Whitebeard pirates. At this time, they can be said to have become like cattle and sheep being slaughtered. These pirates did not expect that their characters would have turned so dramatically from a hunter to a prey. At this moment, it can be said that they clearly felt the thoughts in the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates who were once hunted down by them. How infuriating it is. But even so, this wouldn't change their fate of being hunted down, just like they never let go of the Whitebeard pirates. This is how fate took an astonishing reversal. Chapter 485 The Oath of Vince Mockerjug. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters and Vice Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters joined forces to defeat the pirate Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates were all killed by the Blackbeard pirates. Time passed quickly, and in less than 3 days, these two pieces of news could be said to have spread all over the world. First of all, Blackbeard pursued and killed the Whitebeard pirates involved voluntarily and eventually wiped out the entire Whitebeard pirates. Next, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters and Vice Admiral Sabo teamed up to defeat Blackbeard, a spell warrior, and even destroyed the entire Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates did not expect that when they just defeated the Whitebeard pirates, they would be defeated by the Navy. This can be said to be laughed at by everyone like a joke. The Blackbeard pirates have become the object of ridicule by the whole world. Damn bastard, damn Navy, do you think my Blackbeard is really easy to bully? At this time, on an extremely desolate island in this new world, Blackbeard, who escaped from death, can be said to be full of anger at this moment. After getting a newspaper from the newsbird in the past, Blackbeard knows that he escaped from the effects of the final destruction of the entire Blackbeard pirates. Everything that I have worked so hard to manage can be said to be completely in vain. Damn Navy, damn world government, do you think I'm really easy to bully? He tightly held the horse charm in his hand. Powerful power was continuously instilled into Blackbeard's body from the horse spell. At this time, Blackbeard was extremely angry. Hatred filled his eyes and anger filled his chest. Navy, get ready for my Blackbeard's revenge. The power of the shake fruit and the power of the dark fruit can be said to be activated at the same time. The power of the shaking fruit vibrates the entire space. The power of the dark fruit is like darkness covering the entire island. The top power that surpasses the four emperors is not an existence that this world can easily resist. Is this the new world? Vince Moclajo, who came to the new world from the North Sea after untold hardships. At this time, her journey along the way can also be said to have become a little mature. This is the paradise of pirates. It's a feast for the strong here. Here is the grave of the weak. Relying on the powerful technology of the Wensmoke family, Wensmoke Leju, with her strength, can only be said to be able to temporarily protect herself in the whole new world. Even when he met the top powerhouses, Vince Moclajo, it could be said that there was no room for him to fight back. It's really possible to get the power of a spell. With a hint of hesitation in her heart, the reason why Vince Moclajo came to the new world after leaving the North Sea Empire is that she heard that the new world is the most promising place to gain the power of a spell warrior. After all, the new world is the place with a large number of spell warriors, and it is also the place with the most chance for spell warriors to fall. Once the talisman warrior falls, the talisman power in the talisman warrior's body will be transformed into a talisman. If I can obtain the power of the spell, then I can control the entire Vinsmoke family, and even the entire North Sea Empire, and I will not be abandoned like a chess piece again. For her own fate, Vinsmoke Lejo can be said to be extremely angry. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, she was abandoned at will like a chess piece. I will definitely gain the power of the spell, even if it means sacrificing my life, because I want to control my own destiny. I don't want to be easily controlled by my own destiny again. I want to control my own destiny in my own hands. Raising his head and looking at the sea in the distance, this world is full of dangers. At this moment, Vince Moclajo, Wang Zhaozhao, can say that he feels the evil of this world. In any case, even if I give up all my destiny, my life, I will gain the power to control my own destiny, the power of spells. Eyes full of hatred and firmness were for Vince Moclajo. He didn't want to be discarded at will like a pawn again. Boom boom boom. It was as if the heavens had also felt the call of Vince Moclajo. The lightning and thunder above the sky can be said to be extremely terrifying. It was as if the heavens were also responding to Vince Moclajo's oath to the heavens. Chapter 486, Blackbeard and Doflamingo's Mind. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect this little girl to be able to call me. Just when Vince Moclajo raised his head to the sky and roared, he made up his mind. It was as if he felt the call of Vince Moclajo, and the Holy Master could say that he felt the existence of Vince Moclajo. If it weren't for the fact that Akainu hadn't completely absorbed and unsealed the power of the dragon charm, the Holy Master at this time might not have entered the body of Vince Moclajo because of the call of Vince Moclajo and bestowed it on him. The power of her spell. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. I'm looking forward to you, looking forward to the day when you can really call me. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. At this time, with the continuous unblocking of the power of the spell, the Holy Master can also be said to feel that the world's rejection of him can also be said to be decreasing. Total 677. One day I will rule the world and control the whole world. The Holy Master's heart can also be said to be full of pride and ambition. I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. Blackbeard, the biggest winner of the Battle of the Top, why are you free to come to me today? Doflamingo, who is also one of the spell warriors, looked at the Blackbeard in front of him with a smile. Brother Doflamingo, why am I here? Don't you know? Facing Doflamingo's Blackbeard with a mocking look, his face was full of anger. However, considering the current situation, he could only say that he suppressed the anger in his heart. Navy's Crusade Fleet. Spell Warrior, Admiral Akainu of the Navy Headquarters. Admiral Sabo, Sabo, the spell warrior. I didn't expect that your Blackbeard would actually become Akainu's goal to increase his fame. Although Blackbeard is extremely powerful, he possesses the power of a horse charm and the ability of the dark fruit to shake the fruit. But for Doflamingo, who is also a complete spell warrior, Blackbeard couldn't give him a powerful threat at all. This is his complete self-confidence as a spell warrior. Doflamingo doesn't speak secretly. I think you should know the reason why I came here. The Navy and the world government are really deceiving people, and with your strength you can't resist the crusade of the Navy and the world government. How about the alliance between you and me? Blackbeard's face was full of anger, as if he was full of disdain for the actions of the Navy and the world government, but he had forgotten how he made fun of the Navy and the world government before. Are you and I allied to deal with the Akainu Sabo and the two? There was a cruel smile on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. To know which one, JD, as a spell warrior, is not full of greed for the power of the spell warrior, since knowing that the spell in the spell warrior can be controlled by others after the death of the spell warrior, everyone can be said to be full of greed for this power, and everyone wants to have more spell power. After all, the first generation of spell warriors all know that when the 12 spells are completely unsealed, the Holy Lord will appear in this world to take the power of all spells. For these spell warriors who have long been accustomed to this powerful force, how could they allow their power to be taken away by the Holy Lord again? Yes, with the strength of you and me, it is enough to defeat the two Sabo Akainu. If the two of us can join forces to kill them both completely, then you and I can completely divide the two spells equally. Blackbeard's eyes can be said to be full of greed. After all, that is a spell. Since he has the power of the horse spell, Blackbeard's heart can also be said to be full of greed for other spells. Who doesn't want to be the master of all spell warriors and control the power of spells? Is it possible to kill Akainu Sabo and share the spell they both have? If I am a double spell warrior, then I can go to the North Sea Empire to capture the rat spell that originally belonged to Lilugo. I can still kill you and get 2 of your charms. At that time, even if the Holy Lord comes, I will not be able to defeat me with the power of 5 charms. At this time, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of various thoughts. His mind can be said to move quickly. It's not just Doflamingo. In fact, it can be said that Blackbeard has such an idea in his heart. First, they will form an alliance with each other to defeat Akainu Sabo and seize the power of their spells. He hesitated to grab another spell from the opponent because they also understand that the only person in this world that they can rely on is themselves. Chapter 487 Bloody New World. The Blackbeard Pirates can be said to be a complete joke. Blackbeard was defeated by the Navy, and all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates were arrested by the Navy. Time passed by, and the news could be said to have spread throughout the sea very quickly. Everyone can be said to be full of ridicule, which is a mockery of the entire Blackbeard Pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates, the biggest victor of the entire Battle of the Top. Before they could enjoy the fruits of victory, just when they defeated the Whitebeard Pirates, they were defeated by the Navy and became the defeated generals of the Navy. Now the entire island of the Whitebeard Pirates is completely under the jurisdiction of our Navy. At this time, on this island that originally belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, the talisman warrior Sabo, who followed him, had a grim look on his face at this moment. Now they have only one thing to do, and that is to find Blackbeard to eradicate this last remnant. Haven't you found the location of Blackbeard yet? The eyes of Akainu, who came to Sabo's side, can be said to be full of murderous intent, and the boiling murderous intent seemed to make everyone shudder. Since gaining the power of the dragon talisman, Akainu's heart can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. He has become more arrogant and bloodthirsty, as if no one is worth mentioning in front of him, even if it is. What about destroying a country in order to complete a mission? At this time, in Akainu's heart, the value of life can be said to have reached its lowest point. The justice in his heart is the most righteous existence. It looks like you haven't fully mastered the power of the spell. Sabo turned his head and glanced at Akainu. Sabo can also be said to have an incomparable understanding of Akainu's state at this time. This can be said to be a journey that every spell warrior must go through. The power of the spell is too powerful, and the power of the spell is enough to affect the psychology of every spell warrior. Only when the spell warrior truly controls the power of the spell will he become a complete spell warrior without being swayed by the power of the spell. The current Akainu is only controlled by the power of the spell. All the pirates in the entire original Whitebeard Pirates have been caught almost completely at this time, and even the Blackbeard Pirates have not missed the slightest at this time. Sabo shook his head helplessly, and his eyes could be said to have a hint of helplessness. Under the leadership of Akainu's iron and blood, what the entire Navy carried out can be said to be a massacre like the autumn wind sweeping leaves. The behavior of it can be said that all the resistance forces in the entire sea area were almost completely destroyed. Pirates are all damned people. Anyone who dares to rebel against the world world government and against the Navy headquarters is worthy of death. In Akainu's words, it can be said that there is not the slightest flinch. It seems to him that any pirate, anyone who dares to resist the world government and the Navy, is the one who deserves death. Even if he beheaded countless pirates here, none of the pirates here are kind people in Akainu's heart. I really didn't expect it. Doflamingo actually chose to form an alliance with Blackbeard. At this time, Sabo took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was the information obtained by the intelligence officers in the Navy headquarters. Here is a detailed record of the alliance between Doflamingo and Blackbeard. This means that the two spell warriors, Doflamingo and Blackbeard, have achieved a unified goal to deal with Sabo and Akainu in the New World. Brother Doflamingo, this is a man who deserves death for sin. 0. After hearing Sabo say Doflamingo's name, Akainu's eyes were full of disdain. What about Doflamingo's old-fashioned spell warrior? Even if Akainu has not yet become a real complete body spell warrior, but Akainu is extremely confident in his own strength, and he is confident that he has powerful strength. Even in the face of a perfect spell warrior, he can be said to be without the slightest timidity. Don't you know the difference between a full-body spell warrior and a spell warrior in a sealed state? The alliance between Doflamingo and Blackbeard means that we have to face two powerful enemies at the same time. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, Sabo looked at Akainu with a smile on his face. The power possessed by a perfect spell warrior can be said to be incomparably terrifying. If it wasn't for the fear of Aokiji's full-body spell warrior power, how could Akainu easily come to the New World and give up the choice to compete with Aokiji for the position of Admiral? Small. Chapter 488 Complete Body Spell Warrior. Could it be? At this moment, Sabo suddenly turned his head and looked at Akainu with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Have you unlocked the seal of the spell warrior and become a complete spell warrior? There was a hint of disbelief in the words. How long did Akainu just become a spell warrior? Could it be that Akainu completely untied the seal of the spell in such a short period of time and became a complete spell warrior? What a spell warrior needs is an incomparably huge reputation. You must know that I am an admiral of the Navy headquarters. 680 As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, I already have an incomparably huge reputation. This time, the annihilation of the entire Blackbeard pirates has made my reputation reach its peak. The words were full of confidence, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a smile. As a former Admiral Akainu, it can be said that he has personal pride. The admiral of the naval headquarters was originally a nuclear weapon-level powerhouse used by the world government and the naval headquarters to deter the entire world. Akainu's own prestige is already incomparably huge. Since he became a spell warrior, this news can be said to have quickly spread all over the world under the propaganda of the world government. Akainu can be said to have acquired a huge power of beings in a short period of time. This is why Akainu dared to fight with him for the position of admiral after returning from the New World. That's right, at this time, I have completely become a complete spell warrior. Facing Sabo's questioning, Akainu revealed that he became a full-body spell warrior. As expected of a former admiral, the strength really can be said to be incomparably terrifying. After hearing from Akainu's mouth that he had become a complete spell warrior, Sabo shook his head in horror. As expected, none of the admirals of the Navy headquarters are simple people. Those who can become admirals of the Navy are already the top beings in the entire Navy. You and I are both complete spell warriors, so what if Doflamingo and Blackbeard join forces? After all, Blackbeard didn't integrate the power of the spell into his body. Even if he has the power of a full-body spell warrior, you should know how huge the difference between the two is. With a confident smile on his face, Akainu can be said to be extremely confident in his own strength. After all, the Akainu at this time has become a complete spell warrior. For Akainu, a spell warrior like Blackbeard holding a spell is not seen by him at all. After all, Blackbeard is a spell warrior who holds a spell, although he has all the abilities of a full-body spell warrior. But there is a world of difference between the spells that are integrated into the body and the spells that are held. Since you have become a complete spell warrior, then I can say that there is a glimmer of hope for victory in the next battle. As long as you and I join forces to kill Doflamingo and Blackbeard, it can be said that there is no problem at all. Sabo nodded. After all, the power possessed by the two complete talisman warriors can be said to be extremely terrifying. Sabo also believes that the strength of the two of them is enough to defeat Blackbeard and even Doflamingo. And don't forget that they have an ally in the New World, and this ally is also a spell warrior, an extremely powerful and terrifying man. Sabo believes that if they deal with Doflamingo, Khorasan will not turn a blind eye. After all, for Khorasan, Doflamingo can also be said to be an incomparably formidable opponent. Moreover, the grievance between Doflamingo and Khorasan can be said to be an existence that cannot be resolved at all. Is it Khorasan, one of the seven seas under the king? There was a solemn look in his Blackbeard's eyes. For the current Akainu, the spell warrior who once made him extremely difficult is no longer able to make him a threat. I think you should know Khorasan's true identity too. With the direct hatred between Khorasan and Doflamingo, Khorasan will definitely not easily prevent this golden opportunity. Sabo quickly stated the grievances between Doflamingo and Khorasan. For Khorasan, Doflamingo was an opponent he could not easily let go of. Do you really want to do this? With your strength, I can completely end Blackbeard and brother Doflamingo. I banned with a trace of doubt. After all, for Akainu, he can be said to be absolutely confident in his own strength. He believes he has the power to defeat Blackbeard. Chapter 489. The Allied Forces of Blackbeard and Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't expect that you have gathered such a huge force. Time passed by when Blackbeard tried his best to gather the greatest strength he could gather to form an alliance with Doflamingo. When Blackbeard saw the top-ranked generals behind Doflamingo, as well as countless powerful pirates, Blackbeard's heart could be said to have a trace of horror. The 8 top generals and powerhouses who followed Doflamingo from the deep-sea prison. These 8 people completely possessed the terrifying combat power of the peak of the naval headquarters. And standing behind these 8 people are 4 general-level powerhouses. These gunners are the powerhouses that Doflamingo cultivated by using the power of his own sheep spell. Use the power of the sheep charm to bring them into the underworld and gain powerful power by hunting the soul of the underworld. Except for these 12 generals and strong men behind Doflamingo, there are dozens of terrifying combat powers with the peak of the Navy's elite lieutenant generals. That's why Blackbeard was surprised. Although Blackbeard already has the power of a full-body spell warrior, but as a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he knew that most of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and even some of them, were not able to qualify as lieutenant generals of the Navy's elite. 12 generals and powerhouses and dozens of elite lieutenant generals and powerhouses, plus the thousands of pirates with terrifying combat power. The power of the Doflamingo family finally made everyone fear it. Even the former 4 emperors cannot defeat the current Doflamingo family. Blackbeard, this is my Doflamingo's family. After seeing the shock on Blackbeard's face, Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of smiles. What if you've sneaked up on Whitebeard and even got the spell of Whitebeard's full body? The power of the spell warrior is indeed incomparably terrifying, but your current Blackbeard is nothing but a lost dog. Blackbeard can only rely entirely on my Doflamingo family now. I really didn't expect you to contain such a powerful force. If the Navy gets rid of the spell warriors, then even if the Navy headquarters gathers troops from all over the world, it will not be able to match your Doflamingo family. Although Blackbeard is an ambitious careerist, he also has no doubts about his ability and his knowledge. My Doflamingo family is the strongest existence. These 12 generals and strong men can be said to be full of pride when he hears Blackbeard's amazement at his Doflamingo family. This is the Doflamingo family that scares the whole world. This is the Doflamingo family that makes everyone tremble. The nightmare of this world, the strongest existence in this world. Although your strength is indeed good, don't forget that this world is dominated by our spell warriors. After seeing that a mere general dared to interfere in the conversation between him and Doflamingo, Blackbeard's face could also be said to be full of disdain. A spell warrior has the pride of a spell warrior. In front of a spell warrior, any strong person is as vulnerable as an ant. This is the pride of all spell warriors. Boom boom boom. It can be said that the aura of the talisman warrior instantly erupted to oppress the terrifying powerhouses behind Doflamingo. Kakaka. When this momentum exploded in an instant, the 12 generals and strong men behind Doflamingo took a step back involuntarily. But when they felt their step back, their faces could be said to be full of anger. As a senior cadre of the dignified Doflamingo family, who is one of the top combat powers, how could the 680s all choose to retreat because of an aura? What a humiliation this is. I didn't expect that you have truly mastered the power of Whitebeard's spell and possess the power of a full-body spell warrior. Brother Doflamingo, who felt this amazing momentum, only slightly frowned. After all, he is also a complete spell warrior. He also possesses the terrifying power that is known as the pinnacle in this world. At this time, the terrifying power of the spell warrior can be said to be the burster without the slightest hesitation. Blackbeard, are you planning to provoke me? Doflamingo, who was also bursting with astonishing aura, could be said to have directly overwhelmed him with his own aura without flinching at all. Even if the former general and strong man said something a little wrong, but he is also a member of my Doflamingo family and not someone you Blackbeard can bully at will. Chapter 490. The spell warriors panic about the Lord. Seeing Doflamingo Blackbeard standing up to protect his subordinates, it can only be said that he is temporarily avoiding the edge. After all, the current Blackbeard still needs Doflamingo's power to deal with the Navy. This is the strength of your Blackbeard pirates, It's just a mob. Raised his head and looked at the group behind Blackbeard, who had just the Blackbeard pirates who were urgently summoned by Blackbeard. Before Akainu and Sabo strangled the Blackbeard pirates, it can be said that they spared no effort in killing the entire Blackbeard pirates. It can be said that the entire Blackbeard pirates suffered heavy losses. These surviving pirates are just the weak cannon fodder of the Blackbeard pirates. Those powerful cotters have long since died in the hands of Sabo and Akainu. Brother Doflamingo, you should also know what happened to my Blackbeard pirates before. Right. His face was full of anger. Blackbeard looked at Brother Doflamingo angrily. What happened to my Blackbeard pirates can be said to have become a joke on the sea. What do you mean by this repeated reminder? Are you really bullying the Blackbeard pirates? Bullying me, Blackbeard? Humph. Doflamingo's face can be said to be full of naked mockery, and his eyes are full of disdain. Blackbeard can say that he has lost everything except his own powerful strength. Don't say more nonsense about Doflamingo. You and I are not much better now. A total of 4 spell warriors are occupied by the Navy and the world government. Which force in the world today is their opponent? The revolutionary army that had a chance to overthrow the world government before. It can be said that they have no news at all now. Facing Doflamingo's disdain for Blackbeard can also be said to be full of anger. But the current situation is like this. Even the powerful talisman warriors must choose to form an alliance at this moment. What does the Holy Lord mean? Is it true that the life and death of the spell warrior really doesn't matter to him at all? Now anyone with discernment can see that the world government and the Navy headquarters have occupied a huge advantage. If the spells in our hands are plundered by the world government or the Navy headquarters again, then the Navy headquarters and the world government's subordinates will occupy 6 spells. Even if the Holy Master arrives in person, will he be able to overthrow this world? At this moment Doflamingo's heart can also be said to be full of doubts. He doesn't know what happened to the choice of the Holy Master. He just watched the Navy headquarters and the world government take control of the world at once. The Lord's thoughts are not something we can guess. But for me now, there is only one thing I want to do, and that is to get more spells from Akainu and Sabo. You should know that when the 12 spells are completely unsealed, it is the time when the Holy Lord will come to the whole sea. There is only one thing the Holy Lord has to do when he comes to the sea, and that is to regain the power of the 12 spells. At that time, all the spell warriors will only be the objects that the Holy Master needs to plunder. Do you want to watch your life's achievements easily be taken away by the Holy Master like this? Blackbeard's words can be said to be full of unwillingness. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of evil smile. I control the physical charms. If I can hand over the physical charms, but for you first generation charm warriors, the charms have long been integrated into your bodies. But according to the information I know so far, your first generation of spells can only be returned to this world if you die. Do you want to be ruled by the Holy Lord after the Holy Lord's coming? With Blackbeard's narration, Doflamingo's brows can also be said to be tightly locked. Although because of the Lord's reasons, Doflamingo tore down the entire deep sea prison and left that place like a nightmare. But for the current Doflamingo, he, the kings, can be said to have no gratitude to the Lord, because Doflamingo also knew that he was just a tool used by the Holy Master to cultivate spells. Once the fruit is truly ripe, when the Holy Lord reigns over the world, it is the time when the Holy Lord finds these spell warriors and plunders the spell power in their bodies. Blackbeard, will you hand over the spell in your hands so easily? Hearing Blackbeard's story, Doflamingo looked at Blackbeard with disdain. Everything you have now is given by the horse charm. Once you lose the horse charm, you are nothing. From frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is difficult. Chapter 490. First war is imminent. The whole new world can be said to be caught in an extremely dignified atmosphere. The matter of Doflamingo's alliance with Blackbeard can also be said to have been introduced by someone unknown. The Navy side of the Navy in the New World can also be said to be rapidly shrinking the front line and seems to concentrate all its forces. Those high-level people in this world who are aware of the situation in the New World can also be said to be full of solemnity in their hearts. After all, it is too critical to say that the next battle is approaching. Will the alliance of Doflamingo and Blackbeard be able to defeat the alliance between Sabo and Akainu, and will it end the naval headquarters and the world government's full power in the New World and return the New World to the pirates? Just like the 4 emperors once ruled, the world generally rules the New World, or Doflamingo and Blackbeard were defeated by the Navy. The power of the Navy and the world government has been strengthened again. 680. What's wrong with this world? Can't this battle really end? Does this world have to fall into war? The power of the talisman warriors is so powerful. Can't they end this troubled world? The people who are in the midst of the war in the New World, their hearts can also be said to be full of doubts. What is going on in this world? Why keep fighting like this? 2 top battles not long ago. The confrontation between the 4 pirate emperors. The battle between spell warriors and spell warriors. The whole new world did not have the slightest stability because of the appearance of the talisman warriors. Instead it became more and more chaotic. Everyone's heart can be said to be full of doubts. What is going on in this world? Why did JD become what it is now? Could it be that the talisman warriors who claim to have conquered this world cannot end this troubled world with their power? Is there no one in this world who can end this troubled world and bring the whole world into peace? All we want is a stable and peaceful world. Those innocent people in the new world can be said to be full of unease in their hearts. Their request can also be said to be extremely simple. All they want is a stable society where the family can live in peace. However, in this cruel world, under the law of the jungle where the weak eat the strongest, strength means that all weak and innocent people cannot survive normally. Are all navies ready for battle? Today is when we end Doflamingo and Blackbeard on the waters where the Whitebeard pirates used to be. It has been built into a solid naval base by the Navy. Dozens of naval warships are busy here. Countless Navy soldiers ran quickly towards the warships by the pier because they also knew that the next battle could be said to determine the future of the whole new world. Come on, we will definitely end the evil source of evil in the new world. Our Navy is the strongest existence. Those senior naval officers arranged warships on the one hand and boosted the morale of these Navy soldiers on the other. After all, battles can also be said to be extremely important to morale. The Navy will win and justice will win. The Navy will win and justice will win. Tens of thousands of troops led by 10 elite lieutenants are here to quickly suppress the military preparers, and surrounding the 10 elite lieutenant generals are dozens of ordinary lieutenant generals. It can be said that most of the military forces of the Navy are gathered here. At the same time, it also represents the determination of the Navy and the world government for this battle. Today is you and I end the days of Doflamingo and Blackbeard. Akainu listened to the shouts of the tens of thousands of troops not far away. At this moment his face can be said to be full of astonishing killing intent. He wants to establish his position as Admiral of the Navy through this battle. It can be said that the fate of Doflamingo and Blackbeard can no longer be changed. Facing Akainu's words, Sabo can also be said to have no hesitation because he believes that with the power of 2 complete spell warriors, himself and Akainu, army attack, destroy Blackbeard and Doflamingo's pirate league. When all navies are ready with dozens of warships ready to go, Akainu standing on the flagship. At this moment he can be said to be full of pride and ambition. After all, if the alliance of Blackbeard and Doflamingo can be completely destroyed, then this can be said to be a great achievement for Akainu. At that time he can fully rely on this record to ascend to the position of Admiral and compete with Aokiji for the position of Admiral. Chapter 492 The Outbreak of the Battle. Dragon Spell Warrior Akainu. Sabo, the Monkey Spell Warrior. Your spell will be mine. At the same time, on the sea not far from here, the huge pirate fleet that Blackbeard and Doflamingo allied with has approached here. Dozens of pirate ships stretched across the entire sea. On the pirate ship are the terrifying pirate flags that make countless people in the whole new world terrified. These people can be said to be famous in the whole new world. I will control the power of the spell. The eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses can also be said to be filled with an aura of evil. After all, it is enough for them to control enough spells, control enough power. Report that in front of Lord Doflamingo we found a large naval fleet. When the navy fleet and the pirate fleet gradually moved towards mutual dependence, there are some domineering and powerful masters who have seen and heard, and they can even feel the huge naval fleet covering the entire sea not far away. Is the real decisive battle about to start now? Doflamingo's eyes were filled with endless killing intent because for him at this moment this battle had long been the expectation in his heart. Gained enough spell warrior power to become the strongest spell warrior, and even killed his younger brother Khorasan himself. Ha ha ha, the much anticipated battle is now finally coming to an end. Yet, my Blackbeard will become the most dazzling existence in the entire battlefield. Blackbeard's heart can also be said to be full of infinite ambition. After all, as long as everyone is a spell warrior, everyone wants to have more spells to become the strongest existence. Bombardment. When the pirate ship and the navy warship met in this distant sea, the well-equipped navy suddenly let out a roar of artillery shells. In terms of armament power, how could pirates be better than this? With a navy carefully crafted by the world government, dozens of warships and nearly 1,000 cannons are rapidly bombarding this pirate ship. Empty shock of the power of shaking the fruit. In the face of this bombardment of thousands of shells, Blackbeard clenched his fists with both hands and shook the fruit's power into his fists. I saw his fists heavily bombard the air in front of him. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. When the two fists collided with the air, the space in front of Blackbeard seemed to make a cracking sound like a broken lens. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of shells from this attack exploded in the sky at the same time. Damn Blackbeard! Blackbeard. Damn the power of the shock fruit. Akainu, who was standing on the naval warship, was full of infinite killing intent at this moment when he saw that the attack of the navy was completely destroyed by the attack of Blackbeard. Akainu's heart can be said to be filled with infinite anger. Brother Doflamingo will leave it to me. At this moment, Sabo, who was standing beside Akainu, saw that his body changed rapidly. The power of the monkey spell replicates the ice dragon. Sabo directly used the power of the monkey charm, combining the power of the dragon of Kaido of the original 4 emperors and beasts with the power of the frozen fruit of the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters to create an ice dragon that was constantly bursting with cold energy. The ice dragon was full of powerful cold air. The cold air is bone-chilling. Ice Age. You should be the guns of my Navy warships. An ice dragon with a body of more than 100 meters flying above the 9 heavens. I saw him open his huge dragon mouth, and a cold air instantly froze the secrets of Doflamingo and the pirate group under Blackbeard's command. At this time, the entire pirate fleet was completely frozen on the sea surface by the cold air. Zero. Damn it. After seeing that the pirate fleet he led was frozen in the sea, after seeing that all pirate ships have been completely incapacitated, they can only be allowed to attack by those navies outside this ice surface. Doflamingo raised his head and looked at Sabo above the sky. Lieutenant Admiral Monkey Charm Warrior Sabo, have the ability to copy everything, then let me ask for advice today. An astonishing fighting intent erupted in his eyes. The Overlord's arrogance exploded instantly. Under the control of Doflamingo, the domineering target of the Overlord is only one, and that is the ice dragon Sabo, which is flying above the 9 heavens. Isn't it just the tyrannical domineering? In the face of this attack, the tyrannical arrogance came. At the same time, Sabo also burst out with his powerful Overlord's arrogance. The two domineering forces collided in the air. A dazzling thunder flashed in the space. This is the small light of thunder and lightning produced by the collision of two domineering forces. Chapter 493. The Power of Dragon Spell Terror. Damn Blackbeard, today is your doom. Dragon Charm, Dragon Blast. Even when Sabo and Doflamingo fought together, Akainu on the warship was not slow at all, but quickly killed Blackbeard. The explosive power of the Dragon Talisman instantly motivated him. Dragon Charm, Dragon Blast, Fire Breath. The power of the Rock Berry is even more powerful when coupled with the ability of the Dragon Spell and Dragon Blasting. It's good. Although you are also a spell warrior, today I, Blackbeard, will let you know that my horse spell is the strongest force in the world. 683. In the face of the attack, Akainu Blackbeard rushed towards him quickly. After all, Blackbeard, who possesses the power of the horse charm, would not have the slightest concern as long as it wasn't the one-shot kill. After all, the horse talisman has the ability to instantly heal all injuries. As long as it is not instantly beheaded, then Blackbeard has almost an immortal body. Dark fruit swallowed. The power of the dark fruit was exerted to the extreme. At this time, countless darkness erupted from Blackbeard's body and the sky was covered by this darkness. Blackbeard controls the darkest source in the world just like the Dark Lord. Boom boom boom. Akainu's magma carrying the power of the dragon spell slammed into Blackbeard's countless darkness. Whoosh whoosh. The mud cow entered the sea without causing the slightest turbulence. When the magma in the hands of Akainu touches the darkness of the dark fruit, it can be said to be quickly swallowed by the power of darkness. The power of the dark devourer Akainu Rockberry. Ha ha ha. Akainu, do you know how powerful I am now? My dark fruit is the strongest devil fruit in the world. Although you and I are also spell warriors, my devil fruit can restrain your rockberry fruit and you, but don't forget that in addition to the dark fruit, I also have the power of the shock fruit. After seeing that his darkness can really devour Akainu's magma, Blackbeard's face can be said to be full of pride. At the same time, countless darkness erupted on his left hand and Akainu's rock berries were entangled there. He raised his right hand, clenched the fist of his right hand tightly, and then wrapped an extremely powerful shock on the fist. The power of fruit. The power of shaking the fruit is empty shock. The right fist wrapped in the power of the Zhen fruit slammed heavily towards Akainu. Kakaka kakaka. The entire space shattered instantly. Do you think the power of my dragon spell is like this? At this moment, Akainu suddenly raised his right leg and a strange force was wrapped around Akainu's right leg. Bump. Facing the space that was shattered by the power of the shaking fruit, Akainu slammed into the shattered space without the slightest fear. Boom. It's like a meteorite hitting the earth. A violent roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Everyone can say that they can't help but look here, because the roar of the explosion here is too loud. Everyone is full of curiosity. What is going on? Why is the movement of the battle so huge? This is too exaggerated. When everyone looks at this place, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. There seems to be a black hole where Akainu and Blackbeard attacked and collided. The attack of the two completely exceeded the limit of this world. Is it the power of a spell warrior fighting with all his strength? Although the scene in front of them does not know how many times it has appeared, they can say in their hearts that the 8 general-level powerhouses who once followed Doflamingo to conquer the world once again saw this terrifying power is full of fear. Is this the strongest force in the world? The unparalleled terrifying power of a fully talisman warrior? Is it the power of dragon talisman and dragon blasting? As expected, it is a spell belonging to the combat system. Feeling the great pressure, Blackbeard looked at his right fist involuntarily. The Blackbeard's right fist, which was covered with the power of the shaking fruit before, can also be said to be completely bloody at this time. The power of Akainu's dragon blast directly penetrated the Blackbeard's shock fruit. Blackbeard's horse charm has no obvious power increase. He only has the ability to instantly heal and eliminate all negative effects. He is not the kind of powerful offensive charm, and the attack power of Akainu's dragon charm can be said to be. It is extremely powerful. Now do you know how huge the gap between you and me is? Akainu looked at Blackbeard with a smug look on his face. At this time, he could be said to be full of confidence in his own strength. Chapter 494. The newly appeared spell warrior. Akainu, you are going too far. Do you think I'm really that easy to bully? Blackbeard's words can be said to be full of anger. For Blackbeard, he has never felt such a huge humiliation, especially after obtaining the spell and power of Whitebeard. Blackbeard's desire can be said to be inflated to the extreme. Are you still so naive, Blackbeard? This world is such a strong prey to the weak. I have strength that you can't beat. This is the confidence that I have above you. Facing the roaring black-bearded Akainu can be said to be full of pride. Since the appearance of the spell warrior, Akainu, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, can be said to have suffered the darkest moment in his life. First, it was defeated by Nico Robin. Afterwards, he was defeated one after another by other spell warriors. This is simply unacceptable to the proud Akainu. But now it's different. Akainu has also become a complete spell warrior with the strength to dominate his own destiny. Today is the day I will end you evil pirates, and today I will let you bear my wrath. The power of the dragon charm can be said to be fully mobilized by Akainu. Dragon charm Dragon Blast has the terrifying power to destroy everything. The power of blasting can be said to be incomparably terrifying, and it seems to have the power to destroy everything, even if it is the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit, which was once known as one of the strongest devil fruits. Even if Blackbeard possesses the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit. However, in the collision just now, the power of the shaking fruit was not the opponent of the dragon talisman and dragon blasting at all. The power of spells surpasses any power system in this world. All power is no match for spell power at all. It seems that the innate system of spell power is crushing the power system of this world. Dark fruit swallowed. I don't believe it anymore. I'm really not your opponent. At this time, Blackbeard was completely angry. He had never felt such a huge humiliation in his life. After obtaining the power of the Whitebeard spell and the devil fruit, Blackbeard felt that his life had reached the peak and he was enough to become the strongest existence in the world. However, the combined naval forces of Sabo and Akainu can be said to be completely destroyed, ruined the dream in Blackbeard's heart. Blackbeard didn't think that everything he had created would be so vulnerable in front of this coalition army. Blackbeard's heart can be said to have suffered a huge blow at this time. Damn bastard, you die for me. The power of the dark fruit is like the rolling giant waves, and it charges towards the Akainu quickly. The dark fruit at this time can be said to be the only sustenance in Blackbeard's heart, because for Blackbeard at this time, he can only use the power of the dark fruit to try to devour Akainu. Dragon charm Dragon Blast. The right hand turned into the tumbling magma, and the power of the dragon talisman was imbued on the magma. Boom! The powerful force erupted instantly, even in the face of the black mist of the extremely strange dark fruit. Akainu can also be said to have no worries at all, because the dark fruit can't swallow the power of his dragon spell at all. Blackbeard's body vomited blood and flew backwards heavily. Whoosh! But in the blink of an eye, the power of the horse charm was activated instantly, and the seriously injured Blackbeard once again returned to his peak state. You didn't think about it, did you? Do you think you can really kill me? Blackbeard, who instantly recovered all his injuries, even if his strength is obviously not Akainu's opponent, but Blackbeard, who has the horse charm treatment, is not killed in that one-shot kill state, then he can be said to be immortal and immortal. Do you think you can kill me with the horse charm? He stretched out his right hand, Blackbeard, and showed the spell in his palm in front of everyone. This is a spell that is enough to make everyone greedy. The horse charm has the ability to instantly heal all injuries. Now he's mine. Just when Blackbeard was showing off the spell in his hand in front of everyone, a little girl's voice suddenly sounded in Blackbeard's ear. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Blackbeard. Blackbeard also felt a light spell in his hand and disappeared like this. Who are you? Who are you? Damn bastard, hurry up and return the spell to me. After the spell left his body, the increased power of the spell disappeared instantly, and Blackbeard immediately felt that his power was being greatly weakened. At this moment he was roaring loudly quietly at the little girl who suddenly appeared in front of him. Who is this little girl? Why did she appear beside him so silently as if invisible? And what annoyed Blackbeard the most was that the little girl held the horse charm tightly in his hand. Chapter 495. The Completely Crazy Blackbeard. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke is one of the 12 spell warriors under the command of the Holy Lord, the Snake Spell Warrior. In his hand he held Vinsmokerju, which belonged to the power of the original Blackbeard's talisman. When he heard Blackbeard's question, there was a slight smile on Vinsmokerju's small face. But for Blackbeard, this smile would be extremely cruel. One of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master has never had a snake spell warrior. Could it be that your Akainu has become a complete spell warrior? After hearing that Vinsmokerju declared himself home and was the snake spell warrior, one of the 12 spell warriors that didn't appear, Blackbeard suddenly turned his head in disbelief and looked at Admiral Akainu, the newest spell warrior ever. That's right, I'm already that perfect spell warrior, but I didn't expect a new spell warrior in 687 to appear so quickly. It was as if he saw the doubts in Blackbeard's eyes. Akainu shook his head helplessly, and he didn't expect a new spell warrior to appear so quickly. The Vinsmoke family is the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea. Akainu turned his head to look at Vinsmokerju. After all, the current Vinsmoke family is the master of the bright side of the entire North Sea. The reputation of the Vinsmoke family has spread throughout the world with the unification of the spell warriors and the North Sea Empire. That's right, I do come from the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, but now I have no relationship with that family at all. A trace of anger flickered in Vinsmokerju's eyes, and he would never forget how easily he was abandoned by his own father, became the abandoned son of the entire Vinsmoke family. But what Vinsmokerju never expected was that when she really came to the new world, he was actually found by the Lord to become a new spell warrior. It can be said that there is a glitch in Vinsmokerju's words. He was not found by the Holy Master, but because his desire for power sensed the power of the spell. It can be said that the spell chose her, not the Lord. Although the Lord is the master of the spell, each spell will choose the object it needs to rely on. Now that I have 2 spells, I will be able to control my own destiny. Look at yourself, the horse charm in his hand and the snake charm in his body. Only at this time can Vinsmokerju truly feel his control over his own destiny. Little girl of the Vinsmoke family, I hope you can hand over the spell in your hand, otherwise you will suffer the wrath of my naval headquarters and the world government. JD. At this time, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters had an angry look on his face. If Blackbeard stole the victory of the Navy headquarters during the Battle of the Top, then the current Vinsmokerju stole the victory of their naval crusade against the Grand Fleet. You must know that Blackbeard and Doflamingo's spell are their victory in the eyes of the Navy. Earthquake. Damn little girl, return the spell to me. At this time, Blackbeard can be said to be completely angry, and at the same time, his heart can also be said to be full of fear. The power of the spell's departure took time, and what Blackbeard felt at this time was only endless despair. If the spell cannot be recaptured, then the only fate facing Blackbeard is death. How could Blackbeard, who lost the spell, be the opponent of Admiral Akainu, who is a spell warrior? Snake spell, stealth. But in front of everyone, Vinsmokerju disappeared just like that. All the aura completely dissipated in front of everyone, and even Blackbeard pushed the domineering to the extreme, but he couldn't capture the existence of Vinsmokerju. Is Vinsmokerju's spell just invisibility? You can even make your own breath completely disappear in this world. Feeling that the breath of Vinsmokerju completely disappeared even after being able to avoid the capture of his own domineering look. Standing aside, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters couldn't help frowning. After all, such a completely incapable opponent can be said to be extremely difficult to deal with. Impossible, impossible, why is this happening? At this moment, Blackbeard can be said to be completely crazy, because he knows what will happen next after he loses the power of the spell. Blackbeard's hands condensed the power that originally belonged to Whitebeard's Zhen fruit. At this point, he was completely insane. Snake Charm Vinsmokerju. Chapter 496. The Death of Blackbeard. I really didn't expect my luck to be so good, and I got a spell so easily. On an island that is 100 meters away from the sea area where the Navy crusades the Grand Fleet and the Blackbeard pirates, the Doveran pirates, it can be said that Vinsmokerju, who had just disappeared in front of Blackbeard and the others, appeared here suddenly. Looking at the deserted island in front of him, Vinsmokerju took out the horse charm in his hand. Does the horse spell claim to have a spell that instantly heals all injuries and relieves all negative effects? Looking at the spell in front of him, Vinsmokerju's mouth twitched into a smile. But almost all the spells I have are auxiliary types, and they don't have any strong attack power, and my own strength is not too strong. Although Vinsmokerju was extremely happy because of the power of the spell, but after thinking of the 2 spells she possessed at this time, Vinsmokerju could only only shake her head helplessly. Both the snake charm and the horse charm can be said to be extremely powerful charms, but these two spells are not both offensive spells, they can be said to be auxiliary spells. Moreover, Vince Mockerju itself is not actually a terror enough to be called invincible, but since I already have two spells, the chances of having other spells will greatly increase. Vince Mockerju dared to come to the New World from the North Sea to snatch the power of the spell, which is also enough to represent Vince Mockerju's powerful heart. The things in front of you can be said to be extremely difficult, but none of this could defeat Vince Mockerju. The attack power of the snake charm and the horse charm is not too strong, and Vince Mockerju itself is not too powerful, although with the power of the snake charm, Vince Mockerju can stand in the opposite direction, lost ground, but the ability to defeat those powerful spell warriors, Vince Mockerju, doesn't exist yet. In other words, the current Vince Mockerju can only use the sentence to describe it, that is, the attack is insufficient and the self-defense is more than enough. Even in the face of the attack of two spell warriors, with the strangeness of the snake spell, Vince Mockerju can escape unharmed, but Vince Mockerju did not have the power to defeat the spell warrior. This can also be said to be her fatal flaw: too much defense and not enough offense. I hate why this happens. He vomited blood, and Blackbeard's eyes were full of confusion. Why did his fate have undergone such a huge and amazing reversal? After gaining the power of Whitebeard's talisman and the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit in the Battle of the Top, Blackbeard thought his destiny could be controlled, but the arrival of the naval crusade against the Grand Fleet can be said to have completely destroyed Blackbeard's dream. I managed to completely destroy the entire Whitebeard pirates, trying to occupy the territory once held by the entire Whitebeard pirates, when Sabo and Akainu joined forces to defeat him, destroying his proud Blackbeard pirates. But just now, the most important spell he relied on was taken away by Vince Mockerju in front of him. It can be said that Vince Mockerju took everything from him. What's the use of regretting no matter how much you feel? Blackbeard is your doom today. Akainu, who just punched almost through Blackbeard's chest just now, looking at the Blackbeard full of remorse with bloody eyes in front of him. Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of disdain. Now, no matter how much you regret it, so what? Haha, Akainu, do you think that after defeating me, your navy can rest easy? The little girl who stole my spell just now can be said to be one of the few double spell warriors in this world. I think you've seen the power of the horse spell for all to see. The girl from the Vinsmoke family with the double spell, she will become an extremely troublesome existence for your world government and naval headquarters. Blackbeard raised his head. At this time, his chest was pierced by Akainu's iron fist. Without the power of the horse charm, he could be said to have fallen into the danger of life and death, but to Blackbeard, he can also be said to be a former hero. Even before dying, it would be impossible for him to be subdued. Blood spurted out. Facing Blackbeard's ridicule, Akainu had only one reaction, that is, the iron fist burning with molten lava once again penetrated his chest. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to resist me, his only consequence is death. An iron fist penetrated Blackbeard's chest. Blackbeard's eyes were filled with infinite murderous intent. Chapter 497, Distrust of the World Government. Blackbeard dies. Doflamingo is dead. At this time, the entire sea can be said to be completely boiling. Countless people were shocked by these two news. When Blackbeard died in the hands of Akainu, he faced the combined attack of Akainu and Sabo, a warrior with a dragon spell. How could Doflamingo be their opponent? Facing the joint attack of these two complete spell warriors, Doflamingo could only be said to be unwilling to die in the end, but the Navy and the world government still underestimated the peculiarity of the sheep spell. Although Doflamingo's body was completely destroyed by Akainu's 687 magma, but don't forget that Doflamingo is the master of the soul spell, the sheep spell, and the out-of-body soul is Doflamingo's unique ability. At the last moment, Doflamingo finally made up his mind to abandon his body and escape from the body. This is also the reason why Akainu and Sabo couldn't find the sheep charm after searching for a long time, because they only killed Doflamingo's body and did not destroy his soul. Doflamingo escaped using the power of the sheep charm, but for the world government, what he needs is a deterrent that is enough to make the whole world feel fear. Whether Doflamingo is really dead is not a crucial matter for the world government. There is only one thing the world government has to do now, and that is to make the whole world still incomparably fearful of the world government. I really didn't expect that the two spell warriors, Doflamingo and Blackbeard, would die at the hands of the naval crusade. It has long been known that Vice Admiral Sabo was a spell warrior, but what he didn't expect was that Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters was actually a spell warrior. Blackbeard and Doflamingo died one after another, so didn't the world government and the Navy headquarters get two more spells? No, I seem to have heard that the Navy did not get those two spells, but it is worth speculating whether this news is accurate. After all, it's a spell. How many people in the world today can resist the temptation of the spell's power. At this time there was a lot of discussion in the whole sea, and it can be said that they were full of curiosity about the news of Blackbeard and Doflamingo's death, but what they were most concerned about was the spell possessed by Doflamingo and Blackbeard. After all, that is a spell that is enough to deter the entire sea. At this time, even the world government was a little suspicious of the words of the Navy headquarters. They are also speculating whether the Navy headquarters hid the two spells. After all, that's a charm, and a single charm was enough to deter the terrifying power of the entire world government. Now with the increasing number of spell warriors, the deterrent effect of spell warriors can also be said to be gradually shortened. After all, the spell warrior has the power to defeat the spell warrior. However, this is also how vast the entire world is compared to the spell warriors. Even if the Holy Master throws all 12 spells out, he can only have 12 spell warriors. And don't forget that some talisman warriors are holders of double talismans, such as Vince Mukherjee, who is a fighter with double talismans. The 5 old stars can be said to be getting more and more excessive. Is he fearing the power of our naval headquarters? At this time, in the office of the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters, although the current Warring States Marshal wanted to resign from the position of the Navy Marshal, he thought about it. After Aokiji and Akainu competed for the position of Marshal, he could only say that he had to bite the bullet and temporarily support one or two. At this time, the naval hero Garp in this office, at this moment his face can be said to be full of anger, because just not long ago, the 5 old stars called and questioned the Warring States Marshal and asked him whether the Navy had hidden Blackbeard and Brother Doflamingo's spell. This can be said to be a question to the center of their naval headquarters. The world government is already doubting the loyalty of the Navy. After all, this is something that can't be helped. Who made us not even get a spell? The heart of the Warring States Marshal can also be said to be full of distress. If it wasn't for his trust in Sabo and Akainu, it would be hard for him to believe that he didn't even get a single spell after killing 2 spell warriors. It's also easy to wonder if Sabo and Akainu shared the 2 spells equally, but considering the great power they both possess and what he knows about them, the Warring States Marshal still chose to support them. Okay, let Sabo come back. Akainu has become a complete spell warrior. I think the battle between him and Aokiji should be about to start. Thinking of the upcoming battle between Akainu and Aokiji, Marshal Sengoku could not help but frown. After all, Aokiji and Akainu are both admirals and powerful spell warriors who belong to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 498 of the Panicked Vinsmoke family. Is this the power of the horse charm? It's really amazing. At this time on an extremely desolate island in this new world, here comes Vince Mukherjee. At this time, he was holding the horse charm in his right hand, and there was a scar on his left arm that was rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the power of the horse charm that has been applied to Vince Mukherjee's hand. Although he had heard about the power of the horse charm, this was the first time Vince Mukherjee felt the terrifying power of the horse charm, a terrifying force that claims to heal everything. The horse charm also has the ability to eliminate other negative effects, but for Vince Mukherjee at this time, all she feels is the ease within her body. Although Vince Mukherjee did not accept the transformation of the 19th Vinsmoke family like her 3 brothers did, but there is still a bit of high-tech products belonging to the Vinsmoke family. The power of the horse charm can be said to completely eliminate the damage caused by these high-tech products to Vince Mukherjee. Sure enough, it's really peculiar, and it really deserves to be the legendary charm. Vince Mukherjee was pleasantly surprised by the healing power of the horse charm, but after thinking about the snake charm she possessed, she could only say that she nodded with satisfaction. Each spell has its own ability. Now that I have the power of 2 spells, I can be said to be the only double spell warrior in this world. It can also be said that he is extremely satisfied with his current ability. Vince Mukherjee, the Vinsmoke family, the North Sea Empire. Now you should be terrified and shocked by my news. He turned his head and looked at the North Sea, which was thousands of miles apart. Vince Mukherjee's heart can also be said to be full of sighs. The eldest daughter, who was once easily abandoned by the Vinsmoke family, now possesses the power of the spell that the Vinsmoke family thinks about day and night. If the members of the Vinsmoke family know the news, they don't know what will be in their hearts. Will they feel fear and remorse because of it? The world government has a bounty and wanted notice. Vismokleju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. The reward is 2 billion Baileys, one of the legendary 12 spell warriors, and has the power of the Blackbeard and Whitebeard horse spells. This news can be said to have spread all over the world in just 3 days. Countless people were shocked when they looked at the little girl who looked like a porcelain doll on the wanted list. Since the appearance of the first generation of spell warriors Nico Robin, the whole world has known the power of spell warriors. Although Vince Mukherjee looked extremely young, no one dared to question his ability, because this is the horror of spell warriors. The spell warrior represents the top power in this world. Each of them can be said to possess extraordinary terrifying power. Why the hell did she become a spell warrior? When this news spread to the North Sea Empire, the entire North Sea Empire could be said to be shocked. You must know that the incident of Vince Mokelage's attempt to poison Rebecca has become a recognized fact in the entire North Sea under the subtle influence of the Vince Moke family. But what they didn't expect was that Vince Mokelage, who was expelled by them, actually became a new spell warrior and took Blackbeard's horse spell to become the only double spell warrior in the world. After the Baha'i Empire learned of this news, everyone's thoughts can be said to be different. After all, people in this world are unpredictable. No one knows what everyone thinks what exactly is it, and the most important thing is that everyone can say that 687 looked into the high palace of the kingdom of the North Sea Empire. After all, Rebecca, the current controller of the North Sea Empire, is also a spell warrior. I didn't expect my sister to actually become the legendary talisman warrior. Father, do you now regret what you did before? Inside the room of the Vince Moke family, the rulers of the North Sea Empire, the three men of the Vince Moke family saw that they looked curiously at their father, Vince Mokelage, the man who clearly controls the entire Baha'i Empire, the man who once expelled their sister, Vince Mokelage, from the North Sea Empire. But this man who clearly controls the entire huge empire can be said to be full of doubts in his heart. Why is this so? The daughter he expelled actually became one of the top fighting forces in the world. Chapter 499. The feared Vince Moke family. I didn't expect my dear daughter to have such a fate. Vince Mokelage looked thoughtfully at the wanted notice in his hand. After looking at the description on the wanted notice, Vince Mokelage's heart can be said to be full of emotion. His daughter, who was once regarded as an abandoned child, has actually become a spell warrior that all members of the entire Vince Moke family yearn for, and he is one of the few double spell fighters in the whole world. You must know that according to the description of the spell warriors, the Holy Master can only have a total of 12 spell warriors. Father, what should we do now? You must know that my sister has become a spell warrior. With her power, it can be said that it is an easy thing to destroy our Vince Moke family. The men of the Vince Moke family raised their heads expressionlessly and looked at their father. Under the transformation of the so-called technology of the Vince Moke family, the four men of the Vince Moke family except Sanji were transformed into robots without any emotions. What if the Vince Moke family faced destruction next? For the three of them, it can be said that there is no feeling of nostalgia at all. You three guys. After seeing the lack of emotion in the eyes of his three children, Vince Mokelage can also be said to shake his head helplessly. At this moment there is even a trace of regret in his heart, whether he should have turned his child into this shape in the first place. Vince Mokelage's heart can also be said to be full of bitterness, and he didn't expect things to develop to this point. The daughter who was abandoned by him actually had such an achievement which even surpassed the achievements of the entire Vince Moke family for hundreds of years. Even though he is now leading the Vince Moke family to become the bright face of the entire North Sea Empire, for Vince Moke, who is a double spell warrior, his achievements are simply not worth mentioning. After all, the meaning of the spell warrior in this world is enough to make the whole world fear it. What's more, what about Vince Mokelage, who is a double spell warrior? It can be said that the current Vince Mokelage has become a hot existence in the entire sea. I really didn't expect you to come this far. For his daughter's achievement, the current Vince Morocco doesn't know how to describe it, but the Vince Moke family, are not easy to bully. If you really want to take revenge, then I will wait here in Baha'i to take you. The eyes of Vince Mokelage can be said to be full of determination. What if Vince Mokelage's current achievements are indeed incomparably brilliant? He is not the kind of person who is greedy for life and fear of death. Prepare the entire North Sea Empire. I don't believe that he dares to directly attack my Vince Moke family. Vince Mokelage turned his head to look at his three children. Although the fame of the double spell warrior Vince Mokelage was enough to make everyone tremble and fear, but he wasn't that timid for Vince Mokelage. What if he really died at the hands of Vince Mokelage? My dear daughter, I am here waiting for your arrival. Vince Mokelage's eyes could be said to be expressionless. It was as if everything in front of him could not have any effect on him. But it goes without saying that everyone knows the fluctuations in Vince Mokelage's heart at this moment. After all, the next thing to change his fate might be the daughter who was expelled by him. Is the future of my Vince Moke family like this? I'm not reconciled. I just brought the Vince Moke family to the top. It can be said that Vince Mokelage was full of unwillingness in his heart. Why did it become what it is now? What the hell is going on in all of this? Why did the Vince Moke family, Wangnyos, suffer such a fate? What the hell is going on with all of this? Could it be that the Vince Moke family is so ill-fated? I didn't expect that the elder sister who was expelled from us would be so lucky. When the children of the Vince Moke family watched their father who was gradually moving away, they suddenly started talking. After all, Vince Morclair was their sister, daughter, and she was the one they expelled. But what the three little devils didn't expect was that their sister's fate had changed so much. He has become a terrifying existentialist who is enough to deter the entire Vinsmoke family. Chapter 500 Vinsmokerju and Nico Robin. I didn't expect you to find me. Do you think you can defeat me with your 2 spells? A slight smile appeared on Nico Robin's mouth, and she looked mockingly at Vinsmokerju, who had appeared in front of her at some point. He, Nico Robin, is the first spell warrior under the Holy Lord's command, and at the same time he possesses the bull spell that represents the strongest power. Nico Robin is a woman known as the strongest spell warrior in the whole world. The powerful power given by the cow spell is enough to give Nico Robin the terrifying power to destroy everything. Nicole Robin, known as the strongest spell warrior, and it is the first spell warrior and the most recognized being in the entire world. Of course I know that with my current strength I don't have the power to challenge you at all, but I'm the only double spell warrior in this world. Although Nico Robin's strength is indeed incomparably terrifying, she also has her own pride for the world's first double spell warrior, Vinsmokerju. When 690 Smokelaju, the world's only double spell warrior, it can be said that Vinsmokerju has the pride that belongs to her alone. Double spell warrior, is this your greatest strength? Do you think you can challenge me, Nico Robin, by virtue of your so-called double spell warrior identity? Robin's words can be said to be full of sarcasm. What if you, Vinsmokerju, were a so-called double spell warrior, known as the strongest spell warrior? NIJDK Robin, she can be said to be fearless, because Robin believes in the terrifying power of the bull charm. Nicole Robin, known as the strongest spell warrior, I didn't come to find you this time to fight you. I also know that you, the strongest spell warrior, are not someone who can be easily provoked. I came here this time just to form an alliance with you. After feeling the strong killing intent in Nico Robin's eyes, Vinsmokerju quickly stated the reason for her arrival this time. After all, the prestige of the strongest spell warrior Nico Robin is not an existence that can be easily replaced by others. Alliance with me? Do you and I have a common enemy? Nico Robin looked at Vinsmokerju with a slight smile. Do she and Vinsmokerju have a common enemy? Of course, the world government is a little bit accepted. After all, who would come to the world of One Piece and not be an enemy of the world government? Emperor of the North Sea Empire, Rat Charm Warrior Rebecca. Raising his head, Vinsmokerju said without the slightest hesitation. After all, since being expelled from the North Sea, Vinsmokerju has long since abandoned her love for the entire Vinsmoke family, thinking that she was dedicated to the entire Vinsmoke family at the beginning. But what she did not expect was that the Vinsmoke family would abandon her like this. This is something she never thought of, and that's why Vinsmokerju is so sad. You want to take back the entire North Sea Empire and become the supreme queen of the entire North Sea Empire. So what can I get? Robin could be said to have seen Vinsmokerju's thoughts at a glance. After all, since the news of Vinsmokerju becoming a spell warrior spread all over the world, what happened to Vinsmokerju can also be said to be gradually dug up. As for Vinsmoke's expulsion from the Vinsmoke family, the Vinsmoke family has long been the laughing stock of the world. After all, the current Vinsmokerju has become an unattainable existence for the entire Vinsmoke family. Yes, although I have become a double spell warrior, I think you should have a general idea of the power of the spell I possess. Yes, the power of the spell is indeed incomparably powerful, but my own power, it simply cannot match the power of the spell. Vinsmokerju shook his head regretfully. Both the snake charm and the horse charm possessed powerful power, but her own strength is not too strong. If the strong man with the horse charm is Garp, then, with Garp's own physical skills and the recovery power of the horse charm, Garp is fully confident to pay attention to defeating the two spell warriors, Aokiji, or Akainu. However, the one who possesses the power of the horse spell is the existence of Vinsmokerju, who is not too powerful. Both the horse charm and the snake charm can be said to be auxiliary charms. Although the power of the talisman is incomparably powerful, the increase in the power of the talisman master is not too powerful. Chapter 501 Hunting and Killing Charm Warriors. You and I form an alliance, and you help me capture the entire North Sea Empire to defeat the Rat Charm Warrior Rebecca. I can give you the spell in Rebecca's hand. The only purpose I want is the entire North Sea Empire and the Vinsmoke family that controls the entire North Sea Empire. On the bright side, Vinsmokerju's face was full of seriousness. Suzlo, for the current Vinsmokerju, she only wants one thing, and that is the entire North Sea Empire and the Vinsmoke family who once expelled her. She will never forget the Vinsmoke family who expelled her. The Vinsmoke family can be said to be the only obsession in Vinsmoke's mind. A rat spell. It seems that in order to seize the entire North Sea Empire and control the entire Vinsmoke family, you can say that you have invested a lot of money. Nico Robin shook her head with a smile on her face. But if you can get another spell, then it can be said to be a very happy thing for Nico Robin. Robin. After all, everyone hopes that their strength can be improved again. Aoki, you should still remember the agreement between us. That's when Vince Mocker Elias found Nico Robin and wanted to form an alliance with her. At this time, at the door of the office of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters stopped Admiral Aokiji, who was just about to enter his office. After all, the Warring States Marshal has already submitted the Marshal's resignation request to the world government. For the position of the Admiral, the Sengoku Marshal recommended Admiral Akaido to the world government, but in the eyes of the world government, what they expect is General Akainu. After all, the absolute justice of General Akainu can be said to have won the hearts of this group of world government controllers. When you become a full-body spell warrior, whoever wins a fair fight between you and me will become a naval marshal. Looking at the Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, who was staring at him, Aokiji slightly raised his brows and didn't say much. After all, for Aokiji, he can be said to be extremely confident in his own strength. I want to revise the way of competition between you and me. You and I are the only few spell warriors in the Navy. The battle between you and me, no matter who wins or loses, can be said to be a huge loss for the Navy. Since that's the case, why don't we agree to the outside world? There are already as many talismans in the world as there are hands. We have only one bet, and that is to see who can get a spell between you and me. Akainu's eyes were filled with seriousness. After all, the current situation in the sea is too dangerous. Even Akainu, who already has the power of the complete body spell at this time, can't guarantee that he can really suppress the powerhouses in the entire sea. After all, the number of spell warriors in this world is already too large. Every spell warrior can be said to possess a peculiar power, and every spell warrior is enough to make everyone fear it. Hunting other spell warriors. Aokiji's mouth showed a slight smile, and he turned his head to look at General Akainu with a serious look on his face. Of course, after all, there can be no one person's loss between you and me. Aokiji did not refute Admiral Akainu's opinion. After all, in the face of the current situation in the sea, the Navy, and the world government simply cannot tolerate the loss of a spell warrior. After all, this kind of loss is simply too great. Looks like you have goals, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so confident. Looking at the confident Admiral Akainu in front of him, General Kingsley raised his brows and spoke out the conjecture in his heart. The current emperor of the North Sea Empire, Rebecca, is a rat charm warrior. Yes, that little girl is indeed my target. 0. Although the power of the rat spell is extremely powerful, but that little girl's own strength is not very strong, and the drawbacks of the rat spell have been known from his previous owner. Akainu didn't hesitate in the slightest. After all, it wasn't something to hide for Akainu. Since this is the case, then I should also need to choose a target. Aokiji shook his head and didn't say much. At this moment, Aokiji also had a goal in his heart. In fact, there is one thing Aokiji didn't say. The reason why General Akainu wanted to find Rebecca was because of the pressure of the world government. After all, the North Sea controlled by the North Sea Empire was completely out of the control of the world government at this time. In the past, the world government was not strong enough to fear the power of the spell warrior, but the current world government already has 4 spell warriors. These 4 spell warriors are the foundation of the world government. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Sabo, one of the members of the King's Shichibukai. Khorasan Xiao. Chapter 502. Reaching the North Sea Empire. Unconsciously, 2 powerful forces can be said to be gradually approaching the seemingly incomparably powerful North Sea Empire. Nicole Robin and Vince Mocker Joe allied themselves against the entire North Sea Empire. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters can also be said to have his eyes on the North Sea Empire. In this way, without knowing it, 3 talisman warriors were gradually approaching the entire Bahai Empire. At this time, the situation in the entire North Sea can also be said to be extremely strange. At this time, although Rebecca relied on the entire Vinsmoke family to control the entire North Sea, how could the Vinsmoke family be able to truly achieve the effect of 690? Loyal to Rebecca? If it wasn't for the fear of Rebecca's terrifying power of that spell warrior, how could the Vinsmoke family act for Rebecca? Similarly, the Vinsmoke family was able to stabilize the situation in the entire North Sea because of the strength of Rebecca's spell warrior. At this time, the situation in the entire North Sea can be said to be very delicate. The Vinsmoke family and Rebecca can be said to be able to control the entire North Sea only by assisting each other. Rebecca needs the huge power of the Vinsmoke family, a huge elite system that can spread across the entire North Sea. And what the Vinsmoke family needs is Rebecca, her huge power that is enough to make all the forces of the entire North Sea Empire fear. The Vinsmoke family and Rebecca are both indispensable forces in the entire North Sea Empire. Of course, the importance of the Vinsmoke family cannot be compared with that of Rebecca. The North Sea Empire can be without the Vinsmoke Vinsmoke family, but not without Rebecca. Because the establishment of the North Sea Empire is because of a spell warrior who is powerful enough to deter the entire North Sea Empire. Is this the North Sea Empire? At this time, on the deck of the ship known as the Ship of History, standing on the deck, Nico Robin was looking at the endless sea in front of her, and her heart could be said to be full of emotion. You must know that at the beginning she could also be said to have entered the great route from the West Sea, one of the four seas. With the powerful power of the spell warrior, she defeated the Ent, who was one of the four emperors at that time, and with this huge reputation she became a complete spell warrior. But since then, Nico Robin spent most of the time searching for the existence of the historical text in the first half or the second half of the Great Route. There is also a trace of expectation and yearning for Nico Robin from the four seas. After all, this is her first time to Bihai. That's right, this is Bihai, where I grew up. Looking at the sea in front of him, Vinsmoke Leju's heart can be said to be full of emotion. Thinking back then, she was expelled from the North Sea by the Vinsmoke family, but now she has come here as a challenger. Time has passed by, but the direct gap has already undergone such an earth-shaking change. I was expelled by you before, but now I am an existence that you cannot expel. Vinsmoke Leju's heart is filled with a firm look. Now she will not be easily expelled by the Vinsmoke family, because now he has the power to dominate his own destiny. The Vinsmoke family. I'll make you feel how much you regret what you've done. Vinsmoke raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance, as if he could see the Vinsmoke family in the capital of the North Sea Empire in the distance. At this moment he is no longer the little girl who could be easily expelled by the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Leju already has the power to control his own destiny. There is only one thing that Vinsmoke Leju wants to do at this time, and that is to prove to the entire Vinsmoke family that the decision they had made was wrong. Is this the Bihai Empire that once expelled you? The fleet of the North Sea Empire. Just when the ship of history that Nico Robin sat on just arrived in the North Sea, the North Sea Empire already knew of Nico Robin's arrival. After all, as the car of Nico Robin, the world's #1 spell warrior, it can be said that it has become a presence that is noticed by the top forces in the whole world. After all, Nico Robin can be said to have become the feared existence of the whole world when she defeated the four emperors. After all, at that time, the four emperors represented the world's top combat power. Is Your Excellency Miss Nico Robin, who is known as the world's #1 spell warrior. 5 warships belonging to the North Sea Empire slowly approached here. When they saw that the iconic building of Nico Robin, which was enough to make all the forces in the world unknown and feared, was behind the ship of history, the navies of the North Sea Empire leading these 5 warships, it can also be said that a trace of fear flashed in their hearts involuntarily. Chapter 503, The Battle of Akainu and Cyrus. Nico Robin's reputation is really too loud. How many people in today's world don't know about Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior? Known as the strongest spell warrior, he is also the #1 spell warrior in the world. At the age of 8, he repelled the naval slaughtering order. And the most terrifying thing is that Nico Robin and Vinsmoke Leju are allied at this time. In other words, the North Sea Empire must rely on its own strength to fight against 2 powerful spell warriors. Although the North Sea Empire already has an emperor who is a complete talisman warrior, but in the face of the attack of the 2 spell warriors, the entire Bihai Empire can be said to have no way out. The strength of the spell warrior can be said to be obvious to all in the whole world. In this world, the 19 spell warriors represent the strongest power in the world, and they possess a terrifying power that makes the whole world fear. The talisman warrior is the strongest warrior in the world, the existence that makes everyone a headache in the whole world. But for the current North Sea Empire, this is a disaster, an unimaginable disaster. Everyone is ready to fight, even if they die here. We can't let them step into the empire. The North Sea Empire Grand Fleet. At this time, they can also be said to be ready to fight to the death. After all, for the military and civilians of the North Sea Empire, the days without the oppression and exploitation of the Tianlong people are more unknown than before. How much better. Now it can be said that it belongs to their happy life in the North Sea Empire, and their sense of belonging to the entire North Sea Empire can be said to be extremely strong. In order to protect their own homes and their families, these soldiers can be said to be prepared to sacrifice their lives. They will maintain the current prosperity of the North Sea and be prepared to sacrifice everything. I didn't expect that the North Sea Empire ruled by your Vinsmoke family would be so united. After seeing the indignant expressions on the faces of the soldiers on the North Sea Fleet, Nico Robin turned her head to look at Vinsmoke Leju with a smile on her face. After all, the soldiers of the current Bihai Empire seem to be very full of fighting spirit. Even in the face of her and Vinsmoke Leju, the 2 well-known spell warriors, there is no hesitation, but no hesitation, hesitantly rushed forward to fight with him. From here, you can also see how stable the North Sea Empire's rule over the entire North Sea is. Of course, in the face of absolute power, any force that tries to resist can be said to be vulnerable. Today, let me end the imperial rule of your proud talisman warriors. Seeing the North Sea Navy coming in, Vince Mocklajew's heart can be said to have made up his mind. Today, Vince Mocklajew will let the entire North Sea Empire know that the invincible myth of your proud talisman warrior emperor will be destroyed by her own hands today. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, do you really think that your navy has settled for our father and daughter? At this time in the capital of the North Sea Empire, the palace that used to be incomparably magnificent at this time can be said to be incomparably dilapidated. Countless magma filled the entire palace, and the flames were boiling here. At this time, Sirista, holding a great sword, was standing there confronting Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. At the same time, above the sky above the two of them, a flaming dragon was waving its wings in the sky and staring at the Admiral Akainu, who was covered in violent magma. On the flame dragon's generous back there is a small figure standing there. The North 693 Sea was originally the ruled territory of our world government. It was the previous king of the North Sea Empire who took advantage of the powerlessness of our world government and the navy to steal the world government's rule over the North Sea. Akainu's words can be said to be full of murderous intent. According to his description, the Bahai Empire is a small empire that was established using conspiracies and tricks, and he has no strength to match. But Akainu has long forgotten how Lai Luo, who founded the North Sea Empire, defeated the entire world government and the crusade fleet of the Navy headquarters by himself. He established the current Bahai Empire, deterring the entire Bahai and the whole world with the prestige of the spell warrior. Although you have become a full-body spell warrior, I am also the withdrawal of the strongest power of a spell warrior. Facing the aggressive Akainu, Cyrus raised his long sword slightly, and a powerful aura erupted instantly. Chapter 504 Akainu's Madness. The rat spell is indeed extremely powerful, but for us offensive spells, the power of the rat spell is not seen by us at all. In the face of Cyrus' powerful momentum, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters can be said to have not flinched at all. After all, Akainu at this time has become a complete spell warrior. The power of the powerful spell gave Akainu its powerful strength and unparalleled confidence. A arrogant guy, you and I should know the reason for the death of the last spell warrior. However, now do you think I'll give you a chance? As the former commander of the army of the Drake Rose Kingdom, Cyrus can be said to be a top warrior who has experienced many battles. Cyrus can be said to be extremely accurate in controlling the battle situation. The biggest weakness of the rat charm is the rat charm itself. After all, the rat charm is a spell that cannot enhance the user's power. If the rat talisman itself is in existence that is not too powerful, then the user of the rat talisman is the biggest weakness of the rat talisman. Therefore, for Rebecca, who has a special status, Cyrus can say that he has a special arrangement. At the very least, he arranged a flame dragon whose strength is comparable to that of the Admiral of the Navy to guard Rebecca's side to protect him. Safety. The powerful body of the giant dragon is enough to protect Rebecca's safety. Do you think you can protect her with the help of that giant dragon? Don't be delusional. Raised his head and looked at the flame dragon flying high above the sky and Rebecca on the back of the flame dragon. Admiral Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of disdain. Although the flaming dragon already has the combat power to rival the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, in the eyes of Akainu at this moment the power of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters has long been ignored by him. After all, as a perfect spell warrior, he already possesses the terrifying power to easily defeat the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Want to kill Rebecca? Then step over my corpse. Cyrus' eyes can be said to be filled with a fierce aura. You must know that Rebecca is his only daughter, a daughter who cannot be separated. Since that's the case, I'll behead you here today, and then kill this so-called rat charm warrior. The fierce aura burst out instantly. The power of the dragon talisman roamed around the body, and the magma boiled like a violently erupting volcano. As expected, he is one of the top fighters of the Navy headquarters. After feeling the boiling magma like a violently erupting volcano, Cyrus' heart can also be said to be full of emotion. After all, Akainu is also a complete spell warrior. He was also an admiral of the Navy headquarters before, and the combat power of 1 + 1 is more than equal to 2. But I, Cyrus, are the undefeated man in the Colosseum 3000 games. The long sword in his hand is covered with a powerful armament color domineering. Whoosh! The figure turned into a burst of light. The figure of Cyrus disappeared instantly and appeared behind Admiral Akainu. The speed is really good, but it's far from enough for me. He felt the Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters standing there after Cyrus, who appeared behind him in an instant. At this moment the corner of his mouth was slightly raised with a disdainful smile. Dragon Blast. The power of the dragon talisman exploded instantly, and the powerful dragon blast swept everything around Akainu. Armed and domineering cover cover. When the power of Akainu's dragon talisman exploded instantly, Cyrus, who came behind Akainu, burst out with a powerful and domineering arrogance. Give me death. The long sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards Akainu's back. Cyrus' eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Boom 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 boom. A powerful air wave swept through everything and destroyed everything. The figure of Cyrus holding a long sword involuntarily took a few steps back. This is the huge gap between you and me that can't be measured at all. Akainu turned his head and his eyes were full of contempt. Even though he is also a spell warrior, Akainu is full of confidence in his own strength. After all, he used to be the admiral of the Navy headquarters and now Wang Nyohao is now a complete spell warrior. He can be said to be full of confidence in his own strength. Damn bastard, you also have the power of spells. Why is your strength so powerful? Cyrus' heart can be said to be full of shock at the powerful strength that Akainu just showed. Why does it possess such a powerful force? The current Bihai Empire will be destroyed by my own hands. Haha, I will become the admiral of the Navy headquarters and end the darkness of the whole world. Akainu roared up to the sky and let out a burst of wild laughter. At this time, he can be said to be full of confidence in the current battle situation. Chapter 505 The Sorrows of Vinsmoke. I didn't expect the Navy to attack here in advance. When Cyrus and Akainu fought there, at this time Vinsmoke Leju and Nico Robin, who were hiding not far away, could be said to see the scene in front of them clearly. Vinsmoke Leju is the owner of the snake spell. She has the ability to become invisible and to turn space into nothingness. In fact, the snake charm also possesses an incomparably powerful power. Akainu is indeed worthy of being a former admiral of the Navy headquarters. After possessing the power of a spell, his strength has increased so quickly. Robin's heart can be said to be a little surprised at the powerful power Akainu possesses at this time, even if he is known as the strongest spell warrior. But after seeing the destructive power of Akainu's powerful dragon blast, 697, Nicole Robin's heart can also be said to have a trace of panic. After all, he is no longer the only spell warrior in the world. The continuous appearance of spell warriors can be said to be constantly improving the world's strong quantity. Although that little girl has the power of the mouse charm, he cannot develop the power of the mouse charm to the extreme. Nicole Robin can be said to be a battle-hardened existence. After looking at the situation here, he could also say that he shook his head helplessly. After all, Admiral Akainu's combat power is simply too terrifying. Rockberry is actually a devil fruit full of destructive power. Coupled with the assistance of the dragon charm, Akainu's strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Are we just watching Akainu get the rat spell? Vince Mercurio turned to look at Nico Robin. At this moment, the corners of her mouth rose slightly with a wicked smile, as if some bad conspiracy is about to emerge. Of course, how could I easily let Akainu get the power of the rat charm? It can be said that the corner of Nico Robin's mouth also brought a hint of evil smile. For Nico Robin, if she can obtain the power of the rat charm, she will be more powerful to defend her O'Hara scholar and others, and have the power to protect herself in this world. With the appearance of the spell warrior, Nico Robin, it can also be said that he feels the fatal danger that is getting stronger and more desperate. After all, she is no longer the only spell warrior in this world. There are already too many top powerhouses in this world who can threaten her. Boom boom boom. The roar of the explosion can be said to be incessant. At this time, General Akainu is like a humanoid natural disaster, destroying everything that he can see in front of him. Anything, JD, who dares to stand in front of him will face only one consequence, and that is to be completely shattered under the impact of his punch. Damn bastard, don't be too deceiving. At this time, Cyrus can also be said to feel a huge threat. The long sword in his hand is condensed with a powerful domineering aura of armament, but in the face of Admiral Akainu's attack, Cyrus can only be said to retreat step by step. After all, Admiral Akainu's attack was simply too powerful, and it was simply not something that ordinary people could resist. But with the powerful power given to Cyrus by the rat charm, it is not so simple for General Akainu to easily defeat Cyrus. Father, what should we do now? This level of battle is not something we can mix in at all. At this time, at the edge of the battle, the members of the Vinsmoke family looked at each other after watching the battles in front of them. Even if they have seen the battle of the top powerhouses before, the picture of this battle in front of them can be said to have completely refreshed their understanding of the world. Is this the powerful combat power possessed by the world's top powerhouses? There is a terrifying power that can easily destroy the sky and destroy the earth when you raise your hands and feet. What a powerful force this is! What a despairing force it is! At this time, everyone's heart can be said to be full of panic. The proud tech soldiers of the Vinsmoke family couldn't even get close to the edge of the battle, and were easily destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. It can be said that they once again recognized the unparalleled terrifying power possessed by the world's top powerhouses. Cyrus. The current battle is not an existence that we can lead at all, and we can only say that we passively accept the fate brought about by this battle. The face of Vinsmogaj can also be said to be full of sadness. The Bahá'í Empire, which was once proud, is actually so vulnerable at this moment. What an irony. Chapter 506. Hello. Damn it, you only have a dead end in front of me. Do you think you can stop me? At this time, Akainu's life seemed to have reached the time when he was most proud of him. Although Cyrus' strength was incomparably formidable, but in the face of the extremely powerful Akainu Cyrus, it can only be said to be passive defense. But the power of the rat spell is also extremely powerful, and it is not easy for Akainu to defeat Cyrus. But Akainu believes that as long as he continues to attack like this, it will not take long for Cyrus to die in his hands. What should I do now? Father is not this villain's opponent. Rebecca riding on the back of the flame dragon. After watching the battle below, her heart at this moment can be said to be full of panic. According to Cyrus' request, Rebecca at this time is just two character warriors. One is that Cyrus, a former toy, is a disease, and the other is a flaming dragon. Cyrus occupies almost 70% of the rat charm's power, while the fire dragon occupies 30% of the rat charm's power. Compared with the previous generation of rat charm warrior, the power you have now is simply too weak. Admiral Akainu, who fought with Cyrus, raised his head and looked at Rebecca above the sky. The words of General Akainu can be said to be full of ridicule, but this is also a real fact. The strength of the last rat charm warrior was enough to shock the whole world. Relying on the combat power of carving warriors by himself is enough to give everyone a headache. Rebecca simply did not fully exert the combat power that the rat charm should have. At this time, she was only passively using the power of the spell, and she couldn't fully mobilize the power of the spell. The rat spell was the most powerful auxiliary force in the entire 12 spells. The rat charm at its peak can even fight Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell fighter. Am I really not worthy of being a spell warrior? Did I really not develop your power to the extreme? Looking at the spell in her hand, Rebecca could also be said to have fallen into doubt for a while. You chose me in the first place. Am I not your real master? At this time, Rebecca can be said to be full of confusion. She doesn't know whether she can really trigger the strongest power of the rat spell. You must know that if it is the first world spell warrior, then the original owner of the rat spell warrior, he can be said to have defeated the current Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, instead of being suppressed by Admiral Akainu like he is now. If you really admit that I am your master, then lend me your greatest strength. Holding the rat spell in his hand tightly, looking at Cyrus, who was suppressed by General Akainu in the battle below, Rebecca's heart at this moment can be said to be full echo, because she wants to use her own power to save their father and daughter, and she wants to have the power to allow them to survive in this world. The mouse spell at this time did not respond to Rebecca's response at all. Although the rat charm shone with powerful power, Rebecca mobilized only a little bit of this powerful power. Because Rebecca has not really been recognized by the power of the rat spell, she has not fully inherited all the power of the rat charm. Dragon charm, dragon blast. Now I have the strength to defeat you. At this time, the Akainu general, he can be said to be full of confidence in his own strength, and the power of the dragon talisman was almost pushed to the extreme by him. It can be said that Akainu is full of astonishing momentum as he presses step by step. Damn bastard, why do you have such a powerful force? At this time, Cyrus' heart can be said to be full of shock. Why is Akainu's combat power so terrifying? Destroyer, almost possessing the terrifying power to destroy everything. This is a terrifying force that Cyrus cannot resist at all. Do you want us to help, little sister? You should know that if I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you just now. Just when Rebecca's heart was full of worry, Vince Moklajo's voice suddenly rang in Rebecca's ear, and Vince Moklajo appeared beside Rebecca. Who are you? Why are you here? When Vince Moklajo appeared in Rebecca, a young girl at a young age, was instantly taken aback. Have you forgotten who I am? After looking at Rebecca, who couldn't see her clearly because of her fright, the corners of Vince Moklajo's mouth were full of mockery. Sure enough, he is indeed a talisman warrior who used to be aloof. Don't everyone deserve to be easily remembered in your heart? Small. Chapter 507. The change of Vince Moklajo. It's you, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vismoklajo, the girl who was expelled by the entire Vinsmoke family because she imagined me to be poisoned. Taking a careful look at Vince Moklajo, Rebecca, who was riding on the back of the flame dragon, could also be said to have finally woken up. This little girl who was expelled by the entire Vinsmoke family because she wanted to assassinate herself. Now I have also become a spell warrior. This is something you never thought of. After seeing the surprise in Rebecca's eyes, the corners of Vince Moklajo's mouth 697 rose slightly, bringing a hint of a smile. This is the feeling of being in control of your own destiny. This is the feeling of being in control of yourself. In the past, she was expelled from the North Sea because of the entire Vinsmoke family and became the object of everyone's scorn. But now she has a double spell and is one of the few double spell warriors in the whole world. The terrifying power of fear. What do you want to do? After feeling the power of the faintly powerful spell within Vinsmoker's body, Rebecca involuntarily squeezed the rat spell in her palm tightly. After all, for Rebecca, only the power of the spell can make her feel safe. After all, he got his current status because of the power of the spell. For the current Rebecca, everything in front of them can be said to be extremely difficult. The attack of Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters has already made their current situation worse. Now it's Vinsmoker who has become a spell warrior again, coming for revenge. It can be said that there are tigers in front and hungry wolves in the back. Although you did expel the North Sea Empire to me, I don't want the spell to fall into the hands of the Navy. If the Navy gets your spell, the Navy and the world government will completely dominate the entire world. Looking at Rebecca, who looked at her with a look of alertness, Vinsmoker's mouth could be said to have a hint of a smile. I couldn't even see you as a high-ranking general in the past, but now I have become an existence that you are extremely alert to. It can also be said that Vinsmoker is extremely excited about the transformation of the current character's identity. After all, this means that she has changed from a weak person who was arbitrarily beheaded by others to a strong person who can dominate her own destiny. This means that at this moment he can control his own destiny, and he has become the master of his own destiny. I really didn't expect you to become a spell warrior too. Rebecca shook her head regretfully. He didn't expect fate to change so quickly. The little girl who was able to be easily expelled by him before now has a terrifying power that is enough to rival her. No, her strength has surpassed him and has become one of the world's top powerhouses. This is indeed something you didn't expect. You never thought that I would become a spell warrior too. The corners of Vinsmoker's mouth were full of a smug smile. For the current Vinsmoker, she can already be regarded as an existence who controls her own destiny. It can really be said that destiny fools people. Are you going to come here to take revenge now? Looking up, Rebecca's eyes were full of determination. Even if she knew that Vinsmoker was an incomparably powerful enemy, Rebecca could also be said to be a very mature girl. When I first arrived, I did have the idea of wanting revenge, but now I'm going to change my mind. Vinsmoker shook his head, and there was a hint of regret in his words. However, Vinsmoker did not regret his choice. After all, for her, this is the destiny she chose. After feeling Akainu's formidable strength, Vinsmoker suddenly thought that the current world government can be said to have countless top powerhouses. There are already several spell warriors, and the current world government can be said to occupy the most terrifying force in the entire world. If it is said that the number of other spell warriors is weakened, it can be said to be a wonderful opportunity for the world government and the naval headquarters. How could Vinsmoker tolerate such a thing happen? You must know that the world government is almost everyone's opponent. The world government can be said to occupy the most expansive place in the whole world. If everyone wants to develop in this world, the biggest enemy they face is only one world government. The 508th chapter. Shot Nico Robin. Boom boom boom. Just when Vinsmoker and Cyrus were in a stalemate on this messy battlefield, a figure appeared in front of Cyrus and General Akainu. Boom. The Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, who was still there before, showed great power, and his figure flew out quickly. You must know that he is a complete spell warrior of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How many people in the world today have the power to repel Akainu? It's you, Nico Robin. Look at Nico Robin, who appeared in front of him. Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of anger. You must know that Nico Robin was once the first spell warrior, and also the first spell warrior who stepped on the face of the entire world government and the naval headquarters under his feet. The appearance of Robin overturned the world government's rule over the entire great 19th sea. That's right, it's me. Long time no see. Looking at Akainu's angry eyes, Robin just smiled slightly. After all, he is no longer afraid of the so-called admiral. Even if Akainu is a complete spell warrior, you must know that she is the first spell warrior in the world and is also known as the strongest spell warrior. Do you also want to take the spell in Rebecca's hand and become a double spell warrior? Or even you, who is known as the world's strongest spell warrior, felt a huge threat at this time. The corner of General Akainu's mouth brought a smile. With the continuous appearance of the talisman warriors, do you also feel a huge sense of crisis at this moment? After all, you are no longer the only spell warrior in this world. Although your strength is indeed quite good, it is not enough to threaten me. Facing Akainu's threat, Robin shook his head with disdain. After all, even if Akainu itself is the pinnacle of the admiral level, the strength of the dragon charm has been greatly improved at this time. But Robin is the first spell warrior anyway, and the power she possesses can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Nico Robin can also be said to be extremely confident in her own strength. The title of the world's #1 spell warrior is not something that can be easily plundered by anyone. Even if you have become a complete spell warrior, I still believe that you are still not my opponent. The two fists are covered with the power of the bull talisman, and the powerful power can even be said to cause the entire space to vibrate. The strength revealed by Nico Robin at this time was enough to shock everyone. Is this Nico Robin, the existence known as the strongest spell warrior? At this time, Cyrus, who was standing by with a long sword, felt the astonishing momentum of Nico Robin. At this moment, his face can also be said to be full of surprise. After all, Robin's aura was so powerful that everyone shivered. Didn't Rebecca fully develop the power of the rat charm to the extreme? At this time, Cyrus also suspected that Rebecca had not fully exploited the power of the rat charm to the extreme. The power represented by Nico Robin, who is also a spell warrior, is simply too amazing. Even Akainu's dragon charm is stronger than the rat charm. Could the rat spell be the weakest spell? No, this is impossible. There is no weakest spell in this world, only the weakest spell user. Rebecca only used the power of spells initially. He didn't develop the power of the rat charm to the extreme, and even he was only using the power of the rat charm at the beginning. Nicole Robin, don't go too far. Do you think our current navy is easy to bully? Admiral Akainu couldn't help but snorted. For the current Admiral Akainu, he already has the ability to face Nicole Robin. These powerful spell warriors are emboldened. First of all, he is an extremely powerful spell warrior. The most important thing is that the number of spell warriors owned by the world government and the naval headquarters can be said to occupy the vast majority of the spell warriors in the entire world. The world government and the naval headquarters already have the confidence to face all opponents. It seems that you are indeed extremely confident, so let me tell you what the strongest spell warrior is today. Looking at Admiral Akainu with a confident look on his face, Robin is an equally domineering refutator. After all, Robin has this confidence, and she believes that she has such a strong power. Chapter 509, The huge gap between strengths. Now you don't have any resistance at all. Although you have also become a complete spell warrior, the difference in strength between you and me is too huge. Robin looked at Akainu with a mocking expression and shook his head. Even now you have become a complete spell warrior, but Nico Robin can be said to be loved by the Lord. Robin's cow spell, the power can be unparalleled terror. Also, as a talisman warrior, why is your power so powerful? Could it be that your bull talisman is the strongest talisman? Akainu's words can be said to be full of surprises. What is going on with all of this? Could it be that the Holy Master loves Robin so much and handed over the strongest spell to Nico Robin? Akainu told me that your choice is to be repelled by me here, and then flee here in an extremely embarrassing manner. Or rather, you just leave here obediently. Robin's face can be said to be full of arrogance. Without hesitation, she scolded Akainu and ordered him to leave here. Just like Akainu's perfect spell, the warrior is completely invisible to her. Don't be too bullying. Do you think I'm easy to bully too? At this time, Akainu can also be said to be extremely angry. He is also a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters. One of the 12 spell warriors possesses an earth-shattering power. Akainu can be said to be extremely confident in his own strength. Even if Robin just said that the amazing temperament that erupted was indeed extremely terrifying for Akainu, he believed in the power he possessed at this time. I don't know if you are easy to bully, but the only thing I know is that you can't be my opponent at all. The power of the ox charm instantly exploded, and the powerful power instantly instilled into Nico Robin's whole body. Power seems to be surging in Nico Robin's body. The space around Nico Robin's body seemed to be shattered faintly because it couldn't bear the force. Then let's compete to see who is the strongest spell warrior. The figure moved instantly, and Nico Robin appeared in front of Akainu. The small right fist is wrapped with a powerful arm. Domineering. The power of the bull charm exploded instantly. Damn dragon blast. Looking at Nico Robin, Akainu, who shot like this, can be said to be angry. He also raised his iron fist, and the fiery magma was filled with the power of the dragon charm. Boom boom boom. The violent roar can be said to be an endless battle, and it can be said that it caused the entire island to shake. The king of the North Sea Empire can be said to be located on a huge island with millions of people, but at this time the whole island seemed to be dragged up from the bottom of the sea. The sea around the island seems to be crowded out. The coast of the sea near the island can be said to be completely exposed. Some fish that didn't even have time to escape were jumping around on the wet riverbed. Damn bastard, is this the power of the cow spell? Even at this moment, I have become a complete spell warrior. General Akainu's body flew backwards involuntarily. At this moment, his heart can be said to be full of shock. After all, as a complete talisman warrior, he never imagined that he would be crushed by Nico Robin in such a way. There is an essential difference in the power between you and me. My cow spell represents power. Compared with the repelled Akainu, Nico Robin can be said to stand there without moving at all. In terms of strength, Nico Robin can be said to have a complete advantage because Nico Robin is a bull spell warrior, a strong man born with powerful warriors in this world, who in this world can compete with Nico Robin in strength. Cow Talisman Warrior. Although your Ox Talisman possesses the strongest and most terrifying power in this world, but I, Dragon Tiger Dog, are not vegetarians. Although I can't match you, Wang Nyazeo, in terms of strength, but my Dragon Blast has a powerful destructive power. Although surprised by Nico Robin's unparalleled terrifying power, but it can be said that Akainu didn't flinch at all. For him, this battle can be said to have already staked his reputation. He will not give up the position of Admiral easily, because it represents the dream he wants to achieve. If that's the case, then I'll let you see the strength gap between you and me. Facing Akainu, who didn't flinch at all, Nico Robin will let him know how huge the gap between the two of them is. Chapter 510 3 Alliance. Rebecca. Just when Nico Robin and Akainu got into a tough battle, Cyrus came to Rebecca, and at the same time he saw Vinsmoklaja standing beside Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family who was expelled from the entire North Sea Empire for assassinating Rebecca. Sir Father. Rebecca glanced at Smalley with a little fear, and then approached Cyrus cautiously. I didn't expect you to actually become a spell warrior. She looked at the little girl in front of her who was only a few years older than her own daughter. Cyrus' heart can be said to be full of emotion. The little girl who was once easily expelled by them now has the powerful power to control the life and death of their father and daughter. All this can be said to be a coincidence of fate. I didn't expect that I would really be able to obtain the inheritance of the Holy Master and become a spell warrior. Now I have 700 powers to control my destiny. Facing Cyrus' emotion, Vinsmoklaju's face was full of confidence because now she has the power to control her own destiny. The only double spell warrior in the world. Although Sister Vinsmokli's spells are not the kind of attacking spells that are too powerful, but Sister Vinsmokli's life-saving ability can be said to be one of the best in the world. Are you planning to avenge us now? Cyrus' eyes were full of seriousness. He fled the Dracrosa kingdom and fled to the North Sea Empire. With the powerful rat spell left by the previous generation of rat spell warriors, Cyrus and his daughter had already established themselves in the North Sea. Facing the assassination of the Baha'i nobles, their hearts at this moment were already full of endless troubles. After all, JD, the current situation of Cyrus can also be said to be extremely sad. I did have the idea of revenge against you before, but now I have no such idea at all. Vinsmoklajo shook his head. Since he found out that Admiral Akainu came here, his heart can also be said to be full of self-doubt. The number of spell warriors owned by the current naval headquarters and the world government is too large. If these spell warriors, are still killing each other here, then the navy and the world government can be said to be taking advantage of the fishermen. At that time, who in the world today will be able to resist the world government and the navy headquarters? The power of the world government and the navy headquarters is really too powerful. If you and I are still fighting each other, then who in the world's top 6 can resist the authority of the world government and the navy headquarters? Vinsmoklajo shook his head. And the most important thing is to be a spell warrior. Although Rebecca can't fully use the power of the mouse spell, it is not an easy thing to easily capture the spell in Rebecca's hand. If Becca chooses to cooperate with General Akainu, then this is not good news for Nico Robin and Vinsmoklajo. I need your strength to help us deal with the world government together. These are the words of Vinsmoklajo because the current world government is too terrifying. On the bright side, there are 4 powerful talisman warriors plus countless top masters at the level of lieutenant general secretly trained by the world government. Tell me your choice. Vinsmoklajo looked at Rebecca and the others. After all, this was also Rebecca's choice. If he chose to fight to the death, a war would break out between them. We are the enemies of the world government. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Rebecca hasn't spoken yet, while Cyrus, the father, has expressed his opinion. Rebecca is just an ordinary little girl after all. Rebecca's self-consciousness is not too strong. Since that's the case, then you and Nico Robin and I have reached an ally on this. Although the idea of this matter was decided by Cyrus, but Vinsmoklajo, who knew about the relationship between Cyrus and Rebecca, knew that Cyrus could completely dominate Rebecca's thoughts. This is also the reason why Rebecca was unable to develop the power of the rat charm to the extreme, because the rat charm also sensed the hesitation in Rebecca's heart and her inability to control her life and destiny choices. Damn bastard. At this time, Akainu, he actually sensed the situation here with a sense of domineering and domineering. When he heard that Rebecca chose to form an alliance with Vinsmokarel and Nico Robin, he could also say that he couldn't help it. Scolded angrily. After all, this power is simply too powerful. The power of 3 spell warriors and 4 spells. Chapter 511 The Navy's Worries. What did you say? Nicole Robin, Rebecca, and Vinsmokarel, the 3 spell warriors, powers are allied at this time in the office of the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters. The Warring States Marshal, who has not resigned from the position of the Marshal or is about to resign from the position of the Marshal, let him hear the message from General Akainu. After the message, at this moment his face can be said to be full of anger. At the same time, his heart can also be said to be full of shock. The Warring States Marshal never imagined that such a situation would happen. Akainu not only failed to regain the dominion of Bihai, but also allowed the three of Bihai to form an alliance. You must know that those are 3 spell warriors and 4 spells. Almost 1/3 of the known spell warriors in the world. For the world government at this time, this is something that cannot be tolerated at all, because this force is enough to threaten the entire world government. If I hadn't sacrificed my life, I might have stayed there at this time. Akainu's words can be said to be full of infinite fear. The power composed of 3 powerful spell warriors and 4 spells can be said to be a terrifying force that terrifies everyone. It's the best news that you can escape. At this time, the Warring States Marshal's heart can also be said to be full of fear. After all, even Admiral Akainu was damaged there. Then it can be said to be a huge loss for the world government and the Navy headquarters, and at the same time, for Vince Mokleju and the others, they have regained a powerful spell. If Vince Mokleju and the others obtain the Akainu General's spell, then who in the world today can stop the alliance formed by these 3 girls? Go back to the Navy headquarters first, and then we will discuss again. The words of the Warring States Marshal can be said to be full of emotion and seriousness. After all, the most important thing right now is to let Admiral Akainu come back safely with the power of the spell. Admiral Akainu has returned safely with the power of the talisman back to the Navy headquarters safely. At that time, the world government and the Navy headquarters can gather the greatest strength to start a war with the 3 women alliance. I really didn't expect the 3 of them to reach an alliance. The 3 little girls have 4 charms and almost have the power of half of the charms in this world. Lieutenant General Crane, who was in the Marshal's office at this moment, can be said to have a look full of emotion on her face at this moment. 3 little girls control the most powerful force in the world, a terrifying power that is enough to make everyone tremble. The current world government and the naval headquarters can be said to be extremely headaches. After all, this power is simply too powerful. Now, unless we gather all the spell warriors under the world government and the Navy headquarters, we are no match for these 3 little girl alliances at all. The Warring States Marshal's face can also be said to be full of serious and dignified expressions. After all, the alliance formed by these 3 little girls is too strong. This has completely possessed a powerful force to shake the rule of the world government. At this time, it can also be said to be a huge test for the world government, testing the future of the world government and the naval headquarters. After all, the alliance of the next 3 women is enough to make the whole world government feel terrified, just as Nico Robin just appeared in this world as a spell warrior to intimidate the whole world. The next thing will be difficult. After all, none of the 3 girls have a good attitude towards us. 0-0. And the reason why the 3 of them reached an alliance, I think, is because of us. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head helplessly. After all, the situation at this time was too severe. No one would have thought that the situation in the whole world has undergone such a huge change. Our Navy must be well prepared because the next battle will be extremely severe. At this time, everyone's faces can be said to be full of solemn expressions, because for them, the next battle will be extremely severe. The intimidation created by the 3 spell warriors is enough to make the whole world tremble. Everyone, get ready for battle, because we also don't know if anyone will be sacrificed in the next battle or whether there will be bloodshed. The Warring States Marshal shook his head. After all, the combat effectiveness of the spell warriors was simply too terrifying. Destroy heaven and earth. Even at the rank of generals and marshals, they will lose little in this battle. Chapter 512. The Fear of the World Government. I didn't expect those 3 guys to actually form an alliance. 3 girls have 4 charms, which almost have a power that is completely comparable to ours. At this time, the 5 old stars who control the entire world at the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa can also be said to be full of emotion at this moment. After all, the 3 little girls who were even less than 40 or 50 years old had already controlled the power that most people in this world could not control. This can almost be said to include the strongest force in the world, the terrifying force that made everyone tremble with 7-0. We must be careful about the alliance of these 3 women. After all, this force is too powerful and too frightening, and they also control the resource-rich North Sea. They already have the power to compete with us. At this time, the words of the 5 old stars can be said to be full of worried look. After all, this power is really too powerful, and everyone will tremble after hearing this power. Let the Navy get ready. This battle cannot be lost. The hearts of the 5 old stars can also be said to be full of worries at this time. After all, this situation is too dangerous. No one knows what impact these three alliances will have on the world, but just in case they have to go all out to prepare. After all, this is a terrifying force capable of overturning the entire world. The Navy has already made preparations, but no one can guarantee the next battle. An old man with a sword among the 5 old stars. At this moment there is a trace of worry on his face. After all, the risk of this battle is too great. No one can guarantee that the world government will win this war. I didn't expect the appearance of the Holy Lord to bring such a huge change to our rule. At this time, the 5 old stars are full of worries about the situation in front of the world, lest the whole world will be overthrown by the spell warriors. Make all the preparations. We must win this battle. The 5 old stars raised their heads, and the eyes of the 5 of them could be said to be full of determination. This is a war that cannot be retreated at all. I didn't expect that we would meet again. After Akainu quickly retreated from here, Rebecca, who was flying high in the sky, came to this island that was already extremely broken. The battle between Akainu and Cyrus had already almost destroyed the island, and the battle between Akainu and Nico Robin just now made the island in a state of shattering. The current island can be said to be in a state that is about to be broken. Of the 3 powerhouses here, the attack of anyone is enough to cause the island to shatter and fall into the sea. I really didn't expect that you actually became a spell warrior. Cyrus looked at the little girl in front of him, Vince Moklaju, with emotion. This little girl who had been expelled by him. What everyone didn't expect was that Vince Moklaju actually became a spell warrior, and he was also one of the few double spell warriors in the world. This can be said to make everyone terrified and shocked. If I hadn't made up my mind at the beginning, then the past would never have happened. If I hadn't thought of going to the new world, the talisman warrior representing the strongest power in this world, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you. It can be said that Vince Moklaju did not flinch in the slightest. After all, for Vince Moklaju, she already had the strength to protect herself. There are only a few people in this world who can threaten her, but Cyrus will definitely not be among them. Although Cyrus is the incarnation of the power of spells, the bound power he controls has not been brought into full play. Otherwise, he would not have been oppressed by Admiral Akainu in the previous battle. The North Sea Empire will be controlled by the 3 of us, and as our strength continues to increase, we can also say that we will annex other sea areas. Nicole Robin came out. Her eyes were full of ambition. Although Robin is not the kind of woman who wants to pursue absolute power, but how could he be able to retreat completely in the face of the current situation of the sea? It can be said that the entire sea has completely lost control. The future direction of the sea does not know who can really control it. The 12 spell warriors under the Lord's command can be said to be independent. All they represent belong to their respective groups. Chapter 513. The Assembled Naval Headquarters. What's going on in the Warring States period? Why did the world government let all our navies gather here? After 10 days have passed, the naval headquarters can be said to have assembled a powerful force. Lieutenant General Garb, who had just returned to the naval headquarters from the sea, had a look of doubt on his face at this moment. He didn't know why the world government would let the naval fleet gather again, and the most important thing was that there were 4 spell warriors gathered here at this time. Rabbit spell warrior Khorasan, the monkey charm warrior Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters, the tiger charm warrior Admiral Aoki of the Navy headquarters, dragon charm warrior Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. These 4 people can be said to represent the strongest combat power under the command of the entire world government. It looks like I, the Admiral of the Navy, will have to abdicate sooner or later. Sitting on the side, General Kizaru of the 19th Marine Corps headquarters. At this time, the corner of his mouth can be said to be full of helplessness. The Akainu, one of the original 3 generals of the Navy, has actually become the possession of the talisman warriors, making the whole world feel better. The mighty power of fear. He can be said to be the only admiral in the Navy who is not a spell warrior among the 3 generals. After seeing the situation at this time, he didn't know how to describe the thoughts in his heart. Although in the previous life there was a saying that the 4 emperors kicked the waist when the salary was in place. But this is just a joke. The difference in combat power between the general and the talisman warrior can be said to be incomparably huge. Although the general has the power to rival the 4 emperors, it is meaningless, or the general is not the opponent of the 4 emperors at all. There is a slight gap between the general and the 4 emperors. The talisman warriors are terrifying beings above the 4 emperors, and almost every one of them possesses a powerful force that makes the whole world fear them. Master Wu Laoxing ordered the encirclement and suppression of the Bahai Empire. The Marshal of the Warring States period shook his head helplessly. After all, the impact of this incident was too great, and it could even affect the future of the entire world. Although the Navy has 4 spell warriors, the North Sea Empire also has 4 spells. It's all a close fight, a fight that everyone fears. Did I hear it wrong to encircle the Baha'i Empire? Does the world government want our navy to die like this? Lieutenant General Garp's face can be said to be full of anger. After all, the military power possessed by the North Sea Empire can be said to attract the attention of the whole world. Even if the strength of the 4 talisman warriors in the entire Navy headquarters was put together, it would not necessarily be able to defeat the entire North Sea Empire. This would be completely killing the entire Navy headquarters. No one knows when the next spell warrior will appear. Now there are 10 spells known in the whole world. I think you should also know that when the 12 spells fully appear, it will be the day when the Holy Lord will come to the world. As the master of the 12 spells, I don't think I need to describe how powerful the Lord is. When the Holy Master comes to the world, who can stop him in the whole world? The Marshal of the Warring States said such words. This is something that no one dares to imagine. The 12 spells already have the power that the whole world is afraid of. So as the master of the 12 spells, what kind of power does it have? A power. Although we have never seen the Holy Master make a move, we can all say that we have seen the mighty figure of the Holy Master with our own eyes. Even now, I have mastered the power of the spell, but I don't have the will to resist at all in the face of the Holy Master. As one of the 12 spell warriors, Sabo raised his head with a bitter smile on the corners of his mouth. When he had just obtained the power of the spell, he could say that he had personally witnessed the stalwart figure of the Holy Lord. Even though he was in control of the strongest power in the entire world at this time, he had no will to resist. He didn't even dare to imagine that his opponent would one day be the Holy Lord. But the Holy Master had already said when he gave them the power of the spell that the power of the spell was only temporarily lent to them, and one day when the Holy Lord came to the world, he would get the spell back. In other words, these spell warriors who were once cultivated by the Holy Master have only one fate, that is, the Holy Master deprives them of the power of the spell. All the people who control this powerful force, how could they be so willing to let their power be deprived? The battle between the Talisman Warrior and the Holy Master can be said to be self-evident, and it's a battle that can't be stopped at all. The 514th chapter of the Reborn Doflamingo. In the end, it's because of the fear of the Lord. Can the appearance of the Lord be able to subvert the entire world? Lieutenant General Garp, who heard Sabo's words, finally shook his head. After all, the power of the Holy Lord is simply too powerful. The power to subvert the entire world is enough to make everyone tremble with fear. That's right, the Holy Master. The Holy Master has now become a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all spell warriors. At this time, in this naval headquarters, everyone's heart can be said to be a little dull. After all, it can be said that the Holy Master is about to be born. It can be said that it is a well-known thing. The Talisman warriors once tried to stop them, but how could they be able to stop them with their strength? At this time, the Holy Master has become the strongest weapon to oppress the world government. No one knows what impact the appearance of the Holy Lord will have on this world, and can we really stop the Holy Lord with our strength? Obtaining the spell to obtain the greatest power is the only thing we can do at this time. The Marshal of the Warring States period shook his head helplessly. The Talisman warrior once held the top of the world government, and the Talisman warrior became the savior of the entire world government. But with the news that the Kidney Lord is about to be born, the whole world can be said to be in a panic. After all, the power of the spell warrior is already so powerful, so how powerful is the Holy Master who bestowed the power of the 12 spell warriors? In other words, our ultimate enemy is only one, and that is the Holy Lord. Lieutenant General Garp raised his head with a slight wry smile on the corner of his mouth. Does the Holy Master, who is above the 12 spell warriors, possess the terrifying power to subvert the world? Whether its appearance can have a subversive impact on the world, but for the Tianlong people who rule the entire world, the Holy Lord is an existence that is enough to threaten their rule. Gather the power of the 12 Talisman warriors, and finally when the Kidney Lord appears, fight the Kidney Lord with the power of the 12 Talisman warriors. This is Lord Wu Laoxing's last order. At the same time, it is also the world government, and even what our naval headquarters will do next. The eyes are filled with a firm look for the Warring States Marshal to maintain the harmony of the entire sea. Peace is his life's mission. Only victory is allowed, not defeat. Even if the Kidney Lord gave us the power of the spell, after all, he is just an outsider. The Dragon Talisman warrior, Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, who was sitting beside him, burst out with astonishing murderous intent in his eyes. For Admiral Akainu, although he inherited the power of the Holy Master, his heart will always be loyal to the world government or the Navy. When he obtained the power of the Kidney Master charm, Akainu already knew what he was going to face next. The Master who once bestowed upon it a powerful spell, the owner of 12 spells, the Kidney Lord. It's really scary. It's really scary. At this time, General Kizaru, who was sitting beside him, had a hint of helplessness on the corner of his mouth. After all, for Admiral Kizaru, he is not a spell warrior first and foremost, but as one one of the admirals of the naval headquarters under the world government. This battle is not something he can easily escape. That is to say, even if he is not one of the talisman warriors, he is an existence that cannot escape in the face of this great battle. Damn Navy, you guys are going too far. It actually destroyed everything about me. At this time, in a dilapidated mountain village in the New World, a young man who looked only 18 years old suddenly opened his eyes. In this dilapidated house in the mountain village, the young man who almost died of starvation due to hunger opened his eyes, and at the same time a powerful aura burst out from this thin body. But whether it's his aura or his voice, this 18-year-old is not a waste who can't even support himself. In a dilapidated village with a population of only a few dozen people in the New World, because of the sudden change in the weather, the Sea Kings suddenly came here. The fishing village that was supposed to be able to go out to sea and fish has become the nest of the Sea Kings. Zhao's countless people can only stand on this dilapidated island and starve. I didn't expect that I would actually be possessed in such a waste body. Doflamingo escaped death by using the power of the sheep charm to escape his soul out of the body. At this moment his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. If he hadn't used the power of the sheep talisman to escape his soul, he would have been killed by the Navy long ago. But the Navy still underestimated the power of the sheep talisman. They never thought that even if Doflamingo's body was destroyed, Doflamingo could still use the power of the sheep charm to regain a person's body system. This is the most terrifying part of the sheep charm. Chapter 515, Demon Doflamingo. But fortunately, since I became the owner of the sheep charm, my power has been completely pinned on my soul, and even if my body is broken, it does not have much impact on the loss of my power. After feeling the power that he possesses at this time, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth can also be said to have a hint of a smile. Although the boy he captured at this time was just an ordinary fisherman, even an ordinary fisherman who was about to starve to death under the siege of the Sea Kings. Fisherman. But the powerful power given by the sheep charm can also be said to have instantly changed the boy's body at this time. Of course, if Doflamingo can take the body of Kaido and even Garp, his power will definitely increase. But how powerful is the will of every strong man? Doflamingo couldn't take away the bodies of such strong men as Kaido, the four emperors and the beasts, or the naval hero Garp. Of course, it's not absolute unless it's when they're about to fall into a coma, when they're seriously injured. At this time, no matter how strong their strength and will is, they are also at their weakest time. Only at this time will Doflamingo have a chance to take their bodies. But now Doflamingo doesn't have the chance to capture the bodies of those strong men. The will of the strong is not something that Doflamingo can shake, but the weak and strong are so easy to meet. But now I have the destiny to control this island. Raised his hands and instilled a powerful domineering aura in his hands. At this time, Doflamingo could say that he felt the powerful power that erupted in his body. Countless soul power erupted from the soul, and the momentum of Doflamingo's whole body at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now the world will be dominated by me. I will wash away all the humiliation in the past. After the strength returned to his body, at this time Doflamingo's eyes contained countless killing intent, and he would never forget that his body was broken under the siege of several spell warriors. For Doflamingo, this rebirth is the beginning of his revenge. He will let the world government, let the high five old stars know that he Doflamingo is not easy to bully. In the past he took his father's head back to the Holy Land Marijoa, and all he asked was to return to the Tianlong people to obtain the identity of the Tianlong people. But the so-called gods above and above rejected him, and severely trampled on Doflamingo's dignity. For Doflamingo, it can be said that there is nothing at all bjdi things that the law endures. He can't stand his dignity being trampled on by others again and again, and his Doflamingo also has his own pride. Once Doflamingo's younger brother Corazon took everything from him. Now the Navy has teamed up with the spell warriors to take everything from him. In Doflamingo's heart, he can be said to have reached the point of hatred for the whole world. It's not my choice that you chose to bully me like this, but at this moment, are you ready to bear my anger? A powerful aura instantly erupted and swept the entire mountain village. The innocent villagers on the island where the Neptunes turned the entire island into a Neptune lair because of climate change. Originally, because of the appearance of the Sea Kings, they had no food source. The weakness of the body is already extremely difficult, but how can Doflamingo's aura be something ordinary people can bear? The mighty tyrannical arrogance burst out from the house where Doflamingo is now like a rolling sound. The amazing momentum swept the entire mountain village and even affected the sea not far away. The huge Sea Kings who used this place as their nests left here as quickly as frightened birds, because they felt the threat like death here. They simply couldn't bear this abyss-like aura. What's going on with all this? Why do we feel this painful feeling like a heart bursting? At this time, the fishermen who are about to fall into a coma can be said to be full of endless panic in their hearts, as if a demon has awakened in their village. The devil brought only blood and slaughter to the entire village in King's Landing. But what they didn't know was that the resurrection was indeed a demon capable of completely destroying the entire village. Chapter 516 The Horror of Doflamingo. All of them will die for me. Just when everyone was in panic, Doflamingo's roar could be said to resound through the entire village, and at the same time, the power of the crushed fruit that he devoured in the deep-sea prison was instantly activated. With Doflamingo as the center, the powerful force spreads out towards the entire island. The whole island seems to be enveloped by a powerful force. The land and even the air of the island seem to be constantly being shattered by a force. The momentum of the powerhouse continued to erupt, and almost none of the creatures in the entire island could survive under this shattering power. Boom boom boom. Under the shaking of the earthquake, Doflamingo's figure rushed out of the island that was about to shatter like a rocket. At this time, he flew above the sky and looked at the island that was completely broken and even about to sink into the sea. Sacrifice my Doflamingo with all the creatures on this island. Doflamingo, who was floating high in the sky, looked at the countless creatures who died in his hands on this island. It can be said that Doflamingo is not only without the slightest sympathy but is still full of pride. As the owner of the sheep charm, Doflamingo controls the power of the soul. Although Doflamingo lost his body because of the previous battle, he used the power of the sheep charm to go out of his body and seize the boy's body. The power of the soul is not a huge loss, but for Doflamingo, the soul is the cornerstone of his growth path. With more souls, Doflamingo's strength will be stronger. The souls of all creatures on this island are the materials for Doflamingo to restore his own strength. As a tyrant Doflamingo who tried to kill all millions of people on an island, he doesn't care about the lives and deaths of these ordinary people at all, and even the strong ones are the targets of Doflamingo's hunting. But what I didn't expect was that there are actually so many sea kings around this island. Although he inherited the memory of that boy, he knew that due to the change of climate and environment, a large number of sea kings suddenly appeared around this stable island and even became the nest of sea kings. But because of the impact of the island falling into the sea kings around the entire island can be said to be alarmed. At this time, there are countless sea kings floating on the sea surface. The size of these sea kings can be said to be incomparably huge, and these huge sea kings, the power contained in their souls can also be said to be extremely powerful. For Doflamingo, these huge and numerous sea kings are just the nourishment he uses to nourish his soul. Since that's the case, then you all die for me. The words are full of endless madness, and Doflamingo at this time can be said to be enough to give up everything just to gain strength. Lined fruit plus crushed fruit. Countless thin lines quickly attack those huge sea kings. At the same time, it can be said that the power of the crushed fruit is wrapped above this thin line. Bang bang bang. Each thin thread is even smaller than half of a hair, but each of these tiny threads can be said to be possesses enormous destructive power. The string of the thread fruit is wrapped in the power of crushing the fruit. Every thin thread is like the power of crushing fruit that Doflamingo punches himself. Although there is indeed a slight gap in strength for these sea kings, every thin line is like the deadly scythe of the god of death. Every attack is enough to kill a sea king on the spot. Although the size of the sea kings is huge, especially in the second half of this great route, each of the sea kings here is always 100 meters or even 1,000 meters. 0. But in the face of Doflamingo's attack, these powerful Neptunes are vulnerable like a baby. No matter how huge these sea kings are, they can be said to be the power to resist at all in the face of Doflamingo's attack. Sacrifice the power of your soul. As countless sea kings died in the hands of Doflamingo, at the same time, Doflamingo could also be said to have felt the souls of countless sea kings. Although the quality of these sea king souls is not very good, its quantity is too huge. With the huge soul body and countless souls, the souls of these sea kings are enough to nourish Doflamingo's soul and continuously improve his strength. Boom. These spirit bodies floating in the air seem to be drawn towards Doflamingo's body rapidly as if they were being pulled by something. At this time, Doflamingo's aura was also constantly growing, and even the clouds above the sky were so powerful that it was enough to overturn a small one. The 517th chapter seizes the Tianlong people. Damn the navy, the world government, the group of high heaven dragon people. I will definitely make you feel the pain you have never felt before. Brother Doflamingo, who had regained a little strength after completely devouring all the souls of the sea area, can be said to be full of anger in his eyes at this time. After all, for Doflamingo, this is the second time he has failed. Once defeated by his younger brother Corazon, he was sent to the deep sea prison. At that time, Doflamingo, who had just established a little power, fell from the high point of his life to the low point. But 703 is what everyone didn't expect, is that Doflamingo actually obtained the spell of the Holy Lord in the deep sea prison. With the power of the sheep talisman, Doflamingo broke out of the deep sea prison and ruled the whole world world as a king. Just when Doflamingo used the power of the sheep charm to make the whole world fear it, the navy and the world government that got several spell warriors actually attacked him and deprived him of everything. But now I won't make that mistake again. Tiger once used his own power to make your entire holy land Mary Joa panic. Then, as a talisman warrior, will I sit back and wait again? You once expelled me from the order of the Tianlong people. Then today I will make you feel what is being disintegrated from within. The sheep talisman takes away the power of willingness. Speaking of which, there was a trace of cruelty in Doflamingo's eyes. There is no doubt that taking a home is to take a person's body, devour a person's soul, and completely control his own soul over that body. Dominate everything in that body with his own soul. Since that's the case, which of the gods in the Holy Land Mary Joa will be pulled down from the altar by me today? The power of the thread fruit is activated instantly. Using the power of the string fruit to pull the clouds in the sky, Doflamingo left the sea area as fast as a flight, and the only target in his heart was the Holy Land Mary Joa not far away, or rather, the group of high-level celestial dragons above the Holy Land Mary Joa. Those celestial dragons who thought they had mastered all their own destiny. You didn't think that I would come here again. At this time, Doflamingo once again used the power of the sheep charm to enter the state of the soul. The body that had been captured by him before had already fallen into the endless sea. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, Doflamingo's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. In order to recruit security, 5 old stars once promised Doflamingo that he would have the treatment of Tianlong people. But when she really faced this kind of thing, the 5 old stars and the world government did not hesitate to choose to attack him, because this kind of promise can be said to have no practical value at all. It's just a bad check. Since that's the case, I will take the body of a celestial dragon here, and then control the entire world government as a celestial dragon. There was a cruel look in his eyes. Doflamingo, who has entered the state of soul, can be said to be walking above this magnificent holy place, Mary Joa, right now. And there is only one target in his eyes, and that is the group of so-called gods carefully protected by the world government in this holy land of Mary Joa. It's you, the Moore family. Doflamingo, who was walking in the holy land Mary Joa, finally chose the target Moore family. 20-year-old young Tianlong people. At this time, he was the eldest son of a family with a higher status among the 18 families who lived in the holy land Mary Joa. It can be said that the Tianlong people have enjoyed the worship of the whole world, and they can enjoy an infinite number of beautiful women, so the descendants of the Tianlong people can also be said to be incomparably numerous. But in order to maintain the order of the Tianlong people, only the eldest son can inherit the identity of the Tianlong people's patriarch. In other words, the target that Doflamingo wants to seize is a future patriarch of the 18 Tianlong people, a celestial dragon who was 20 years old at this time, a future patriarch who will rule a Tianlong family without the slightest surprise in the future. Even in the entire Holy Land Mary Joa, the celestial dragons of this level can be said to be supreme beings. The entire Holy Land Mary Joa is assisted by the 5 old stars headed by Lord Im, and below the 5 old stars are the patriarchs of these 18 Tianlong people. The power of the sheep talisman takes over. After choosing his target, Doflamingo can be said to have no hesitation. The soul turned into a ray of light and instantly entered the body of the celestial dragon. Chapter 518. The Holy Land Mary Joa was attacked again. What? Just when Doflamingo's soul entered the body of this heavenly dragon like a ray of light, the celestial dragon involuntarily let out a wailing. But with his power, how could he resist Doflamingo's incomparably powerful soul power? Doflamingo, one of the world's top powerhouses, one of the legendary 12 spell warriors. Doflamingo, who has the sheep charm, can be said to be the strongest existence in the world in terms of soul. Although Doflamingo can't win the top powerhouses like Lieutenant General of the 4th Emperor Car, but how could he be a mere heavenly dragon who has no resistance at all? Can you resist Doflamingo's power? Without the slightest accident, the body of this celestial dragon was already occupied by Doflamingo. What's wrong? What happened? 19. Sir, are you alright? With the roar of the celestial dragon just now, it can be said that it disturbed the guard force guarding the celestial dragon. I saw several masters quickly come to this young patriarch of the Moore family. At this moment, their eyes can also be said to be full of worry, and the masters who are proficient in domineering even use the domineering look to scan everything here. But how could they detect Doflamingo, whose soul had already entered the body of the celestial dragon? I'm fine. At this time, Doflamingo, who had completely controlled this body, looked at the masters of the CP organization in front of him and waved his hand to indicate that he had nothing to do. But at this moment, Doflamingo was full of excitement. In the past, you drove me out of the house, and now I make you unable to climb high. Doflamingo, who completely controls this body, can say that his identity has undergone earth-shaking changes at this time. But now there is only one thing thing I need to do most, and that is to show my strength. What do I use to show my strength? Doflamingo's mouth curled into a smile. Now that he has strength and is strong enough, the only thing he needs to do next is to let everyone witness his strength. He already has enough identity, then he will use this identity to gain enough status. Take me to the place of those damn slaves. At this moment Doflamingo seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and said to the CP organization masters around him, "Follow your orders, sir." In the face of Doflamingo's orders, how dare the masters of the CP organization who are guarding Doflamingo's side dare to refuse? After all, even if they are powerful to the Tianlong people, they are just a bunch of lackeys. Kill, kill. That night, when everyone fell into a deep sleep, a roaring killing cry suddenly resounded throughout the holy land of Marijoa. I saw countless slaves charging towards the holy land Marijoa with swords in hand, and among these slaves there are also those powerful masters. It can be said that the soldiers did not recover due to the sudden attack on the entire holy land Marijoa's garrison, and the most important thing is that among these slaves there are actually several top-level powerhouses with great strength. The strongest is even in existence that can rival the elite lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters. What happened? Why so noisy? The 5 old stars, who should have fallen asleep, heard the sound of slaughter coming from the holy land Marijoa, and the 5 of them could be said to have hurriedly gathered together. You must know that there is a holy place, Marijoa, where the supreme Tianlong people live. Report to Lord 5 old stars. A group of thousands of gangsters appeared inside the holy land Marijoa at an unknown time. They are powerful. However, the master of the CP organization was in the holy land Marijoa 703. The garrison has gone to suppress it. At this moment, a master of the CP organization wearing a black suit quickly came to the room and reported the situation to the 5 old stars. Thousands of bandits who suddenly appeared in the holy land. This is my holy place, Marijoa, which is heavily guarded. Why would such a large number of people appear here? After hearing the report from the master of the CP organization that thousands of gangsters attacked the holy land Marijoa, the 5 old stars can be said to be furious. The dignified holy land Marijoa was attacked again and again like this. In the past, Tiger attacked the holy land Marijoa by virtue of his identity as a spell warrior, which completely wiped the entire holy land Marijoa's face. However, Tiger is also a spell warrior, intimidating all the spell warriors in the world. But what are these 1,000 gangsters who dare to attack his holy place, Marijoa? Is it really a soft persimmon when he is the world government? Chapter 519. The captured holy land Marijoa. I carefully prepared this battle for you. At this time in the splendid palace of Marijoan of the Holy Land. At this time, Doflamingo, who lived in the Moore family palace, came to the window involuntarily when he heard the fighting not far away. Looking at the fight not far away, there was a bloodthirsty smile on the corner of his mouth. In the end, this battle was deliberately guided by him, for there is only one thing, that is, to show his strength here. I can't use the power of the spell, but with my 3-color domineering and taijutsu, how many people in the world today will be my opponents? After watching the battle not far away that seemed to give the entire holy land Marijoa a headache, Doflamingo raised his right hand, and his powerful armament flashed away. As a sheep spell-capable person, Doflamingo controls the soul. During this period of time, the souls of 3-color domineering masters swallowed by Doflamingo can also be said to be countless. The 3-color domineering can be said to be terrifying and make everyone tremble. How is it possible? How can these guys be so powerful? Damn bastards, where did they come from? Marijoa's garrison, who didn't know the true identity of the robbers at all, became more and more frightened as the battle unfolded, because the strength of these people is really too powerful. The weakest are no less than the combat power of tens of millions of pirates, and the strong are countless. The masters of the CP organization of the Holy Land Marijoa can also be said to have fought against the masters of this rebellion, but as the battle continued, the despair in their hearts could be said to be getting bigger and bigger. What did you say? You can't resist these gangsters at all? It's like hearing something incredible. The 5 old stars who were ready to hear the good news on the tower looked at the masters of the CP organization who had just come to them and knelt in front of them in disbelief. Could it be that with the garrison strength of Holy Land Marijoa, it is still impossible to repel this group of people? Who are these people who suddenly appeared? Why is it so powerful? If there is one of them that is comparable to the 4 emperors in combat power, then it can be said that it is no different from a 4 emperor group, and it still belongs to the top 4 emperor group like the Whitebeard pirates. What's wrong with this world? At this time, the hearts of the 5 old stars can also be said to be full of puzzles and doubts. What happened to this world? Why does it become like this? Completely out of their control. No matter what, we must protect the safety of the Tianlong people. The 5 old stars finally gave an order to protect the Tianlong people at all costs. The losses caused by Tiger's two attacks on the Holy Land Marijoa can be said to be incomparably huge. Countless celestial dragons died under Tiger's telekinesis. However, considering where Tiger is at this time and the powerful power that Tiger possesses, even if the world government already has the power to repel the Fishman Island at this time, no one can guarantee that Tiger, one of the 10,000 meters, has the power to repel the Fishman Island. What crazy things Greg would do if he saw the destruction of Fishman Island. It is clear that the crusade against the Fishman Island will be destroyed along with the Fishman Island. This means that at least 2 spell warriors are going to die under this Fishman Island with Tiger. Even if the world government is in the Navy headquarters, it clearly controls 4 spell warriors. But can they really let these 4 spell warriors lay down their lives for them? It can be said that this is completely a wishful dream. Besides, apart from Akainu and the others who can easily mobilize these 4 talisman warriors, which one of the remaining ones is not extremely arrogant? As Khorasan, who is also one of the Tianlong people, do you think he will obey the orders of the 5 old stars? And it's the kind of command that requires giving up one's own life. Not to mention Sabo. Sabo is still in the Navy just because he is worried about Garp. After all, when Sabo had just obtained the power of the spell, he would not reach the peak of the world, but Garp sheltered him. For Sabo, Garp is his veritable grandfather. The only thing that can comfort the world government and the Navy headquarters is the Navy headquarters, Admiral Aokiji. But the competition between Aokiji and Akainu for the Admiral of the Navy can be said to be more and more fierce. No one can guarantee whether the two of them will still be able to submit to the Navy and the world government as the two of them compete for the position of Marshal. Chapter 520th Reinforcements from the Naval Headquarters. What holy place was attacked again? Who is so bold and dare to attack the Holy Land? The news of the attack on the Holy Land Marijoa was finally notified to the Navy headquarters. After all, this battle is no longer in existence that the Holy Land can suppress. After hearing that the Holy Land was attacked again, the Warring States Marshal's face was full of astonishment. You must know that at this time, the world government has 4 talisman warriors under the Navy headquarters. At this time, the Navy headquarters and the world government can be said to have once again become the pinnacle power in this world. And let's put it this way, with the defensive strength of the Holy Land Marijoa, even the 4 emperors would not dare to invade easily. Is it that bastard Tiger again? Thinking of the place where the Holy Land Marijoa was attacked, everyone can say that they can't help but think of the red figure, the man who single-handedly made the entire world government back down from the naval headquarters. A terrifying man whose strength is terrifying enough to reach the pinnacle of this world, reporting to the Warring States Marshal that this attack on the Holy Land was a group of gangsters with thousands of people who appeared from nowhere. But the strength of these guys can be said to be extremely terrifying. A rear admiral who was in charge of the report could be said to have a trace of fear on his face at this time. Each of the thousands of gangsters has a combat power comparable to that of tens of millions of pirates, and the strongest of them can even fight against a general-level master. This is also the reason why the Holy Land Marijoa garrison is terrified. JD, and they didn't even think, where did this power come from? Since the Holy Land has been attacked, our navy can't just sit idly by. But at this time, the spell warriors under the navy have gathered towards the North Sea. At the moment, the only person stationed in the naval headquarters is Admiral Kizaru. After thinking of the defensive power the navy possessed at this time, the Sengoku Marshal can also be said to shake his head. In order to wipe out the North Sea Empire, the world government ordered all 4 talisman warriors to attack, which also led to the emptiness of the arms of the naval headquarters, and only General Kizaru was alone. Although there is still Garp in the navy headquarters, a master who is comparable to the 4 emperors. But do you think it's possible for Garp to rescue the Tianlong people? After all, the reason why Garp refused to be promoted to admiral in the first place was also the reason why some Tianlong people. After all, if you want to become a general, you must abide by a rule. That is, when the dragon people are in trouble, the general must rescue him unconditionally. This is one of the reasons why he doesn't want to be a general for Garp, who has no pen to hate the Tianlong people. Since that's the case, then I'll send General Kizaru to support first. Shaking his head helplessly, Marshal Sengoku finally ordered General Kizaru to take the few lieutenant-level masters from the Navy headquarters to the Holy Land Marijoa for support, and this will also lead to the Navy headquarters being too empty. If he, one of the few masters stationed in the Navy headquarters, also leaves, how much defense force will there be if someone attacks the Navy headquarters? Hey, can't you escape even if you hide here? At this time, General Kizaru, who was sitting beside him, stood up helplessly. The Battle of the North Sea is not in existence that the general level can intervene. At this time, as an admiral of the Navy, Kizaru finally had the opportunity not to participate in the Battle of the North Sea, but what he did not expect was that there was a problem in the Holy Land. Land. Since someone dares to attack the Holy Land, it means that this group of people also has their own confidence. But even so, General Kizaru just sighed a little and finally chose to get up and go. After all, he is also one of the top combat powers of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters under the command of the world government. And General Kizaru also has his self-confidence. As long as it is not that spell warrior, he believes that there are not many people in the world who can stop him. Of course, if he was facing a talisman warrior, then General Kizaru could only say that he was secretly saying sorry. The terrifying general of the talisman warrior Kizaru has personally experienced it. Whether it is the speed of strength, it is not an existence that can be matched by such generals and powerhouses. However, Kizaru is still a little confident in his own strength. After all, he is also one of the admirals of the Navy, representing the three main forces of the world government. Although this area has been occupied by spell warriors, but the general and the strong are still the general and the strong, and Kizaru is also one of the top strong men in this world. If there are no powerful spell warriors among the bandits, then the yellow ape can be said to be completely fearless. Chapter 521. The Blocked General. Why does this group of people have such a powerful strength? Where did they come from? Hurry up and escape. These people are completely monsters. At this time, the war in this Holy Land Marijoa has reached an intense state. But for the garrison of the Holy Land Marijoa, this is the end. It's all a nightmare they couldn't even imagine. But it was their duty to guard the Holy Land Marijoa, and it's something that you have to do even if you risk your life. But in the face of this battle, they have no hope of winning. These guard soldiers can also be said to collapse - kill it in. Although this is only a 1,000-person team, there are more than tens of thousands of guards who encircle and suppress them, and even the masters of countless CP organizations. But in the face of this powerful team, the guards were no longer able to resist. I didn't expect the situation to become like this. Elementalized turned into light and quickly flew to the Holy Land Marijoa's kiwi. At this time, his face can also be said to be full of surprise. Elementalization of Kizaru flying above the sky. When he looked down at the Holy Land Marijoa from the entire sky, he found that the entire Holy Land Marijoa had already fallen into a sea of fire. Even the aloof Tianlong people were slaughtered at will by others like piglets. However, this group of people is indeed extremely annoying. Although he has not yet fought against this group of gangsters head-on, it can be said that Kizaru can feel the strength of this group of gangsters. After all, the destruction between these gangsters is enough to represent the power they possess. Although most of the people in this group of bandits are not considered by the Japanese ape for their strength, there are very few people in this group that even the Japanese ape is troubled by. It's also time for me to play. After roughly estimating the strength of this group of bandits, in the end, General Kizaru chose his opponents, those with top strength among this group of gangsters. Is it Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters? Just when General Kizaru turned into a burst of light and quickly rushed towards the bandits, the top masters hidden among this group of gangsters. At this moment, they can also be said to have chosen to do it. I saw the two figures quickly escape from the crowd and killed General Kizaru above the sky. These two people are powerful masters hidden in this band of bandits. The two of them joined forces and even possess the power to threaten the general and the strong. The armed color is domineering. The two masters who rushed out of the crowd saw that their whole body was covered with a powerful weapon colored domineering. You must know that those who want to deal with the natural elementalized devil fruit ability must use the armament colored domineering and halostone, a master who is proficient in armed and domineering. It can also be said that General Kisaragi in the elemental state was aware of the problem here. However, for the generals who are proficient in two-color domineering, the armed domineering can indeed capture the elemental state of the natural system, but as a general level powerhouse, they are not so easily captured by the armed domineering. Boom, boom, boom. The iron fist is roaring constantly here. General Kizaru's hands are also covered with a layer of powerful armament domineering, and because Admiral Kizaru has the ability to shine fruit, he can be said to have extremely fast speed. Although these two powerhouses can be said to have super two-color domineering, however, it can be said that there is a slight difficulty in threatening the general of the yellow monkey, but they have completely held off the general of the yellow monkey with their own strength. Did the goddamn bastard general get dragged by them like this? Is there still such a master hidden in this group of people? After seeing the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters being held back by two people in the crowd, at this time, the experts in the entire Holy Land were shocked. After all, there were only a few experts at the level of generals in the entire Navy and even the world government. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters can be said to be a reinforcement that was hard to find, but he was held back just like that. This incident can also be said to be a major blow to the Holy Land garrison. What kind of people are you? With your strength, you shouldn't be unknown on this ocean. At this time, General General Kizaru looked at them with a look of horror while fighting with his two opponents. After all, it can be said that General Kizaru feels extremely difficult at this time, and it can be said that it is impossible to solve these two masters in an instant. And the most important thing is that these two people already have the power to match the top level of Kaiwahei under the king. According to the strength of the two of them should not be unknown on the sea. Chapter 522. Doflamingo who came out. Why is this damn bastard doing this? Even the general was stopped. Could it be that the Holy Land will be breached today just like this? Seeing the admiral's arrival should have been full of excitement for the Holy Land guards, but when they saw that even the admiral's arrival would not be able to change the whole battle situation, the decadent psychology can be said to have appeared in the hearts of everyone. At this time, everyone's hearts can be said to be full of decadence and full of confusion about the future. They don't know what today and this moment mean to them, but at this moment what they see in their hearts is nothing but the abyss of despair that 730 has for the future. Today the Holy Land will be conquered by us, the Tianlong people who once ruled the entire world for more than 800 years. Today your divine position will be shattered by us, these underworld warriors who were pulled back from the underworld by Doflamingo. At this moment their faces can be said to be full of arrogance and desire for revenge. You must know that many of these people belong to those lonely ghosts around the Holy Land Marijoa. They were tortured by the Tianlong people and lost everything in their lives. The hatred for the entire world government and the Tianlong people is engraved in their souls. For Doflamingo, who can pull them back from the underworld and take revenge, these souls have chosen to surrender from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die here today? Damn world government. 5 Old Stargate. We put the whole world under their control. Is that how they defend us? Tiger's 2 attacks on the Holy Land have caused a large number of Draco deaths. Moreover, the power of guarding the heritage of the Tianlong people can also be said to be weakened countless times. You must know that when Tiger attacked the Holy Land Marijoa, it was still guarded by a general-level expert in the Holy Land. This can also be said to belong to the heritage of the Tianlong people. However, under Tiger's fight, these underlying strengths can be said to have been greatly weakened, which is why the Tianlong people's defensive strength was so weak when they attacked the Holy Land. Because the power of the Tianlong people was weakened by Tiger's killing and the world government secretly weakened, the power in the hands of the Tianlong people can be said to be greatly weakened at this time. Don't think that most of the people in the world government are sincerely loyal to the Tianlong people. Once the authority reaches a certain level, ambition will breed. For those senior officials of the world government, which one of them doesn't want to be the master of the whole world and control the whole world? Don't they want their descendants to also enjoy the treatment of the Tianlong people? You must know how many people in history were loyal to their royal family at the beginning, but as their status improved, their ambitions can also be said to be greatly improved. After knowing the power possessed by the Tianlong people, some executives in the world government also secretly weakened a lot of the power of the Tianlong people during this period of time. Damn bastard, if I'm out of danger this time, we won't let you go easily. At this time, the celestial dragons were struggling to survive under the weak guard force. At this moment, their hearts can be said to be filled with the anger of the entire world government. It is obvious that the Tianlong people also feel the ambitions of those within the world government at this moment. This is the result I want. Doflamingo hiding in the crowd of Tianlong people. At this time, his heart can be said to be full of infinite pride and ambition. After all of this is just what he planned. It's time for me to play. I came as the savior when all Tianlong people fell into despair and become the only god in their hearts with powerful strength. Just when the faces of all Tianlong people were full of despair, Doflamingo came out. He walked step by step towards the group of gangsters who were charging. Is that guy crazy? What does he want to do? Did he lose his belief in survival due to despair? All the Tianlong people who saw Brother Doflamingo go out at this moment, their faces can be said to be full of incomprehensible expressions. They simply don't understand that Doflamingo's behavior can be said to be completely courting death. You must know that none of the bandits outside are reasonable, and they will not have any mercy towards the Tianlong people. After all, the number of Tianlong people who died in the riot just now is no less than 10 figures. This is also the reason why these Tianlong people are afraid of it. When admiration and fear no longer exist, what else in this world can protect them? Chapter 523 Attacking Holy Land Masters. Boom boom boom. Just when everyone looked at Doflamingo with a ghostly look, just when everyone thought that Doflamingo's thin body would be torn apart under the attack of these gangsters, when crushed, at this moment the roar of the violent explosion can be said to be incessant. The group of Tianlong people who were still watching jokes there just now, at this moment their eyes looked like they had seen a ghost. The gangsters who came in were all torn to shreds by a powerful force in the roar of the violent explosion. How can that be? How could that guy more have have such a powerful power? Is this guy already so powerful? My god, what the hell did this guy do? 19 At this time, everyone can be said to be completely stunned because what appeared in front of them was a huge pothole that was slashed out. Doflamingo used his hand as a sword to draw a sword mark that was enough to make everyone despair. This was a huge sword mark that was 100 meters long and 10 meters deep, and those who were beheaded by the sword energy, more than 100 people were killed and injured by the bandits. How could this heavenly dragon man possess such a powerful power? Are there any aliens among the Tianlong people? Damn bastards, today I thought I could wipe out this group of damned scumbags in one fell swoop. The high-level officials of the world government who were hiding and observing the situation here at this time, their hearts can also be said to be full of surprises. They never thought that among the Tianlong people there was a powerful existence like Doflamingo. In their opinion, this group of bandits who suddenly appeared is the best chance to wipe out the entire Tianlong race, which is why they secretly suppressed the reinforcements. But Doflamingo's sudden attack can be said to have completely disturbed this wonderful opportunity. What should we do now? At this time, they can also be said to be completely stunned and don't know what to do. The strength of that Tianlong person is really too strong. Driving Doflamingo, who was killing among the gangsters, everyone could be said to frown involuntarily at this time. After all, the appearance of Doflamingo can be said to have completely disrupted their plans. And according to Doflamingo's current killing speed, it can be said that these bandits can hold on for a while in Doflamingo's hands. In this way, they can also be said to have offended the Tianlong people. Once this matter was turned over by the Tianlong people, then there is only a dead end for high-ranking government officials all over the world, and the anger of the Tianlong people is not so easily quelled. At this time, all those ambitious people who are planning to kill the Tianlong people can also be said to be full of worries at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The violent roar can be said to be incessant. At this time, everyone's hearts can be said to be full of despair. What should they do now? Can they bear the anger of the Tianlong people? Good job, more. To kill those bastards, we have to let those goddamn ants know that we Tianlong people are not easy to mess with. As Doflamingo started killing among the bandits, the Tianlong people hiding behind the guards seemed to have found the backbone. Where were they cheering? It seemed that Doflamingo at this time has become their only savior. All the celestial dragons cheered and cheered. There's no way. Now it can only be said to be a temporary remedy. The senior officials of the world government who were standing aside at this time, for them now, it can be said that they have no choice at all. Kill, rescue Lord Tianlong. Under the leadership of those government executives, the masters of the garrison who were suppressed by those 733 world government executives quickly attacked and killed the bandits like sharp swords. After all, it can be said that now is their only chance to redeem their sins, and needless to say, there will be the monstrous anger of the heavenly dragons in the face of them. The anger of the Tianlong people will not be quelled so easily. These masters and the executives of the world government have even made up their minds, but now they can also be said to have lost absolute control, and they don't know what to do next. Kill those damn bastards. This is not a place where they can be arrogant. At this time, the group of high-ranking officials of the world government was like a chicken blood, and the masters who led the Holy Land followed in the footsteps of Doflamingo and killed this group of powerful bandits. Chapter 524. The Wrath of the Dragons. More. How can you be so powerful? I really didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. When the master of the garrison of the Holy Land Marijoa took action, it can be said that the rebellion of the Holy Land Marijoa was quickly suppressed. When Doflamingo walked out of the corpse with no blood on his body, it could be said that there were countless Tianlong people around Doflamingo. These Tianlong people rushed to Doflamingo with excited expressions. Wherever they cheered and complimented Doflamingo, Doflamingo seemed to have become the heroic savior in the eyes of all Tianlong people. Lord Tianlong people, now the Holy Land Marijoa is still full of danger. If you don't mind, we will arrange you to stay after we have thoroughly cleaned the Holy Land. The officials of the headquarters of the Holy Land Marijoa came to this group of celestial dragons with respect. You bastards, what did you do before? Are you looking for death? Damn bastard. But when these officials came here, they were faced with the endless fury of the Tianlong people. It can be said that it is difficult for the group of Tianlong people to imagine the panic they suffered under this crisis. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, facing the anger of the Tianlong people, how do they have the right to choose? Puff puff. But at this moment, the iron fist directly penetrated the chest of a senior official of the world government. Doflamingo's right hand directly pinched the beating heart in the chest of this world government official. Broken. Humble slave, do you have a share here to speak? Doflamingo's mouth showed a bloodthirsty killing intent. Even if these high-ranking people are high-ranking officials of the world government, you must know that the world government is only the lackeys of the Tianlong people. It can be said that this group of lackeys actually have have the idea of killing their masters, which can be said to be disgusting. Mr. Moore. At this time, the senior officials of the world government who were standing aside saw that Doflamingo had beheaded one of their comrades mercilessly, and they could also say that they involuntarily took a few steps back. At this moment, their hearts can also be said to be full of endless panic. Outside, they are high-ranking officials of the world government. Even in the face of the kings of some big countries, they can be said to be arrogant existences. But in the face of the Tianlong people, these descendants of the so-called creators are nothing more than a group of ants in the final analysis. A group of ants that can be beheaded by this group of Tianlong people at any time. You don't have the slightest right to choose here. Your life is already under our control. But don't forget who gave you your current status and status, who entrusted the whole world to your hands. But did you repay us like this? At this time, Doflamingo seems to have become the existence to which all the righteous rights of the Draco people answered the call. He seems to be telling the Tianlong people in the whole world that the scepter in their hands is slowly being lost. The group of ants who ruled the whole world for them actually had the heart of rebellion. The only thing we need now is the right to regain control of the whole world. If we give you rights but you still can't protect our lives, then we might as well control the set of rights in our own hands. Doflamingo made this overbearing statement. He seems to be beguiling all the Draconians to take back the scepter they once entrusted to the world government. What does that guy Moore want to do? Does he want to lead all the Tianlong people to fight against the world government? The 5 old stars standing on the central tower, as one of the world's top powerhouses, can also be said to have a strong sense of domineering zhao, as well as incomparably sharp facial features. Doflamingo's declaration in front of the group of Tianlong people can be said to be heard by all of them without any omission, which can also be said to completely represent Doflamingo's desire to lead this group of Tianlong people take the scepter from their hands. But have these celestial dragons forgotten? Above them is a world ruler named Im. She is the uncrowned emperor among the entire Tianlong people, the existence of the king who rules the whole world. Let that guy Moore come to see us. We want to know what the hell is on this guy's mind. Chapter 525 Imam's Killing Intent. Lord Im. At this time, in the center of this holy land of Marijoa, the 5 old stars who are the supreme rulers of the entire world government on the bright side, they can now be said to be humble and kneel on a throne like a slave. I'm the real controller of the world, the supreme existence who controls the entire world. Some people even speculate whether Im has survived for more than 800 years. When the world government was just established, he had lived in this world and ruled the whole world for more than 800 years. What does that little fellow Moore want to do? And you guys, is that how you protect the Tianlong people? When the 5 old stars all knelt in front of Yimu, thinking of what just happened in the Holy Land, Yimu can also be said to be full of anger. The dignified Holy Land was attacked again and again like this, and even the Tianlong people who represented the face of the world government were killed again and again by those damn untouchables. For this is something that 733 simply cannot tolerate. As the nobles of the world government, the Tianlong people represent the face of the entire world government. At the same time, the reason why the Tianlong people control the whole world is because they have something that is enough to make the whole world feel a headache. It seems that the Heavenly King, one of the 3 ancient gods, was controlled by the heavenly dragons. This is also the reason why Tianlong people have the power of the chicken, but they have enjoyed the worship of the whole world for more than 800 years. Because the Tianlong people have a terrifying power that makes the world government feel a headache and fear. This is the main reason why the Tianlong people control the whole world. We don't know what Moore wants to do either. However, the strength that Moore just showed was something we didn't expect. The 5 old stars who were kneeling down, their faces can be said to be full of surprises. They did not expect that Doflamingo's strength is so powerful, and it is not something that ordinary Tianlong people can have. Strength. Doflamingo's strength can be said to be beyond everyone's imagination. You must know that a general level powerhouse can be said to be one of the few top level combat powers for the world government, not to mention that Doflamingo's strength is even higher than that of the 4 emperors who are above the generals. Even the admiral of the Navy has no such strength, surpassing the peak battle of the admiral of the Admiralty. Power. Is this the power that ordinary Tianlong people can have? And Moore's power seems to be suddenly possessed so that everyone can be said to be surprised. This is also what makes everyone terrified and surprised. Why did Doflamingo suddenly show such a powerful force? You must know that Moore is a Tianlong person. How many of the Tianlong people are powerful beings? Do you now know what that guy wants now? Because of your stupid decisions before, we, JD, are now in a passive state, and all the dragon people are almost towards that bastard Moore. I'm sitting on the throne. His face can be said to be full of anger at this time. Unknowingly, Moore has become the object of worship for all Tianlong people in the Holy Land and the savior in everyone's mind. Although Wu Laoxing and Yumu are the kings of this group of celestial dragons, it requires the authority of all celestial dragons to mobilize the divine weapon of Celestial King. In other words, Doflamingo even indirectly controlled the king without knowing it. This is what makes I'm very angry. You must know that the king of heaven can be said to be a taboo for I'm, and this is one of the reasons why I'm has controlled the entire world for more than 800 years. Now Moore has become the savior in the eyes of all Tianlong people, and he has won the attention of all Tianlong people. The 5 old stars kneeling on the ground, their hearts can be said to be full of panic. As the 5 old stars who control the entire world, they can also be said to know the terror of the heavenly king. That can be said to be a terrorist force that threatens the entire world. This can be said to be absolutely intolerable for the world government, and this is also the bottom line that they cannot cross. Find a way to know what that guy Moore wants. We can't continue to be passive like this. Yumu turned his head to look at the 5 old stars and the others kneeling there. Moore can now be said to have become a very headache for Yumu because Moore threatened his dominance among the Tianlong people. As you order, Lord I'm. In the face of Im's orders, the 5 old stars dare not refuse in the slightest. If it is said that I'm is the master of the whole world, then the 5 old stars are just dogs who guard I'm. Chapter 526. Are you a spell warrior? Moore, what exactly do you want to do? When the 5 old stars retreated, Yumu, who was standing there, turned his head and looked at the place where the dragon people lived in the distance. At this time, he seemed to see Moore surrounded by many dragon people. In this battle, Moore seemed to be the only victor, and he seemed to be surrounded by all the dragon people. I don't know what the 5 old guys are looking for from me. What are you doing? Under the handling of the soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa that night, the entire Holy Land Marijoa seemed to have recovered tranquility. However, under the leadership of the CPU organization master, Moore came to the Central Expressway, which was brought by the 5 old stars. Looking at the 5 old stars who clearly control the entire world government in front of him, Doflamingo's mouth showed a trace of disdain. At the same time, it can be said that a killing intent surged up in his heart. But don't forget that it was the 5 old guys who ordered the spell warriors belonging to the Navy to besiege him. Moore, don't forget your identity as well as ours. After seeing the disdain on Doflamingo's face, it can also be said that there is a trace of killing intent in the eyes of Wu Laoxing. For those with high status and power, anyone who dares to threaten their status and power is tantamount to a threat to their lives. What if it was his own son? Moore just belongs to the same Tianlong people as them, and the relationship is not so close. Among the ancient emperors, how many fathers and sons cannibalized each other, brothers cannibalize each other, and siblings cannibalize each other? What they were fighting for was nothing but the highest position. Am I not a Tianlong person? I am the noble of the world. As if he heard something funny, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of sarcasm. Doflamingo deliberately took over the body of this heavenly dragon. In the final analysis, he just wanted to use his identity as a heavenly dragon to gain maximum authority. Now the identity of this Tianlong person is Doflamingo's greatest confidence. The reason why the previous group of Tianlong people surrounded Doflamingo was only because Doflamingo belonged to the Tianlong people like them. If Doflamingo did not occupy the body of this dragon, even if he really rescued all the dragons in this battle, but in front of those dragons, everything was what they should have done. Things to do, because the only thing that this group of celestial dragons saw in their eyes was them. You've been deliberately trying to hide your strength until now. You really surprised us too much. Tell me, what do you want to do? One of the 5 old stars was holding a long sword. He involuntarily stood up and even forced Doflamingo to wait there. Boom boom boom. An amazing aura erupted from Doflamingo's body and even swept the whole holy place of Marijoa. The outburst of tyrannical domineering, even bursts of black thunder appeared in this space. Crack, snap, snap. The 5 old stars who even possessed general level combat power, under this amazing domineering arrogance, they couldn't even control their bodies and lay directly on the ground. How can you have such a powerful domineering? The 5 old stars who were oppressed on the ground by this domineering force raised their heads to look at Brother Doflamingo with difficulty. They never thought that Brother Doflamingo actually possessed such a powerful domineering force. You must know that even the red-haired Shanks, who is known as the world's strongest tyrant, with his powerful arrogance, can't suppress the 5 old stars with the level of the 5 generals on the ground. I have everything you can't imagine. The frog at the bottom of the well sits in the well and looks at the sky. Do you think the current world is still a world where the Holy Master never appeared? There was a hint of sarcasm on Doflamingo's mouth. Although he did not use the power of the spell as one of the spell warriors, Doflamingo's strength is not at all a general level powerhouse in this world can compete. The presence. Holy Lord, could it be that you have also become a spell warrior? As if thinking thinking of something incredible. The 5 old stars all looked at Brother Doflamingo in shock. Now this matter can be said to be completely and can be explained clearly. Why did this guy more suddenly have such a powerful power overnight? In today's world, only the Holy Master can make an ordinary mortal giver surpass the peak combat power of the entire world. The terrifying power is small. Chapter 527 Doflamingo's Habits. I didn't expect you to actually become the legendary talisman warrior. It's really good luck. At this time, all the 5 old stars seemed to know the biggest secret that Doflamingo said was hidden in their hearts. In their view, this is the only thing that can be explained. If it wasn't for Moore or Doflamingo becoming a spell warrior, how could a mere heavenly dragon like him possess a combat power that surpasses that of the 4 emperors? Now I have the right to talk to you on an equal footing, right? In other words, you have lost the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with me. Looking at the 5 old stars who could only fall down and lie there under the slight pressure of his own momentum, Doflamingo's mouth was stirred with a trace of disdain. It can only be said that it is lying under him like a dog. What exactly do you want? After Brother Doflamingo took back his domineering arrogance, the 5 old stars could only say that they tidied up their clothes with embarrassment. When has he been so humiliated as the master over the bright side of the whole world? You must know that even the kings of the great powers can be said to be trembling when facing the 5 old stars. After all, the 5 old stars are the masters of the entire world, and they control the huge military power of the entire world. I want to get the rights I should be able to get. Do you really think we don't know anything about what you guys are doing? The Tianlong people entrusted the rights of the whole world to the world government, but how does the world government treat us Tianlong people? This time, the experts who attacked your world government actually chose to stand still, causing us Tianlong people to suffer heavy losses. Shouldn't you give us an explanation on this matter? Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of aggressive looks. After all, for Doflamingo, there is only one thing he wants to do, and that is to get what he wants through coercion. After all, in the final analysis, it is their 5 old stars who are in the wrong. It was their Wu Laoxing who did something that was sorry for their Tianlong people, but it wasn't that their Tianlong people did something to Wu Laoxing. A statement. What statement do you want? One of the 5 old stars raised his head with a stern look in his words. You want a statement, so what statement do you want? Or what exactly do you want? I want to control the navy. Leave the navy under my control. Facing the question of the 5 old stars, Doflamingo directly said such a sentence. He directly wanted to control the entire navy. You want to control the navy? After hearing Doflamingo's request, the 5 old stars can be said to be completely angry. After all, the navy is the strongest violent institution under the world government. He is the strongest violent organization under the world government, and he represents a knife in the hands of the world government. How could Wu Laoxing just randomly abandon the knife in his hand? Although Doflamingo is here to communicate with them as a Tianlong person at this time, but wanting them to hand over the navy to Doflamingo can be said to be an extremely difficult thing. You must know that it is the sharpest knife under the command of the world government. That's right, since you can't control the navy, you might as well give the navy to me. Faced with the 3 spell warriors under the navy, you thought they would really obey your orders. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of a mocking smile. Do you think you can really command those 3 spell warriors? You must know that almost every spell warrior has the power to make the world government fear it. Do you want to suppress them with the strength of your spell warrior? Do you think you can control those 3 people? As if he heard something funny, the 5 old stars had a mocking look on their faces. As the controllers of the entire world, they certainly knew that with the prestige of them and others, they could not completely and truly command these 3 spell warriors. But the 5 old stars wouldn't think that Doflamingo could make the group of spell warriors obey Doflamingo's words. You need to know which of the talisman warriors is not a rebellious person. Doflamingo can really tame those rebellious people. Do you still think that with my strength I can't do this step? Slightly wiggled her fingers. This can be said to be a habit of Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo used to be a thread fruit power user, and he used his own hands to manipulate his devil fruit ability. Chapter 528 The Protest of the North Sea Crusade of the Grand Fleet. Did you make a mistake? What the hell is the world government thinking about? It's actually changing the army. 3 days later, when the coalition forces of the Navy headquarters fleet were about to arrive in the North Sea, they received a piece of news that surprised them. The world government ordered Moore the Draconian to become the Grand Marshal of the Navy headquarters, become the supreme ruler in charge of the entire Navy. When this matter spread to the North Sea Crusade fleet, all officers and soldiers of the entire North Sea Crusade fleet were full of doubts and puzzles. The fact that Tianlong people are trash can be said to be well known in the entire sea, but they never imagined that the world government would actually make Tianlong people become become admirals of the Navy. You must know that Admiral Akainu and Admiral Aokiji are competing for the position of Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Isn't this 19 a provocation for Aokiji and Akainu? You must know that both of them are spell warriors. Could it be that the world government really intends to tear its face like this? What do these people want to do? What do they want to do? Do they still think our Navy is still so easy to bully? Is a mere Tianlong person planning to bully us right now? At this time, the entire naval crusade against the large fleet can be said to be full of anger. Is the current Navy still at the mercy of your world government? You must know that 3 spell warriors have gathered in the Navy at this time. The strength of the 3 spell warriors is terrifying enough. You must know that when there was only 1 spell warrior in the world, the power of the spell warrior was enough to make the whole world fear him. Is this the humiliation of the world government to their Navy? The world government is too deceiving. What do they take our Navy to do? Is that the object of their random bullying? The world government is too bullying. At this time, the entire Navy in the North Sea crusade against all the navies in the Grand Fleet, they can be said to be full of anger. The actions of the world government can be said to have trampled the face of the entire Navy under its feet. For the current Navy, they can be said to be extremely confident in their own strength, but this behavior of the world government is a humiliation to the entire Navy, which has already filled the hearts of this group of proud navies with anger. Does our Navy have to hold back like this? General Akainu, General Aokiji, all the navies can be said to have their eyes on these 2 men. You must know that the competition between the 2 of them for the position of the admiral has even heated up, but at this moment the world government actually stepped in. Could the 2 of them be able to hold back their anger? It's not going to be easy now. Admiral Akainu frowned slightly. After all, Admiral Akainu believed in absolute justice, and this so-called absolute justice is absolute belief in the world government. This is also the reason why the world government once wanted Akainu to be the admiral of the Navy. After all, compared to Admiral Aokiji, who might be a little lazy, Akainu used to be the most satisfying object in their hearts. But no one thought that the appearance of Doflamingo could be said to have completely broken the deadlock. With his identity as a heavenly dragon and what he did before, Doflamingo even directly forced the 5 old stars to obtain the position of admiral, and became the supreme controller of the entire Navy. I heard that this new admiral will even participate in this Bihai crusade. I don't know what this Tianlong person thinks. Does he think it's just playing a house here? At this time, in the headquarters of the North Sea Crusade Grand Fleet, all the officers of the rank of Rear Admiral can be said to have assembled here. After thinking of the orders issued by the previous world government, the hearts of these high-ranking officials can also be said to be full of anger. Their Navy is a desperate one here, Jean, but the world government actually did such a thing, which can be said to make them the most uncomfortable. Let's take a look at this so-called new marshal. What kind of thing is he? Even the Admiral Akainu, who is known as absolute justice, can be said to have a trace of anger at the corner of his mouth at this time. After all, for Akainu, it can be said that he is in existence who wants to become a naval marshal. In that case, let's wait here for that guy to arrive. As an admiral, he wants to lead this battle. Does he think this battle is gilded in the past? Some admirals even speculated that the reason why Doflamingo came here was just to get a layer of gold. As the new admiral, use this battle to increase his own prestige in the Navy. We're not going to be a stepping stone for that guy. If you want to get military exploits here, then you have to rely on him to shoot it out. This can be said to be the same idea in the minds of all navies. What if he offends this heavenly dragon person because of this? Do they still fear this heavenly dragon? Chapter 529, The Holy Lord and the Sheep Charm. It can really be said to be more and more interesting. I didn't expect Brother Doflamingo to do such a thing, but this way the world will be more fun. At this time, the Holy Master, who was living in Vince Moklaju's mind, could be said to be aware of all Doflamingo's actions and all his plans by virtue of the induction of the spell. It can also be said to have recognition for Doflamingo, the heroic saint. That is to say, the Holy Master completely recognizes Doflamingo, although Doflamingo is bloodthirsty, but none of this can obliterate Doflamingo's wisdom and his arrogance like a hero. Brother Doflamingo, you are indeed the person I valued the most. I don't know what surprises the Navy crusade led by you will bring to me. At this time, the Holy Master, who felt all the actions of Doflamingo, he can also be said to be full of expectations for Doflamingo at this time, expecting him to give himself unexpected surprises. The next battle will be full of meaning in this way. Doflamingo, I hope you don't let me down. Develop the power of the sheep charm to the extreme. At this speed, I think even if I don't unblock all the power of the 12 charms, I can use the power of the sheep charm to dominate the whole world. It was as if he had thought of some brilliant idea. At this time, although the Holy Master was a golden statue of a dragon, an unspoken joy seemed to permeate his entire mind. Can you hear my call? Vince Mokherjee. At this moment the voice of the Holy Lord suddenly came out in Vince Mokherjee's mind. I don't know what the Lord's orders are. At this time the sky was already dark and Vince Mokherjee, who knew that the Navy was crusade against the Grand Fleet, had almost integrated all the military forces of the entire North Sea Empire these days. After finally getting ready to fall asleep, she immediately stood up excitedly when she heard the Lord's call. I have a task for you, Vince Mokherjee. Kill the Marshal of the Naval Crusade against the Grand Fleet this time. The Holy Lord, his voice full of divinity and endless majesty, resounded in Vince Mokherjee's mind for a long time. Did you kill the Marshal of this Naval Crusade against the Grand Fleet? Lord, you can rest assured that I will not disappoint you. In the name of my spell warrior, this time I will definitely bring the head of the Marshal of the Naval Crusade against the Grand Fleet to you. Lord, it can be said that there is no slack in the order of the Holy Lord Vince Mokherjee. After all, for Vince Mokherjee, everything she has now can be said to be bestowed by the Holy Lord. The Holy Master is the giver of her destiny, the fate changer who changes her destiny. What sage master is the new Marshal of the Navy who killed the Marshal of the Naval Crusade against the Grand Fleet this time? I don't know how this guy offended the Holy Master and actually asked the Holy Master to order it personally. We must know that it is the first time we have received an order from the Holy Master after we have known the Holy Master for so long. Early the next morning, when Vince Mokherjee told the news to Nicole Robin and Rebecca, the corners of Nicole Robin's mouth could be said to be a little bit when she heard the news. Smile, but also with a hint of disbelief. Nico Robin can be said to be the person who has been in contact with the Lord for the longest time in the whole world, but it is also the first time that she has received an order from the Lord. That's right, I don't know how the new Admiral offended the Lord, but as far as I know, the new Admiral seems to be a celestial dragon. Does the Lord also hate celestials? Vince Mokherjee's face was full of doubts about Nico Robin's question. She didn't know how to answer this question because it was the first time she received this kind of mission-style order for Vince Mokherjee since she came into contact with the Holy Master. Zhao's, the Holy Master has only done two things. One is the power of the spell was given to her. The second was to teach her how to use the power of the spell. This was the first time she had received an appointment from the Lord. Business. Okay, don't worry about it so much. We can't repay the kindness of the Holy Master to us at all. Since this is the order of the Lord, what if we are torn to pieces? We will definitely fulfill the order of the Lord. Nico Robin's face is full of serious expressions. For Nico Robin, the command of the Lord is the will of her life, and the direction pointed by the Lord is the direction of her progress. Chapter 530. The arrival of Doflamingo. I'm waiting to welcome the Admiral. At this time, the Naval Crusade fleet that was about to arrive at the North Sea Empire also stayed there for a long time, waiting for the so-called new Admiral. When Doflamingo led countless naval warships to the front of this huge naval fleet, the spell warriors headed by Akainu Aokiji have already been waiting there. At the same time, Sabo and Khorasan, who are one of the spell warriors, can also be said to be at the forefront. After all, the spell warriors in this world representing the strongest power. They are the strongest combat power of the entire navy to fight against the Grand Fleet. Khorasan, my dear brother, didn't you think of it? I actually appeared in front of you again. Looking at Khorasan Doflamingo standing at the forefront, it can be said that infinite hatred emerged in his heart. At the height of his glory, he was sent to the deep-sea prison by his own younger brother, and even his last death had nothing to do with his younger brother. If it is said that 740 is the most hated of Doflamingo in the world, the race is Tianlong, so there is only one person that Doflamingo hates most is his brother Khorasan. Why does this look so familiar? At this time, Khorasan's heart can also be said to be full of doubts. Although brother Doflamingo used the power of the sheep charm to take away the body of Mor, the dragon man, he can be said to have happened regardless of his appearance and temperament. The earth-shaking changes, but after seeing brother Doflamingo's eyes, Khorasan's heart can also be said to be full of murmurs because he found that this look can be said to be extremely familiar, and the familiarity made him terrified. He will never forget that when he was young, his brother Doflamingo cut off his father's head in front of him. JD, this can be said to be a picture that will never go away in Khorasan's heart. Master Marshal, please move with me to the flagship. The battle meeting room there is already ready. We have prepared a surefire plan. I don't know what the Marshal wants to give advice at that time. As one of the top combat powers in this naval crusade, and as the Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, his status in the entire crusade can even be said to be a leader. But the eyes of Akainu at this time can also be said to be full of indignation. After all, for Akainu, he also wants to become a naval marshal to complete his dream pursuit. But what Akainu didn't expect is that he has not yet when defeating Aokiji, who is also one of the competitors. Doflamingo actually used the identity of Tianlong to become a naval marshal, which can be said to make Akainu extremely indignant. General Akainu, it's been a long time. I didn't expect that the identity between you and I would change like this after the last time we parted. Doflamingo, who absorbed all of Moore's soul and memory, remembered that once when he was out on a trip, the then General Akainu was responsible for escorting him. Yeah, I didn't expect such a change between you then and you now. But what I didn't expect the most was that you actually became a spell warrior. But is it convenient for you to tell me the power of your spell? Because the next battle requires the cooperation between you and me. Because our next enemy is 3 spell warriors and 4 spells. Although we have 5 spell warriors and 5 spells here. But Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior, her power can be said to be unquestionably powerful. Admiral Akainu's eyes were full of serious expressions, and for Admiral Akainu, this battle can be said to be an existence that cannot be lost. Even if Doflamingo came here in a gilded way, for Akainu, he didn't want any flaws in this battle. Do you want to know the power of my spell? Then come over and try it. The powerful tyrannical arrogance erupted instantly. At this time, the atmosphere even made everyone tremble. The tyrannical arrogance lasted for dozens of miles, seemingly completely covering the entire Navy's crusade fleet. As the owner of the sheep talisman, Doflamingo possesses the power to devour souls, and the tricolor domineering possessed by the souls of the dead powerhouses can be said to be swallowed and absorbed by Doflamingo. This also makes Doflamingo's tricolor domineering undoubtedly terrifying. Boom boom boom. A powerful aura erupted from the bodies of Akainu King Z Sabo Khorasan. In today's world, only spell warriors can fight against spell warriors. This sentence is not a lie, but a fact. The fact he told. There is always only one enemy of a spell warrior, and that is the spell warrior. Chapter 531. Doflamingo's intensification of naval contradictions. What a terrifying overlord. Is this the capital you are proud of? Vice Admiral Sabo, who was standing beside the 2 generals, also had an expression on his face at this time, with a hint of anger, so to speak. Because of his powerful knowledge and domineering, he finally felt the situation of the entire Navy's crusade against the Grand Fleet at this time. The masters below the Lieutenant General were almost wiped out, and even the powerhouse at the Lieutenant General level could only say that it was a difficult resistance at this time. In other words, Doflamingo seems to have completely destroyed the entire naval crusade fleet by himself. Although this did not cause the deaths of those naval soldiers, it can be said to be hitting his navy in the face. Everyone, don't forget that Brother Doflaming was parachuted into the Admiralty as a heavenly dragon. He can be said to have caused the rejection of the entire navy. This behavior can be said to be a disgrace. This is totally hitting their navy in the face. I just want to see what this so-called 100,000 naval elite looks like, but in my opinion it's nothing more than that. With his powerful overlord, Doflamingo even stunned 100,000 elite naval soldiers by himself. After scanning the entire navy's crusade against the large fleet with a domineering look, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of sarcasm, mocking the so-called peerless naval crusade against the Grand Fleet. If you really only have this ability, then I can say that I am completely disappointed with your navy. Shaking his head full of sarcasm, it seems that the entire naval crusade fleet is just an ant in Doflamingo's eyes. Master Marshal, I hope your words can be treated with respect. If you really want to experience our navy, then I will accompany you at any time. At this time, Aokiji and Akainu were also angry. After all, no matter how much they fought, they could not change one identity. That was the navy. They represented the faction of the navy, and they represented the face of the navy. Why don't you even hear the truth like me? Brother Doflaming looked at the 2 Akainu Aokiji with a mocking expression. The main reason he came here was to subdue the Akainu Aokiji and the 2. After all, Akainu Aokiji are both admirals of the navy headquarters and also spell warriors. Their allegiance is enough to give Doflamingo the confidence to fight against the world government. In addition to Nico Robin's 3 daughters, Khorasan can also be said to be one of the targets Doflamingo wants to kill this time. It can be said that since Doflamingo lost everything under Khorasan's betrayal, Khorasan can be said to be the target of Doflamingo's death. Master Marshal, I hope you don't ask for trouble. The honor of the navy is not something that anyone can easily slander. Akainu's words can be said to be full of anger. For Akainu, although he is extremely loyal to the world government and even benchmarks his justice with the world government at the naval headquarters, this cannot change the fact that Akainu is Admiral Thing. After all, in Akainu's heart, the navy is his future. As a naval soldier, Akainu has been fighting for the navy for countless years. How could he tolerate the navy being bullied by others like this? The honor of the navy cannot be defamed. Akainu let out a furious roar, with such a powerful aura that it even rolled up the clouds in the sky. This is the power possessed by the world's top powerhouse. The unparalleled terror and powerful terrifying momentum even caused a shock in the space. face. 0. What's the matter, Admiral Akainu? Are you planning to fight me? Or you already have the idea of rebelling against the world? Seeing this, Admiral Akainu Doflamingo, who had entered a state of anger at this time, was full of laughter in his heart. Don't deceive people too much. Do you think that with the orders of Lord 5 Old Stars you will be able to secure the position of the Admiral? Facing such an excessive Doflamingo, Aokiji can be said to be angry. After all, Aokiji is also a member of the Navy. Do you think you can resist the orders of the world government? At this time, Doflamingo is constantly stimulating the contradiction between these spell warriors and the world government, like adding fuel to the fire. After all, for Doflamingo, the destruction of the world is a problem for him. An exciting thing. Something wrong. Corazon, who was standing on the side, could say that his brows were tightly locked at this time because he found that this Tianlong person was too strange and a little too small. Chapter 532, Entering the North Sea. Okay, everyone should stop arguing here. Do we still want to kill each other here? Sabo, who was standing on the side, had a trace of anger on his face when he saw the situation in front of him, but considering the current situation, Sabo finally chose to persuade him. After all, what they fought next were 3 spell warriors and 4 spells. If they start a big fight here, then the next battle can be said to be completely out of control. Although I don't know how you became an admiral, but if you only want to come to guild, then 740, I advise you to go back early. Admiral Akainu's face could also be said to have a hint of impatience on his face. If Doflamingo really doesn't know what to do and continues to make a fuss here, then Akainu will turn his face and let him know. Xiao Haijun is not an existence that is easy to bully. Yo, is this your navy? Or do you think I'm really afraid of your navy? Don't forget, now I am the admiral of the navy. Facing General Akainu's roar, Doflamingo showed a trace of disdain. Are you really going to make a big fuss with us here? Or does the current world government also think that our navy is the target of your needing? At this time, Sabo can also be said to be angry. After all, what Doflamingo is doing now is really too much. Who is he looking down on? Did he ignore all the 4 talisman warriors? No. Although I have also become a spell warrior, I know that there are differences between spell warriors. 1 enemy and 4 I may really not be your opponent. Facing the angry Sabo Doflamingo, he shook his head with a smile on his face. After all, Doflamingo is not a fool. He also knows that if he completely offends these 4 people, then he will not be able to eat any good fruit. However, I would like to know what the Admiral's plan was for this war. Although on the surface Doflamingo chose to take a step back, Doflamingo once again emphasized his status as a naval marshal. With a hint of resentment in their words, Akainu and Aokiji finally chose to back down. He also knows that this kind of persecution is not necessarily a good thing for everyone. The army is besieging the capital of the Bahai Empire and suppressing everything with absolute force. There is only one plan for the Navy's crusade against the Grand Fleet, and that is to suppress all rebellions with absolute force. With the current strength of the Navy crusade against the Alliance, they already have the power to suppress the North Sea Empire. In the face of absolute power, any plan can be said to be vulnerable. Simple and rude. Is this because you have absolutely invincible power? But it's quite convenient. In the final analysis, this world is just a world where the strong eat the weak. Doflamingo didn't say much about the plan in Sabo's mouth. After all, the advantage occupied by the Navy's crusade against the Grand Fleet at this time was too huge. Corazon, Sabo, Aokiji, and Akainu were originally perfect spell battles, and the fighting power of the 4 of them can also be said to be unparalleled terror. Boom 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 boom. When the Navy crusades the Grand Fleet into the North Sea, they face the harassment of the North Sea Empire warships. But in the face of the Crusade fleet with absolute power, these North Sea Empire warships did not dare to take a step at will. They merely harassed them on the outskirts of the naval crusade against the Grand Fleet. They also know that the next battle is the most critical time, and what they do can only have one effect, which is to disgust them. Delaying the pace of the naval fleet's attack makes the North Sea Empire fully prepared. Vulnerable ants. In the end, what you do is only able to suspend your destruction. Standing on the deck of the warship Doflamingo, his face was full of ridicule after seeing what the North Sea Imperial Navy did. What is the effect of this resistance? Do you think you can resist the North Sea Empire with this kind of resistance? It doesn't make any sense for them to do this, but that's where they stand. Master Admiral, why do I think you are familiar? At this moment, Corazon did not know when he appeared beside Doflamingo. At this time, he had a serious and suspicious look on his face, as if he was suspicious of Doflamingo. Chapter 533. Old friend. Corazon, if I remember correctly, your family seems to be one of the families that belong to our Tianlong people. Facing Corazon Doflamingo, who had a suspicious look or questioning on his face, he looked at Corazon with a smile as if he recalled something from the past. That's right, I was in indeed a Tianlong person when I was young, but I have long since followed my father out of the Tianlong person. Facing Doflamingo's question, Khorasan was not surprised. After all, since he became a talisman warrior, Tianlong people have even had the idea of wanting him to return to the ranks of Tianlong people. His identity has long been different. What a secret! After all, for the group of celestial dragons, the talisman warriors can be said to be the existences that make them extremely fearful. They will never forget how Tiger used his own power to enter the Holy Land Marijoa and blood wash the entire Holy Land Marijoa. Countless Tianlong people died in his hands. It can be said that the spell warrior has become the nightmare of all Tianlong people. Don't you want to return to the Tianlong people? You must know that the Tianlong people are the nobles of the world. As long as you become a Tianlong person, then you will enjoy the endless wealth you want. Power, status, wealth, and beauty can be said to be just around the corner. As if with a trace of puzzlement, Doflamingo seemed to be asking Khorasan, why don't you return to the ranks of the Draconians for that supremacy? When you have control over your own destiny, do you care about the power and wealth in the mouths of those ants? Although I don't know why Doflamingo asked this, Khorasan still expressed his thoughts without the slightest hesitation, and Khorasan didn't know for the time being that the dragon man named Moore was in front of him. In fact, what he carried in his body was the soul of his brother Doflamingo. Although Khorasan is a little suspicious of Doflamingo now, he has no substantial evidence yet. After all, no one would have thought that the Doflamingo sheep charm would have such power, and even the ability to take away the bodies of others. Indeed, since becoming a spell warrior, I have also felt the difference between a spell warrior and them. After hearing Khorasan's words, Doflamingo didn't say much. After all, he also knew that the identity of the talisman warrior was even higher than that of the Tianlong people. You must know that no matter how noble the identity of the Tianlong people is, it cannot change the feeling that Tiger attacked the Holy Land Marijoa and killed the Tianlong people like pigs. This is the reason why strength is supreme, because he has the power to make the whole world fear. The more I look at you now, the more you feel like someone I know. If I hadn't known that he was dead, I would have thought he had changed his face. Although there was still a trace of doubt, Khorasan still expressed the doubts in his heart. After all, Doflamingo's momentum at this time made Khorasan too surprised. How could there be two people with the same aura in this world? Even when Khorasan closed his eyes, he had a feeling that the so-called admiral in front of him was his brother Doflamingo. It looks like you are doubting me. With a slight smile on his lips, Doflamingo looked at Khorasan with a smile on his face. Using the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo can be said to have completely occupied everything of this dragon man. In other words, what if Khorasan was full of doubts? Did he really think that Doflamingo appeared in front of him now? Indeed, I do have some doubts. It can't be said that I have a little nostalgia. After all, you are so similar to someone I know. Khorasan shook 740's head with a serious look on his face. For Khorasan, even if he already knew that Doflamingo was dead, but Doflamingo has been engraved in his heart forever. Even if he became a spell warrior, it was always a nightmare in his heart. But for Doflamingo, isn't Khorasan his nightmare? Both of them can be said to be each other's nemesis. Who is that person from you? With a hint of curiosity, Doflamingo asked such a sentence. He wanted to know how he looked in his younger brother's mind. A devil that will never go away in my heart, but for me now, he is just an object for me to remember. Khorasan's eyes were fixed on Doflamingo. He wanted to know how Doflamingo would react when he said such a thing. Chapter 534. War is imminent. A lingering nightmare. It seems that you have a very deep impression on that old friend. Although there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, Doflamingo's heart was full of ridicule. What a lingering nightmare. If it weren't for you, would I become what I am now? I believe that one day you will pull the nightmare out of your heart. One day you will die by my hands. What nightmares will you have in your heart when you die? Although Doflamingo spoke very politely on the surface, his heart was already full of murderous intent. Khorasan is an opponent that Doflamingo wants to get rid of all his life. Really? I believe that day will come soon. Khorasan glanced at brother Doflamingo inexplicably, and the certainty in his heart at this time can be said to have deepened even more. Boom boom boom. In the early morning of the next day, the naval crusade against the Grand Fleet gradually approached the capital of the North Sea Empire under the obstruction of countless North Sea Empire warships. With the huge army of the North Sea Crusade fleet, how could the North Sea Empire's navy be their opponent? Even though the North Sea Empire inherited the technology of the Vinsmoke family, at this time the North Sea Empire navy is facing the highest power in the world. The powerful force composed of 4 spell warriors can be said to be unparalleled terror. The speed of the entire navy's crusade against the large fleet can be said to be invincible, and no one can stop it. At this time, the people of the capital of the Bahai Empire had moved quickly under the orders of the ruler of the Bahai Empire. Are the sisters ready to fight? At this time, on this island that originally belonged to the capital of the North Sea Empire, the entire North Sea Empire gathered 200,000 elite soldiers here. These 200,000 elite soldiers can be said to be composed entirely of clone fighters from the Vinsmoke family. Each of them can be said to be well trained and well equipped, fully enough to resist the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters. Balance. But what reassured the 200,000 army the most was the four figures standing in front of them. These four are the Bull Spell warrior Nico Robin, Rat Charm warrior Rebecca, Vinsmokerjuk, a warrior of snake spells and horse spells, Cyrus, who was resurrected by the power of the rat spell. These four talents are the reassurance of the entire army. The reason why these large armies can stand here stably is because of the existence of these four people, because they believe that these four people are enough to stabilize the situation of the entire battlefield. I can lend you the Rebecca horse spell temporarily. I hope you don't break the promise between you and me. At this time, Vinsmokerjuk, who was thinking twice, finally picked out the horse charm. The horse talisman was originally an auxiliary talisman. He has the ability to heal almost any injury and erase all negative effects. Although the power of the horse charm can indeed affect Vinsmokerjuk, she may need the power of the horse charm more than Rebecca. After all, Rebecca, who possesses the power of the rat spell, can be said that she does not have very strong strength. She is just an ordinary little girl. Moreover, the power of the rat charm did not add any bonus to Rebecca itself. The reason why the previous owner of the mouse talisman was beheaded by others was because of his own weakness. He really relied too much on the power of spells. Although the power of the spell is incomparably powerful, even in the face of other spell warriors, the rat spell can be said to be not at a disadvantage or even have an advantage. But once the rat spell warrior is carelessly approached by other spell warriors, there is only one consequence for him, and that is to be beheaded by other spell warriors. This can be said to be the biggest and the only fatal flaw of the rat charm. Use the power of the horse charm to protect yourself and others as much as possible. After placing the horse charm in Rebecca's palm, Vinsmokerjuk's words were full of exhortations. After all, the next battle can be said to be a bloody storm. The number of people who died because of this war will also be astronomical. If Rebecca can use the power of the spell to save more people, then this can be said to be a good talk. Don't worry, I will definitely return the horse charm to you in its entirety, and I will definitely do my best to protect those who need my protection. At this time, although Rebecca was extremely young, her words were full of firmness, because she also knew that what happened next would be extremely serious. It is normal for hundreds of thousands of people to fight and injure hundreds of thousands of people. If you have the power of the horse charm, then the losses on the North Sea Empire will be greatly reduced. After all, the horse charm has all the damage that restores fatal damage. In other words, as long as you don't die instantly, then the power of the horse charm can save you. Rebecca, who drives the dragon flying high above the sky, can soar quickly across the entire battlefield and rescue the soldiers of the North Sea Empire. Chapter 535. The familiar scene. Let's go to the sky first. After putting away the horse charm, Rebecca rode her huge thunder dragon. The thunder dragon with a wingspan of 100 meters. I saw him let out a roar and then spread his wings high. Everyone is ready to fight. After Rebecca left here with the rat charm and the horse charm, at this time, Nico Robin let out a roar. The power of the powerful bull charm is instilled throughout the body. How familiar the scene can be. At this time, he looked at the huge naval fleet that appeared not far away. Nicole Robin can also be said to have a feeling of déjà vu. When he had just obtained the power of the spell, it was also when the Navy launched a demon slaughter order to attack his hometown. At that time, Nico Robin alone repulsed the entire naval crusade fleet. However, the current situation can be said to be very different from the situation at that time. At that time, there was only Nico Robin, a spell warrior, in the whole world, but now 10 spells have appeared in this world. It's a familiar scene, but now I won't be defeated by you again. As one of the lieutenant generals who used to slaughter demons, General Akainu, looking at Nico Robin on the island not far away at this moment, he can also say that he suddenly recalled the original scene. The entire navy slaughtering demons made the fleet vulnerable in the hands of Nico Robin. Nico Robin is like a demon, and the terrifying power swept through the entire demon slaying order. A familiar scene, but we are not what we used to be, and you are no longer the only spell warrior. The ice instantly covered the entire sea. All the warships can be said to be safely docked on this sea. Knowing the existence of Nico Robin, how could Aokiji repeat the same mistakes? Boom boom boom. Sure enough, it was not beyond Aokiji's expectations. Countless arms as huge as giants appeared in the arms of these warships. Above, Wawa fruit huge arm. If the size of the warships is as huge as a hill, then the left arms that suddenly appeared in front of these warships smashed all these warships like a toy. Countless huge arms appeared, and a huge arm appeared in front of almost almost every warship. This huge arm was like the hand of the gods covering the sky and patted the naval warships that had been frozen on the sea. Boom 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 boom. The roar of the explosion can be said to be endless. These naval ships were completely destroyed by Nico Robin's blow. Fortunately, the green pheasants have frozen the entire sea in advance. The ice even penetrated the entire surface sea (JD) layer, which also led to the fact that even if the warship was destroyed, the sailors could still gather on the ice. As expected, he is the first spell warrior in the legend. The warship can be said to be extremely vulnerable under Robin's attack. Fortunately, Aokiji froze the entire sea in advance, and the damage to the warship did not damage the entire navy's combat power in the crusade against the large fleet just above this ice surface. Let's fight to the death with the North Sea Empire. Under the rule of these officers, the naval soldiers who gradually emerged from the shattered warship can be said to have assembled rapidly, but Nico Robin's blow just now can be said to have damaged nearly 10,000 sailors. Long live the North Sea Empire. Standing in front of Vince Moklajuk, she could not help but let out a roar. The entire army of the North Sea Empire, under the control of the Vinsmoke family, can also be said to have exerted enormous combat power. Boom 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 boom. The roar of nearly 1,000 artillery pieces even fired a cannonball that covered the sky and the sun. Nearly 1,000 artillery pieces roared angrily there. Earthquake in the fruit of the earthquake. Just when these thousands of shells were attacking these navies, Sabo could be said to have shot. I saw that he raised his right hand, and the fist of his right hand was covered with a layer of milky white light. Sabo is the monkey charm warrior who once copied the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Break it for me. The eyes can be said to be full of indifference to everything. The right fist bombarded the shells above the sky heavily. Kakaka, kakaka, kakaka. The whole sky seems to have turned into a broken mirror. Boom boom boom. Thousands of artillery shells exploded instantly under the guidance of this shocking fruit. At this time, the whole sky seemed to be completely enveloped in flames. Chapter 536. Akainu's excitement. Lieutenant Admiral Sabo. After the thousands of shells were completely destroyed by Sabo's attack, Nico Robin on this huge island, her eyes can also be said to be flickering with a trace of solemnity. The power of the spell warrior can be said to be beyond doubt, although Nico Robin is known as the first spell warrior, but other spell warriors can also be said to be weak. Tiger Talisman. The power of darkness and light. It can also be said that General Aokiji made a move in an instant. The black light and the white light wrap around Aokiji's body. At this time, he was like the incarnation of light and darkness. Your opponent is me. At this time, Cyrus, who was resurrected by the rat spell, appeared in front of Aokiji in an instant like a ray of light with his sword in hand. The armed color is domineering. The powerful armed color domineering instantly covered Cyrus' long sword. The domineering long sword covered with a powerful weapon slashed heavily towards Aokiji. It's just a little trick of carving insects. In the face of this attack, the Cyrus blue pheasant can also be said to be calm. The light of black and white echoes each other. The power of the tiger talisman can be said to have been stimulated the most. The big fire-breathing dragon exploded. Akainu can also be said to be angry. Like the erupting lava, he quickly bombarded the island where the North Sea Empire was located. Akainu has only one idea, that is to completely sink the entire island with his powerful strength. You don't want to destroy the whole island. How could Robin, who saw the scene in front of him, sit back and ignore it? You must know that on this huge island there are 200,000 troops of the North Sea Empire. If this island is really sunk under the attack of Akainu, then the elites of the entire North Sea Empire will be completely lost. Wawa's fruits are huge. The power of the bull spell. The arm of the giant. Right on the road where the Akainu attacked, an arm larger than a giant appeared on the way forward. The huge arm is even 10 times larger than the size of the Navy's strongest warship. Compared with this big arm, Akainu's figure is like an ant charging towards an adult colossus. Nicole Robin, do you still think I'm still who I used to be? Although this huge arm is enough to block the sky, it even blocks the sky in front of Akainu. But Akainu didn't have the slightest bit of timidity, because Akainu believes that his strength at this time is no longer the same as before. Under Nico Robin's attack, he can only flee in a hurry. Dragon Blast. The right fist turned into that billowing lava, and the astonishing momentum of Akainu's eruption swept all around like a billowing sound. General Akainu. All the naval soldiers who saw the scene can also be said to be full of expectations in their hearts. The whole navy seems to have become a joke since the appearance of the spell warrior. Once the overlord of the entire sea has been reduced to the point of being bullied by everyone. Akainu, don't try to break through my defense. Robin let out an angry roar, and the golden bull tattoo on her back even shone with golden light. Boom 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 boom. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Nico Robin's huge arm and Akainu finally collided. The huge sound wave even swept over 100 kilometers away. A meteorite hits the earth. The entire battlefield seemed to fall into silence. silence. The air of the battlefield seemed to be completely evacuated under this collision. Everyone's eyes were full of disbelief. Nico Robin's huge arm is pierced, but Admiral Akainu's footsteps can be said to have finally stopped. The attacks of the two of them can be said to be indistinguishable. Ha ha ha. Nicole Robin used to be the world's #1 spell warrior. Do you still think you are an unsurpassable existence? Although his attack was blocked, but Akainu's heart was not sad at all, but full of excitement because he broke the insurmountable mountain in his heart. The former Nico Robin was the most feared existence in his heart, but now Akainu has overcome this nightmare he feared with his strength. Do you think you really have the power to rival me? The first spell warrior is not a vain name. I will teach you a good lesson here today, and let you know what the strongest spell warrior is. Although Nico Robin has already recognized the strength of Akainu, but this does not mean that Nico Robin is now a little counselor. Chapter 537 Doflamingo, whose strength is constantly improving. Then let me take away your status as the first spell warrior today. At this time, Akainu's whole body can be said to be full of amazing fighting spirit. This is a kind of battle that is going forward without the slightest retreat. For Akainu, this is a way to break through his inner barriers. You must know that Robin used to be the nightmare in the hearts of all navies. A lingering nightmare. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters can be said to have a hint of timidity in their hearts. After all, when Nicole Robin appeared in this world as a spell warrior, she was named July 43 with countless naval failures. Akainu, who was a lieutenant general at the time, could be said to have been defeated by Nico Robin. For the current Akainu, Robin is a demon in his heart, a magical barrier that cannot be easily erased, can only be broken through by defeating Akainu by Nico Robin. Boom, boom. The roar of a giant beast can be said to resound throughout the battlefield. At this time, the entire battlefield can be said to be a pile of dust. The battle between Akainu and Nico Robin can be said to be extremely savage. It looks like he is really angry, but Nico Robin, who is known as the first warrior, can't be defeated just by getting angry. Looking at the angry roar there, the hot and rolling magma continued to spew out of Akainu. Brother Doflamingo, who was standing in the back, had a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. The first spell warrior Nico Robin's reputation is not said in 3 or 2 sentences. The powerful combat power was achieved by Nico Robin's hands one by one. I won't let your navy win this battle easily. Looking at the battle in front of him, Doflamingo's eyes could be said to have a trace of cruel killing intent. For Doflamingo, both the North Sea Empire and the Navy are the objects he wants to destroy. This battle can be said to be extremely fierce, and the roar of the battle can be said to stretch for hundreds of miles. At this time, everyone can be said to be completely stunned. It can also be said that they could not imagine the battle in front of them at all. The observers who saw the scene through the phone bug, their hearts can be said to be filled with endless fear. Is there really such a terrifying combat power in this world? Go to hell, damn bastard. Be high, you rebels. We are just guarding our own home. The 100,000 Navy and the 200,000 soldiers of the North Sea Empire can also be said to have fought together. 300,000 people were killed in a short time, and nearly 1,000 people died. The roaring flames of the artillery fire even rendered the entire sky into a fiery red ocean. The roar of the explosion can be said to be endless. The sound of fighting can be said to be the only melody here. Everyone do not know what to do with it. Some just tried their best to kill the enemy in front of them completely to win the battle. As the owner of the sheep spell, Doflamingo quietly absorbed the power of these souls. It can be said that Doflamingo's strength is constantly increasing. Just fight like this. Just please me like this. Sacrifice me with your souls. Your fighting is just constantly improving my strength. It can be said that the sheep charm in Doflamingo is constantly devouring the souls of these people. The power of the soul that Doflamingo possesses can also be said to be constantly increasing. Unconsciously, his aura can be said to be more and more terrifying, just like the demon that devours the soul. The sky above Doflamingo's head seems to be like a huge funnel, which is now constantly swallowing the dead souls. The wailing of the soul can be said to be incomparably thorny. These souls never thought of dying. Even if they die physically in the real world, they cannot escape the fate of being absorbed by others in the spiritual world. For them, this can also be said to be a very sad thing. The death of the body cannot erase the devouring of their souls. Let's fight like this. Let's just become the source of motivation for my growth. After feeling the power of the soul that was constantly being swallowed up by him, I felt the galloping soul power in my body. Doflamingo's heart can also be said to be full of desire for power. How deadly is the temptation of power? It is as deeply addictive as drug addiction. At this time, Doflamingo's face can be said to have a perverted enjoyment. Indulge in the inextricable enjoyment. This is due to the rapid increase in strength. Chapter 538 The Holy Lord was born. Are you absorbing the power of the soul? This is exactly what I want. As the Holy Master of the Sheep charm. At this moment he can also be said to feel the fluctuation of the sheep charm's power. After feeling the soul that was constantly being swallowed by Doflamingo, at this time the golden dragon statue of the Holy Lord who resided in Vince Mockerju's mind can be said to be dissipating quickly like a little bit of starlight. It can be said that the dissipated little starlight quickly entered Doflamingo's body under the induction of the sheep charm. Not right. Just when the dissipated dragon statue entered Doflamingo's soul, Doflamingo suddenly found that the sheep charm he controlled suddenly got out of control. Who is it? Who is attacking me? Doflamingo's angry voice can be said to be resounding through the sky, where he was the wailing winner in agony. It can be said that the mind is full of that feeling of bloating. The only thing Doflamingo felt was that his soul was being torn apart. After the golden light entered Doflamingo's soul, he immediately took control of the sheep charm. At the same time, Doflamingo's soul was being devoured quickly by the power of the sheep charm. Who is it? Why can't someone control my spell? An angry voice resounded through the sky. Doflamingo's angry voice can be said to have attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. After all, as a spell warrior, Doflamingo's strength is inherently incomparable, and everyone's attention is there. The roar resounding through the sky can be said to be the sound of artillery fire, even covering the entire battlefield. What happened to that guy? He is the legendary admiral of the Navy, right? It doesn't look like that. At this time, everyone can say that they turned their eyes to Doflamingo and looked at the admiral, who suddenly shouted buzz. At this moment, it can be said that 10 spells in the whole world made a buzzing sound involuntarily. They seemed to be cheering the arrival of their master. What's the matter? Why is the spell in my body out of control? Holy Lord, this is the breath of the Holy Lord. Why do I feel the breath of the Holy Lord? At this time, all the spell warriors and their hearts can be said to be full of shock. Why is this happening? Why did the Holy Master, who should be in a sealed state, feel the breath of the Holy Master? That bastard, what did he do? Why do we feel the breath of the Holy Lord? Those spell warriors could clearly feel the increasingly strong aura of the Holy Master in Doflamingo's body. As a spell warrior who was once possessed by the Holy Lord, these people can be said to be extremely sensitive to the Lord's breath. They could clearly feel the increasingly intense aura of the Holy Master. It was as if the Holy Lord appeared in front of them again. For this kind of breath, some of them cheered and some were full of fear. After all, that is the Holy Master, whose strength is enough to suppress the Holy Master of an era. The power of the Holy Lord can be said to be undeniably unparalleled terror. As a spell warrior, none of the spell warriors would doubt the terrifying power possessed by the Lord. The power of the Holy Lord is enough to make everyone of fear. Could it be that the Holy Master has recovered? Everyone turned their attention to Doflamingo, especially those spell warriors. The spells they possessed could even be said to be out of their control. The hearts of these spell warriors can be said to be full of fear. After all, when the spell warriors became spell warriors, they had a request they had promised. That is, after the Lord returned to this world, the spell warriors would have to return the spells in their hands to the Lord. For the appearance of the Holy Master, it can be said that there was a wave of fear in the hearts of all the talisman warriors. Everyone is afraid of the appearance of the Holy Lord. The reason why the talisman warriors have their current status depends on the talisman in their bodies. The Holy Master has the ability to deprive them of the power of spells within their bodies. In other words, the Holy Master is the opponent and enemy of all spell warriors. How can that be? How could the Holy Master wake up so quickly? Why is this happening? At this time, the hearts of all the talisman warriors can be said to be full of puzzlement. They never thought that the Holy Master would appear in this world so quickly. Although they had already thought that this day would come, what they did not expect was that this day would come so quickly. The speed can be said to catch everyone off guard. Chapter 539. Each person's mind. Ka-ka-ka. At the same time, Doflamingo's body suddenly burst into a burst of golden light. The golden dragon can be said to have suddenly appeared in the sky. The body of the dragon is more than 100 meters long. A golden light erupted from his body. Yes, this is the Holy Lord. This is the breath of the Holy Lord. When the golden dragon appeared in an instant, everyone could be said to be horrified, especially those spell warriors. Their hearts can be said to be full of endless fear, because they can clearly feel that the spell under their control at this time is just about to move, as if they want to get out of their control and return to the embrace of the Holy Lord. What the hell is going on here? Why did the Holy Master come to this world in advance? Could it be that all 12 spell warriors have appeared? Looking at the Holy Master surrounded by golden dragons, at this time, everyone can be said to be completely stunned. Even the talisman warriors do not dare to take a random step at this moment. After all, the prestige of the Holy Master is not an existence that can be described in a sentence or two. The Holy Lord represents the strongest existence in this world, and it possesses a terrifying power that makes everyone fear it. I really didn't expect that Lord Holy Master actually succeeded in an accident. It can be said that that there is a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the Lord Robin, who is surrounded by golden dragons. After all, for Robin, the Holy Master can be said to be the goal he pursues in his life. And just today, she was able to see the Holy Lord come to this world with her own eyes, and Robin's wish can be said to be half completed. I am waiting to welcome the coming of the Holy Master. I am waiting to welcome the coming of the Holy Master. Different from those Navy camps who are full of fear in their hearts. At this time, the magic warriors of the North Sea Empire headed by Nico Robin can be said to all kneel on one knee. They are expressing their most sincere respect to the Holy Lord. Ha ha ha, I really have to thank you, Doflamingo. If it wasn't for your greed, I wouldn't be able to come to this world so quickly. For the first time, the Holy Lord who controlled the human body and came to this world. At this moment he even burst into laughter involuntarily. Doflamingo's greed is arguably the biggest culprit in this matter. If it weren't for Doflamingo's desire to gain more soul power, then the Holy Lord would not be able to take this opportunity to seize Doflamingo's body. It's a bit difficult to come to this world with one's own true body. However, the Holy Master used the power of the sheep talisman to completely devour Doflamingo's soul. It's like Doflamingo used the power of the sheep charm to take away the dragon man. The Holy Lord took away Doflamingo. Who are you? It can be said that the words are full of endless vigilance. Khorasan, who has been promoted to the ability of the rabbit charm, although he also knows that his trip can be said to be extremely dangerous, he still came to the Holy Master because he wanted to know whether the man in front of him was the Holy Lord. Have you even forgotten my voice? Or have you even forgotten my aura? Looking at Khorasan in front of him, looking at the doubts in his eyes, it can be said that the Holy Master burst out a breath of his own involuntarily. This is the breath that belonged to him when he was still a golden dragon statue, incomparably terrifying, domineering, and even submissive. Sure enough, I didn't expect that. Lord Holy Master, you will begin to rule the whole world so soon. Khorasan felt the breath. The corners of his mouth could also be said to have a hint of bitterness. After all, the reason why they have achieved what they are now is only because of the spell bestowed by the Lord. And the Lord, as the master of all spells, can be said to have the power to withdraw all spells. What should we do now? Do you want to know if the monster we will fight next is this monster? The Admiral Ching Zhao Mahao, Pheasant of the Navy headquarters, can be said to be full of worry in his eyes at this time. The prestige of the Holy Lord can be said to be an existence that needs no description at all. The power of the Holy Lord can also be said to be obvious to all. If it is true that they are enemies of the Lord, then no one here dares to say that they have a good grasp of defeating the Lord. Get ready for battle, even if you die in battle. This can be said to be the mission of our soldiers. Akainu's fists can be said to be instantly transformed into that billowing lava. A powerful aura continued to erupt from Akainu's body. At this time, Akainu was as terrifying as the demon who returned from hell. Chapter 540th True Spell Warrior. Are you still going to try to resist? Have you forgotten who gave you the power you have? Looking at Akainu, who was trying to resist, the corner of the Holy Master's mouth could be said to have a trace of disdain. Don't forget that everything you have now is given to you by me. The power you rely on most now is the spell, and I am the master of the spell. Do you think you can resist me by relying on the spell in your body? Master, Holy Master. Robin and the others came to the Holy Master obediently, although it can be said that there is a trace of worry in their hearts, worried that the Holy Master will take away the charms in their bodies. But for Robin and others, the grace of the Lord can be said to be an existence that cannot be repaid even if they risk their lives. I also know what you are thinking, but the spell is my power after all. I also said when I gave you the spell that one day I will take back all the power with my own hands. After looking at the worry on the faces of Robin and others, the Holy Master looked at them with a serious face. After all, the Holy Master already said it when he gave the spell power again. The power will be recovered by him one day. After all, there was only one reason why the Holy Lord gave them power in the first place, and that was to allow the spell to be recognized by the world. Hand over your spells. You can rest assured that under my protection, none of you will be bullied. This is the promise I once gave you. Raising his right hand, the Holy Master looked at Robin and the others. When the Lord found that he could use the power of the sheep charm to enter this world in the form of a soul, the Lord planned to quickly gather 12 charms, then use the power of the spell to quickly rule the entire world. Lord, Nicole Robin could say without the slightest hesitation, but she quickly stood up JD and came to the Lord. Nico Robin's spell can be said to be integrated into Robin's flesh and blood, and there are only two ways to take out the spell. One is to kill Nico Robin and let the spell appear on its own, and the other is to let the Holy Master sense the spell and guide the power of the spell back. But for the Holy Master, getting back the power of the spell can be said to be an easy task. After all, the source of the spell power comes from the Holy Lord, and the spell power they possess is bestowed by the Holy Lord. It can be said that the Holy Master wants to take back their power easily. Wong buzzing. The Lord raised his hand and aimed it at Nico Robin. A wordless aura could be said to erupt from the body of the Holy Master. At the same time, a powerful force can be said to be continuously spewing out of Nico Robin's body. This is the power that belongs to the cow charm. It can be said that the cow charm in Nico Robin is being continuously extracted. The power of the spell continuously entered the body of the Holy Lord. The aura of the Holy Master can also be said to become more and more terrifying. The Lord is depriving Nico Robin of his power. Is this the terror that belongs to the Holy Lord? All those who saw the scene could be said to be filled with endless fear in their hearts, because they discovered that the Holy Master actually possessed the power to deprive spells. Although this matter is something that they can already guess in their hearts, but the power of the Holy Lord is too frightening. The aura of the Holy Master is enough to overwhelm the entire battlefield. Is this the power that belongs to my cow spell? After feeling the power of the ox talisman continuously entering his body, the Holy Master can also be said to truly feel the power of his ox talisman. The unparalleled terrifying power flows in the body of the Holy Master. At this time, the Holy Master already possessed the power of the sheep charm and the ox charm, and still completely control this powerful force. Master, Holy Master. Nico Robin, who was deprived of the power of the spell at this time, although he lost the power of the charm after years of training and the nourishment of the cow charm, Nico Robin's strength can be said to have reached the peak of a general. Even if she loses the spell, Nico Robin is still a strong man. Boom. Just after the Holy Master completely extracted the power of the bull talisman, the Holy Master, who raised his right hand, burst into a milky white light in his hand. I saw a small golden bull jumping in the hands of the Holy Lord. Whoosh. Golden God, the cow turned into a ray of light and entered Nico Robin's body instantly. You are the real spell warrior now. When the golden bull entered Nico Robin's body, the Holy Master said this indifferently. This is the power of the bull charm. At the same time, Nico Robin can also be said to feel that the power of the ox charm has returned to her body again. The cow spell is no longer in Nico Robin's body at this time, but as the owner of the spell, the Lord has the power to mobilize the spell. This is the power of the spell that the Lord bestowed upon Nico Robin. The 540th chapter is ready to sacrifice his red dog. You guys, make your choice. After completely withdrawing the power of Robin's spell, the Holy Master turned his head and looked at the two girls, Rebecca Vinsmokleju. At this time, the two girls had 3 spells in their hands. Our power is bestowed by the Holy Master. If the Lord wants to take back his power now, then I can dedicate it to the Lord. It can be said that the 2 daughters of Vinsmokleju kneeled in front of the Holy Lord with respect. At the same time, they can also be said to open their hands to reveal the spell in their hands. The rat charm belonging to Rebecca. The horse charm that was just returned by Rebecca to Vinsmokleju. At the same time, there is the snake charm in Vinsmokleju. When Vinsmokleju opened her hands to reveal the 2 charms, she saw that the 2 charms turned into a burst of light and entered the Holy Lord's body instantly. Bang bang bang. The talisman quickly made contact with the body of the Lord. When the spell touches the body of the Holy Master, the spell quickly melts into the body of the Holy Lord like water droplets into the sea. The aura of the Holy Master can also be said to have become even more terrifying. At this time, the Holy Master is like the demon in the abyss, which fills people with the terrifying power of despair. Invincible. This can be said to be the voice of everyone. The elite Navy soldiers standing on the side and the talisman warriors who belong to the world government can be said to be filled with endless fear at this time. What should I do now? Hand over the spell obediently. Sabo turned his head to look at Akainu Aoki and the others. The current situation can be said to be an incomparable crisis. This situation can also be said to be completely out of their control. The power possessed by the Holy Master is simply too great, and the power of the spells in their bodies can be completely controlled by the Holy Master. If they really took the initiative against the Holy Master, would they be the opponents of the Holy Master? If we hand over the power of the spell, can we get the power of the spell again like them? Sabo asked the doubts in his heart. After all, if they handed over the spell but lost the power of the spell, who else in the world can resist the Holy Lord? We can't hand over the spell. If we hand over the spell like this, then we can say that we have completely lost the strength of resistance. Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of seriousness. For Akainu, it can be said that it is impossible for him to easily hand over the spell. Handing over the spell is complete slaughter. Is this unbearable for Akainu? If it is said that it is impossible for Akainu to be slaughtered like this, Akainu is not the kind of person who will be slaughtered by others. For Akainu, he would rather die in battle than throw the sharp blade in his hand. You are ready to escape at any time. I'll hold him back. The world government cannot lose the spell warrior in the naval headquarters. Akainu's eyes are full of seriousness and decisiveness, because Akainu is a soldier, a real soldier. In the original book, almost everyone was hostile to Akainu because because of Ace's death, but this couldn't hide the brilliance of the soldier on Akainu. It's just that Akainu's military style is too cold-blooded and ruthless. But there is no doubt that Akainu is not the kind of person who fears death, would rather die than surrender. This is Akainu's style. A tough soldier. You want to hold the Holy Lord here. You. Aokiji looked at Akainu with a serious face, and there was a hint of sadness in Aokiji's eyes. After all, Aokiji and Akainu have known each other for decades, although the battle between the two of them for the position of marshal can be said to be in a state of intense heat, but this can't hide their friendship for decades as colleagues. Leave. The Navy and the world government cannot do without you. It is also my honor to exchange the balance of the entire sea with my own strength. At this time, Akainu's face had just that kind of indifference, as if he was full of indifference to everything, as if life and death had been taken lightly by him. It's my honor to know you. You can rest assured that I will defend the dignity of the Navy to the death when the Holy Master attacks the Navy and the world government one day in the future. This is the guarantee that Aokiji gave Akainu. No matter what happens next, Green Pheasant Capital will defend the dignity of the entire world government and the naval headquarters. Chapter 542 Akainu's life-threatening blow. All the navies quickly escape from here. We're gathering at the Navy headquarters. At this time, Aokiji finally chose the order to evacuate. The appearance of the Holy Master can be said to quickly determine the demise of this war. After all, as a spell warrior, no one would doubt the power of the Holy Master, and the most feared thing was that the Holy Master already had 4 spells at this time. The Holy Master is the master of spells, and his control over spells is not something that these spell warriors can match. If the power used by spells in the hands of these spell warriors is 1, then the power in the hands of the Holy Master is 10, and the most important thing is that the Holy Lord controls 4 that have been completely unsealed at this time. Spell. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreats quickly. Hurry up and escape. The aura of the Holy Master when he appeared had already made the 100,000 army feel terrified both physically and mentally. Now, after hearing the order of Admiral Aokiji, how could the army of 100,000 dare to stay? Take care. Sabo glanced at Akainu and finally turned into a dragon and quickly soared above the sky. Good job. It looks like I misread you before. Khorasan also said such a sentence, but when the sentence was just finished, Khorasan's figure disappeared instantly. It's not because the two of them are greedy for life and fear of death, but they both know that if all of them are absorbed by the Holy Lord at this time, then the world today has really lost the power to resist the Holy Lord. At that time, the whole world will be ruled by the Holy Lord. I hope that one day in the future you will be able to compete with me for the position of Admiral again. Before leaving, Aokiji said this to Akainu. I also hope that one day in the future you and I can have a fair fight and compete for the position of Admiral once again. The corners of Akainu's mouth, looking at Aokiji's receding figure, can be said to have a hint of bitterness. But is this still possible? I would rather die on the battlefield than be a slave to others. This is Akainu, an iron-blooded soldier. For Akainu, he was already ready to die in battle. I didn't expect that all 3 of them were cowards, and you were the only one left. The Holy Master did not pay attention to the 3 people who had escaped at this time. After all, for the Holy Master, as long as he used the induction of the spell, he could be said to have found the whereabouts of these 3 people. And if you really want to use your own power to deal with the 4 peak spell warrior Holy Masters, it can be said that it is a little bit difficult. I just want to see your peak combat power, Holy Master. He did not pay attention to the ridicule contained in the words of the Holy Master. At this time, Akainu's eyes can be said to be full of infinite seriousness. This is his idea that he is completely ready to die in battle. He wanted to explore the power of the Holy Lord in front of the whole world. This can also be said to be preparing for the next peak battle. The previous 3 people's departure was not because of fear of death, but they also knew that there was only one thing they needed to do at this moment, and that was to accumulate strength and prepare the world government to fight with all their might. Dragon Charm. Dragon Blast. The right hand turned into the boiling lava, and the power of the dragon talisman was wrapped around Akainu's right fist like a dragon pattern. This is Akainu's preparation for a one-hit kill. This is an attack with all his strength. I will only attack once. The blow that blocked my life. Hopefully, Lord, you can enlighten me. Almost instilled all the power and physical strength of his domineering devil fruit, and even the power of the dragon charm. Akainu can be said to be getting weaker and weaker as he speaks, but the dragon pattern on Akainu's right hand seemed to have transformed into a dragon. The power that was enough to kill the 4 emperors in 1 second was condensing here. Can this blow kill it? Akainu's life-threatening blow. Khorasan, who had already fled 100 miles away after watching the scene on the phone, at this moment it can be said that there is a trace of worry and expectation in his heart. This is the test of the power of the Holy Lord. They want to know where the limit of the power of the Holy Lord is. Kill that monster. If even this can't shake that monster's goodness, is there still hope for the whole world? At the same time, the 5 old stargates of this war were also observed through the phone bug. The appearance of the Holy Lord shocked them, but Akainu's attack also gave them a certain expectation. Can Akainu's life-threatening blow damage the Holy Master? Their hearts can be said to be full of prayers. The blow that accumulated the full power of Akainu was finally swept out. The golden dragon, transformed by the magma, quickly rushed towards the Holy Master with infinite momentum. The 540th chapters of the 5 Old Stars Decision. How is this possible? Can this kind of power really exist in this world? Monsters, demons, or gods? At this moment, everyone can be said to be completely stunned. I can't believe the scene in front of me. Akainu's strike that contained the dragon pattern was gently pushed there by the Lord's raised right index finger. This kind of reaction is like a giant with a height of 100 meters, but his full blow was blocked by a baby's little finger. All of this can be said to be completely beyond everyone's imagination. Is this the power the Holy Master possesses? This power, like a god, enough to kill the 4 emperors in seconds, was easily blocked by the Holy Master. At this time, everyone's heart can be said to be full of fear, fearing the power of the gods and demons possessed by the Holy Master. How can that be? How can that be? The 5 old stars can also be said to be a little scared. Is this kind of power really something that humans can resist? Do they really have the power to resist the Holy Lord? What should we do now? This is not a force we can resist at all. Even the King of Heaven probably cannot destroy this monster. At this time, the 5 old stars can also be said to be talking about each other. After all, this kind of power is really too powerful. Powerful makes everyone despair. Report it to Lord Im. The current situation can be said to be out of our control. The words were full of worries, and the 5 old stars at this time didn't know how to deal with the current situation. This situation has also been completely out of the control of the 5 old stars. I really didn't expect the Holy Master to be born now, but what we didn't expect even more was that this guy, Doflamingo, would dare to do such a thing. After thinking of Doflamingo's behavior of fooling the whole world, the 5 old stars' hearts can also be said to be full of anger. But now is not the time to deal with Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo has already died at the hands of the Holy Lord. They have no chance to pursue Doflamingo, and they have not pursued Doflamingo's strength. There is only one thing to consider now, and that is how to protect the world government's rule over the whole world under the attack of the Holy Lord. The power possessed by the Holy Master can be said to be unquestionably powerful. It is not so easy to defeat the Holy Lord, and through previous observations they found that the Holy Lord has the power to completely control the spell, which means that these powerful spell warriors are restrained by the Holy Lord after all. In this way, the several spell warriors owned by the Navy not only cannot have the slightest advantage but are also at a disadvantage. After all, once the Holy Master absorbs the magnitude of these spell warriors, the power of the Holy Master will be even more terrifying and terrifying. The spell warrior is the most powerful force we currently have, and this is also a situation where we are forced to do nothing. Assemble all the forces that can be assembled and be ready to face the attack of the Holy Lord at any time. This is a battle where there can be no backing down. This is a battle that will determine the future of our world government. Above, the central tower can be said to be full of a solemn atmosphere. The whole air even solidified under this solemn aura. Get ready for the final battle. The Holy Master wants to rule the entire world and take control of the entire world from us. Then we have to let him know that if we want to take control of the whole world from us, then he has to be prepared to die. The 5 old stars can also be said to be angry. As the rulers of this world, the 5 old stars are all high-ranking beings. Their words, and even 747 can determine the future of a country with millions of people. It can be said that one word decides the life and death of millions of people, but at this moment they have to serve the Holy Master carefully, for fear of annoying the Holy Master. Get ready to fight to the death. The next battle is enough to determine the future of the entire world government. Although he said aggressively, when faced with such a situation, when faced with the Holy Master's invincible combat power, Wu Laoxing couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. In the final analysis, it is because of their strength. If they really have enough strength, then they will not think so. We will fight to the death. Even if we fight the whole world, we cannot let the world government perish from our hands. The 5 old stars looked at each other, and their words were filled with determination. Chapter 540th Chapter 1 Peace World End. Master, Holy Master. 10 days later, in the capital of the North Sea Empire, Nico, Robin, Vince, Macaulay, Rebecca, Cyrus, and others came to the Lord's room under the summons of the Lord. Are the soldiers of the North Sea Empire ready for battle? Looking at Vince, Macarju, and others who came, the Holy Master at this moment mainly raised his head to look at them and ask such a sentence. Report to the Lord. The 200,000 troops of the Baha'i Empire are ready to go out at any time. Vince Macarju, who is in charge charge of controlling the entire North Sea Empire. She can also say that she knows the situation of the North Sea Empire very well at this time. The entire Baha'i Empire has a huge territory, and he must have more than 200,000 warriors. These 200,000 are the elites of the Baha'i Empire. Just like the Battle of the Top. Is the waiting navy really only 100,000 troops? This is simply impossible. The entire world's navies have more than millions of navies. That's it. The Holy Master didn't ask too much. He could say that he completely believed that Vince Moklaji would not deceive him on this kind of thing. After all, this is something that does not require deception at all. In that case, let's go. The whole world will be ruled by me. I will be the only emperor in this world. Once I become the emperor of this world and get the recognition of this world, then even if my other two spells have not been unsealed, I can use this luck to untie all my seals. The Lord's words can be said to be extremely domineering, even if what he is about to face next is really incomparably thrilling. But he seeks wealth, and wealth at risk, and for the Holy Master, he also believes that his own strength is enough to pacify all this. I am willing to help the Lord to fulfill this great wish. Everyone knelt down on one knee in front of the Holy Lord. The battle can be said to be imminent, full of endless thrills. Everyone's hearts can be said to be full of endless excitement, and they can even be said to be full of expectations for the next battle. When I swept the world, it's the day I rule the world. A wordless aura erupted from the body of the Holy Master and seemed to sweep the whole world. Even the others who are complete talisman warriors can be said to be trembling under the pressure of this aura. Damn. Do they actually dare to do this? Are they really going to not be afraid that we will die? Following the North Sea Crusade, the fleet set off from the North Sea under the leadership of 4 spell warriors and the Holy Master. It can be said that the entire battle was completely pushed through there in a destructive way. Almost no one can stop the Holy Lord's footsteps. Absolutely invincible power is above this world. There is only one thing everyone feels is despair, and that is despair like an abyss. Any force of resistance can be said to have no effect at all. The only 3 remaining spell warriors in the navy and the world government did not even dare to approach the Lord for fear that the Lord would deprive them of their power. This is also the reason why the Holy Master gives people a headache. The talisman warriors with the strongest power in the world dare not approach the Holy Master. And what about them? The aura of the Holy Lord is enough to cause the whole world to fear. Even if the world government used its own heritage and sent countless top experts, it was not something they could resist against the terrifying combat power formed by the 4 talisman warriors. What's more, the Holy Master is a terrifying existence that is even stronger than ordinary spells. The terrifying power of the Holy Lord that the whole world fears. Holy Lord, he is enough to show the so-called invincible power in front of everyone. Even if the 5 old stars have assembled the power of the entire world, they are even ready to die. However, it was still unable to stop the progress of the Holy Master. As for the attack of the Holy Master, the 3 spell warrior fish, Zhaolis, under the command of the world government Tiger of the Human Island, and their spells can be said to have been recovered by the Holy Master. With the power of 10 spells, the Lord is the most invincible existence in this world. Even in the final battle, the world government used their greatest weapon, the Heavenly King, to no avail. Under everyone's attention, the Holy Master even turned the King's attack machine into a smashing consciousness with one punch. The invincible power is reflected in everyone's heart. Marijoa, known as the Holy Land, was completely turned into ashes under the attack of the Holy Lord. Countless Tianlong people died and the world government was also destroyed. Since then, the Holy Master has become the only god in the entire One Piece world.